Let's move destroy you. You summon storms, play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. Cast the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die or you will fall. Cast the fire burning out your soul.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Damn it! Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos a las finales de la LEC en Caja Madrid. 4 LEC teams enter at the base of the mountain, and today we start the final ascent to the LEC Summer Championship title. A grueling gauntlet awaits as we're 30 minutes away from the start of the first games. I'm Laure, and I will be your host today, joined by Fernando, Champi, Odoamne, and Beriuth.
Spanish videos. Hey.
How are you guys
Spanish is
doing?
great.
Thank you so much.
I'm super hyped to be here, to be honest. I've been to almost every international event that has happened here in Spain as a fan or as a journalist, so to be here is an actual dream come true.
Champi, another event in Madrid and in Spain. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. There's been 7 years since the last event in Spain, and I'm so excited today.
And the last time we were here, it was an absolute banger. We had Fnatic versus Schalke. We've also had international events here. It's just, we're guaranteed a good time here in Madrid.
Guaranteed a good time. We have amazing teams as well, which is interesting because when you look at the standings of the whole year in the LEC, it's been pretty much the same teams in the last brackets. Fnatic, MKOI, G2, and KC. How is it going to be this time around? Can we expect some surprises, especially with the crowd buff?
I'm expecting differences specifically because of that, Law. I do believe that the crowd environment, the absolute energy that Madrid always brings is going to change what we see on the Rift today. And I mean, we're fortunate to have a man on the desk with us that's gotten to experience that firsthand.
I've been to so many arenas, and every single time when you rock up to these events, it doesn't matter anymore what you've done in the past. It doesn't matter how good or how bad you are. All it matters is how you come up into this weekend, how prepared you are to deal, you know, with the crowd buff or nerf, because the crowd is going to be biased this weekend.
And they're going to be loud all weekend long. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of this matchup, I actually want to quiz you guys about the history of Spanish players in the LEC, because it is the most represented region we have in EMEA right now, with one of the biggest fandoms. So you can also vote along in Twitch chat, and also let us know if you think these guys are doing well. We're going to make a quiz with the Analyst. The way it's going to work, Odo and Fernando are going to be together, and Champi and Beriuth are going to be together.
We got this.
Let's do it.
I hope you're happy with your teammates. We'll ask one team at a time. If they get it wrong, you can get the board. If they get it wrong, you have you're gonna have the options answer underneath. And after 30 seconds, if the team doesn't get the answer, the other team can steal it and answer instead. Are you guys ready?
Sounds
Are you ready?
easy.
Are you ready
Yeah.
in chat? All right. The first question we're gonna have.
Who's it for? The
Who's starting?
team losers or team winners?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Hey, come on, come on.
Rock, paper,
Spanish
scissors.
guys, come on.
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors.
You guys start?
Okay, for me,
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
It's that easy.
All right, let's do it like this. First question, which Spanish player has the highest win percentage in the LEC?
This one is hard to be honest.
Yeah, this one's hard.
I think it's Mythic. I think it might be Mythic.
It might be Mythic
so
because
much
he's winning
G2.
because he was on G2 and then he went to an A.
minimum
Yeah,
five
it's
games.
probably Mythic.
I mean,
No match games
Yeah,
also.
no.
The
You
most
should
expect
win.
his win rate. How
Expected lost a lot in
But
that
if you
game.
play more than 5 games.
And Razok also lost a lot. What about Elyoya?
All right, do you have a guess? You need to lock it. You
I'm
need to lock it
I
in.
think we're going with Mythic.
Yeah, we're going with Mythic.
Going with
Mythic is
Mithi?
a good guess, to be honest, I think.
I think it's Mythic.
All
He's
right.
winning
So let's reveal the choices. Mithi was one of them, and the
There's no
answer
Yoya.
is
Oh, it's easy, Mythic. It has to be.
It is
Yes.
Mythic.
Nice.
Nice.
Easy, man.
One
Easy.
point.
For fine, for so many good
okay.
teams.
1 point for you guys. Second question, and you get to answer this time. Which player received the most titles, including MVP, rookie, and everything?
It has
I
to
know
be a
this
Spanish player.
We're talking about a Spanish player,
If
of
the
course.
team is Spain,
I mean,
it has to be
Elyoya got
Spanish.
the rookie. He's got MVP for the spring, right?
For sure, Elyoya.
And,
Your pick is
I
that.
No,
don't
no,
know
no, no, no.
Still
Okay,
up.
but you were
if
cheating.
that's another one.
But,
I think it may be Elyoya.
It has to be Elyoya.
I mean, if it
The
only
most
includes Spanish
titles.
players.
molaría que lo hicieras un poco más rápido, ¿eh?
And yeah, he has some titles. Yeah.
Bonus points if you get the number. You guys have to lock it in.
There's bonus points?
Bonus points?
Yeah,
Bonus points.
I'm the host. I decide.
Okay, that's fine for us.
For Elyoya's actual name, I mean.
I mean, it's probably
Which
Elyoya.
player
Let's see.
received
Man.
most titles?
Javier Prades Batalla.
No.
No, but that's not
Alright.
that's not extra points, Fernando.
Lock in now.
Ah, titles. Okay, fine.
5. Okay, you have Elyoya. Let's reveal the choices that we had here. Elyoya was one of them, and the
One right
answer
choice.
is
Mithi got some
Elyoya.
titles. Yeah, we got it.
he got 4 splits plus 1 rookie.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
What
5.
side?
Oh,
So
I got
5
the
in
bonus
total.
points.
We got
Easy, easy, easy.
So you know what? I'm gonna give you 2 points because you got.
All right,
¿En
fine.
serio?
All
Bonito,
goods,
muy
all
bien.
goods.
All right, the next one, and I'm sorry.
I know
to-
This one is
I
so
know
easy.
this
is so
This one is so easy.
What is the name of Flacket
Put the pen
Stock?
back. My pen. What's the name?
Yeah, the name is Tetonfito.
Which means?
Which means, I don't know if I can say it in English.
No, I'm tricking you.
It's a bit tricky to...
If you know, you know.
Little, you know.
The streets know. The streets know.
Chest, little chest.
Little chest.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'm so fluent.
Nice.
So
Very good,
easy.
very good.
All
I mean,
right.
they need some help.
So
Near side at the
that's
moment.
another point for you guys.
But that's not extra points.
No.
I pronounce it
No.
perfectly.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back.
Maybe
This is so
I'll
easy.
help
I already know. I don't have to check the
What
answers.
nickname did Supa have while competing in Spain?
He was called El Humilde, the humble, in English because he was already dust talking back in the day. This one is actually so easy.
El
Humilde.
But
it's
funny
because now he's
Si no es ese-
but now he's better than Deft, you know. So
Yeah, of course.
He's actually better than Deft.
Fernando, si no es ese, el ridículo
Alright.
es histórico.
You know what?
It has to be.
Let's reveal. I think.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Ah,
Okay.
okay.
It's so easy.
Who is el inventor de la bot lane?
Jack Spectra.
of
Okay,
course.
nice.
The inventor of
Actually,
the...
I think all of them were references to people that have
Yeah.
played in Spain. Yeah.
All right, next question here. Which Spanish region has the most representation in this event?
I know this one.
Which Spanish
I don't know
region?
this one. Yeah.
I know this one.
Okay. Razor is from Madrid.
Yeah.
I think Oscarini as well. El Joy is from Villarreal.
Supa, where's he from?
Sopa from Murcia.
Tic tac tappy. Tic tac.
I think it's Madrid. It
You
has
get
to
a
be
bonus point if you get the name of the players. This is your chance.
We are going to get bonus point.
Where's Mirwin from?
Madrid. Mirwin from Barcelona.
Barcelona?
All right,
Okay.
let's lock it in.
No, we don't have any time. I think it's Madrid.
You think it's Madrid?
It
Well,
has to
show
be
us the
Madrid.
options. Show us the options. Show us the
Oscarini,
options.
Razor.
No, you can see the
It's-
options.
we want, of course we can see the options.
I know it without the options, I think.
Well, you can't steal from us because we're
Yeah,
gonna
okay,
have an
Fernando,
answer.
you know a lot. You eres un capaz, tío. It's Madrid, yeah. We're going to
Yeah,
say
well, I
Madrid.
mean,
Let's
we're
reveal the
likely-
choices and reveal the
Seguro que
answer
no, eh?
from them.
I mean, it's not that one. It's
You said Madrid.
yeah, we're gonna go with Madrid.
It is not Madrid.
It's not Madrid.
It's,
not
it's
Madrid.
Catalonia because
Okay, what is it?
both Mirwin and Oscarina from Catalonia. And I think even if we include coaches, it's not Madrid. It's
That
always
is
in Madrid.
correct.
Oh, we forgot
It's
the
always in-
coaches.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
No, but I think coaches are not included.
No, but I
Alright.
thought that Oscarini was from Madrid and he's from
Ah,
Catalonia.
that's fair,
Because
that's
Mirwin
fair.
is from Catalonia.
I see. That's all good.
Okay, 4 to 2
Sorry,
points.
Oscar.
Bro, it's so easy.
Guys, what happens?
I have the superior
Gave them
Spanish
bonus
analyst.
points.
I gave you a
I
chance
earned
as
it. I
well.
deserved
And
it.
people that know me know that geography is not my strong point.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not good on
definitely.
geography.
We lost going first, man. It was unfortunate.
But you got 2, I got 2.
Matchmaking
Yeah, we're coming.
sucks.
Before we go, do you guys want to make a prediction about the game today?
Today,
I think it's going to be 3-1 for Fnatic.
Yeah?
Oh.
I'm going to say 3-0
Spanish
for Fnatic.
representation, of
No
course.
Fnatic?
Yeah, because French team in Spain, they're going to flop.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you know.
You're not going to have the buff here. We'll discover this in just a few minutes. But before that, let's find out who will be the Rookie of the Year.
Analyst running out only just Kana's now here. Skumon caught out his flash again. Burned before. Good knockup from Targamas. Pulverized into the wall and snipped down by the Seamstress. Kalist picks up the kill while Kana is getting free hit by Hansan, who's stacked up lethal tempo. Kalist jumps in! What balls on this kid?
Kana falling low as well as the missiles fly from Noah, but the feathers fly from Kalist. Kalist trying to do what he can. Kazi falling lower, yet can't get in. Kalist finds 2 though. Kalist continues to do so. Keeps hitting those Mystic shots. The win becomes lightning. Stend jumps in the way at the right moment, but they just can't get onto Kalist. Stend trying to get the final order win. Kalist does it all once again.
Who wants some gravy?
Here, the engage comes through, great sidestep. Oh, and the stand aside onto the Kalista as well. Means that they just end up going that little bit too deep for him. I want to see here, so flashes away, doesn't get the... That was so well played by Kalist.
Oh, they've got it onto Jojo! He can't hit the arm guard, he's taken out, Super got hit him! Massive 3-man knocker! The Berserk! The hostile takeover! Lives up to its namesake, an arcade storm!
And again, it's all falling apart. Reeker laying down some good damage. Q coming in from Genex, finally finding a bit of CC. Loopy goes back in, but just gets taken out in the blink of an eye. The Swirl Seed doesn't connect. Now Bukata's essentially out of mana. The full channel on the Q, not enough. Vladdy flashing forward when he snaps back. Bukata's dead. And there he goes.
Beg for your life.
feels like Vitality have found a new angle. Smite to get rid of the shield. Yike is stunned up. In goes the Sejuani. The hero's entrance will find his mark as well. Yike has done the same job though. Yike is big as Kazi's dead. Callista's taking him out. The Victor though, the Chaos Storm won't expand with the GA. The Vitality are all dead, Dagda.
Madrid, give it up for your Rookie of the Year 2025, KC Calist! Calist, congratulations. I will give you the trophy first.
Thanks.
I would say, first up, congratulations on winning Rookie of the Year. When it comes to your journey and the fact that you were one of the most anticipated players coming into the LEC, what does it mean to you, despite that maybe some people may not be too happy with you right now?
Obviously, I'm really grateful. I'm happy that I won this trophy. When I joined LEC, there was a lot of stress, I would say, coming up because I was really hyped and everyone was waiting for me to do a mistake and everything. But I just wanted to show myself that I'm the best, and I think I did kinda well, so I'm happy with my performance for now.
Shox, que preguntaba a Calist acerca de, ya que era uno de los jugadores que más hype tenía a la hora de subir a la LEC y cuya llegada era de las más anticipadas, que cómo es recibir este trofeo para él, y Calist responde que al final llegar a la LEC sentía muchísimo estrés, que evidentemente está agradecido por recibir el trofeo. Shox también os ha echado un poquito la bronca, un poquito de chill, pero que evidentemente Calist está muy agradecido por recibir este trofeo. And Calist, I want to ask you, it's been a long time since you were on the front page, on the cover of L'Equipe. How do you feel that you have evolved since that moment until now that you have received this Rookie of the Year trophy?
I didn't understand, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
I'm so far, yeah.
How much have you evolved since being on the cover of L'Equipe?
Well, from being on the cover of L'Equipe, I evolved a lot. Individually first, but also a lot in terms of being a human, as a teammate, and a lot of things. And I think there's a lot of wonderful people in my team that helped me being a better player and also a better human. So I would say that being a better teammate is the most important that I learned for this split.
Le preguntaba a Calist que cómo cree que ha evolucionado desde este momento, porque hace ya mucho de aquel momento en el que fue portada del equipo, que cómo siente que ha evolucionado desde ese momento hasta ahora que se lleva el trofeo del Rookie del Año. Dice que considera que ha evolucionado mucho, no solo como jugador, sino también como persona y sobre todo como compañero de equipo, que es lo más importante en el fondo, ¿no? Se ha dado cuenta que lo que más importante es ser compañero de equipo.
And as a final question, this is the most important weekend of the year. This is your most important match of the year versus Fnatic. Can you tell me a little bit about the motivation and about the desire to make it to Worlds, to show what you can do and to possibly lift another trophy, but this time here in Madrid?
I'm always really excited to play like in big stadiums, in important matches. This is the LEC final weekend. We can go to Worlds, and Worlds has a really big meaning for the club and also for me, because I always dreamed to go for World and also win them, right? So now I got this little trophy and I want the next one.
Nice. Le preguntaba a Shox por ahora qué significa para él y cómo emocionado está por este partido contra Fnatic. Al final es el que va a dar la última plaza para los mundiales. Calist, que respondía que siempre es muy emocionante jugar delante de una grada tan llena, delante de toda la afición, y que ahora que sobre todo tiene ese pequeño trofeo y enseñaba el trofeo del Rookie del Año, que es el momento de ir a por el siguiente.
Awesome. Thank you. Muchas gracias por la traducción,
To you both.
Noah. And thank you so much, Calist. And good luck today, Calist, your Rookie of 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shox and Noah. And congratulations to Calist, of course, on winning this one. Now, he said it, and I feel like it's on everyone's mind. First thing first, welcome, GB.
Thank you.
But Worlds, it is the most important series of the year for these teams, and also the last chance for them.
No, absolutely. And I think we're thinking about the year that's built up to this moment as well from Kalis specifically, you know, coming in, winning his first split, not only just going to first stand, but already having a finals appearance in his first stance. But then it's the expectations that came with it, KC roster, that they weren't able to meet in spring, and maybe haven't even been able to meet here in summer. But Worlds has been everything to this club ever since they joined. It was their ambitions, it was everything they said they wanted, and here's your chance. You either walk away with your dreams fulfilled or having to wait for next year to try again.
And as a bare minimum for both of these teams, when you make a roster at the beginning of the year and you have these title aspirations, the bare minimum that you're aiming for is Worlds qualification. Everything else on top of that, you know, there's silver linings. If you don't win the split, at least you made it to Worlds. You have more chance to prove yourself. But now, if you fail this last qualifier to Worlds, then your year is over and it's a disappointment.
Fnatic are an organization that don't miss World Championships. They are an org that often find themselves representing us here in EMEA, and it's funny because often we would look at players like Humanoid to step up in environments like that, and now that pressure shifts over to a player like Poby. But we have the Spanish players on the organization. We know that the home crowd favorites are going to be Fnatic today, and we'll see how KC matches up against that pressure. We already heard some of that sentiment. So it's going to be a tough road for KC.
Is it going to fuel them? Is it going to disturb them? We'll see about this, but yeah, clearly Fnatic sided here. And the last time they won was actually here in Madrid in 2018. It's been a long time.
It's been crazy with Fnatic. They haven't won titles since 2018 either, but they still make Worlds, and that's the big thing as well. Madrid have the opportunity to be that rewind for them to get back in form.
And the most enigmatic thing about this organization is that they always make top 2, top 3, top 4, but they always fall at the last moment. But now it's not about the last moment, it's you need to get through this, because at the beginning of a finals weekend you have a huge opportunity to ramp up and set yourself for success for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and I also think just for Fnatic in general, this is an opportunity for you to rewrite the year you've had. It's been disappointment in winter, it's been disappointment in spring. You haven't attended an international Worlds with the accolades we're giving them of having attended so often. This needs to be something that you bring home not only for the players but for the fans too.
It's an interesting situation for Fnatic because last year the question was always, why aren't they winning titles, right? They found themselves in finals and they were choking at the last moment. They were underperforming when it mattered most. But now the question is even, can they be in the conversation for top 3? Coming into today, we look at KC as the favorites coming into the matchup, and Fnatic have their backs against the wall. Can this environment be enough to level them up and put them in Worlds contention?
And for KC, it has been at the very genesis, the very creation of the club. They had this Worlds goal in mind. They were able to lift the trophy in winter, but I don't feel like we've seen this iteration of KC ever since. They've been trying to crawl back to that form.
They definitely have. I do think in summer playoffs, they kind of released a little bit of the doubts that you had of this roster. You thought they were plagued on the Rift, you thought they were plagued off the Rift, but still in playoffs they had a great series against Vitality. They displayed why they are as highly regarded as they are, with great team fighting, and I think that's something I'm looking forward to today as well.
But given that, we have such a clash of play styles today, because you have KC, the team that wants to play slow through the early game, don't get leads, but ramp up to the 25-minute mark, outplay people in the team fight and how they play the map. And on the other side, you have Fnatic who want to bulldoze through the early game. So my big question is, can the blue wall withstand Fnatic's pressure?
And I mean, this is even better represented when we kind of look at the year-long performances. Both KC and Fnatic have had very clear identities. Early game pressure coming through from Fnatic, whereas mid-game control and explosion from KC.
And this is why I think KC is the main favorite coming into today, because Fnatic has not looked convincing when it's coming to that mid to late game. But KC again and again, and specifically against Vitality, they were better on the side lanes. They were better when it came to the objective setup, and I think that's something I'm looking at today. You can argue that Fnatic against GX were way better at playing the map there as well, but I can argue back that GX was overloading the map so frequently that Oscar got a free pass. I don't think today he's going to get a free pass against Kana. I think that makes KC very scary on the side lanes.
What about Fnatic then? Because when you look at the playstyle and what they have been trying to... What has been the most effective technique for them? Gangbots, gangbots, gangbots,
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. You're going to get a compilation. This is all from one game, by the way. This is a team that traditionally plays through their bot lane. When we saw their series against Giant X, we saw them trying to give a few more resources to Oscar. We heard Upset on the podcast talking about how he wants the team to have other ways of playing the game, but At the end of the day, this is a bot-focused team that builds leads through ganking their bot lane.
And playing with Upset, I've been through this cycle many times where he thinks that, okay, it's time to expand, it's time for Oscar to play the game. But no, when I was there, it was always like, you get 1 week where you get to play and then let's go back to bowling, because the team, when Upset gets leads, he always takes them, grabs them with both hands and delivers a win for Fnatic every single time.
Yeah, I mean, for Upset, he's lost to Fnatic in Madrid, actually, 2018, delivered a win, you could say, to Fnatic as well. But I mean, this just goes to show how long Upset has been around trying to achieve a title for himself. I mean, Upset, hell, he's been here so long that when he qualified to LEC, it was with Cadril in the mid lane, which is quite a while ago at this point. So that just really goes to show how long he's been here.
But it's such a different Upset, it's such a different beast, because back then he was just a cocky kid delivering the famous quotes, you know, I'm too good to never win a title, people calling him chokers. But right now, he is at the peak of his career. I think the Upset that we've seen for the last year and a half, arguably 2 years, is the best Upset we have seen, the best version of himself, and that's why I think he's going to carry through today.
Yeah, but I think he has to as well, because there's a lot of expectations on him. You have a look at the stats here. I have the statement that I think if Fnatic's bot lane are not ahead in that game, if they are not driving the game for Fnatic, they are simply not winning. Upset has to be the one that gets the leads from Fnatic that they can rely on throughout this entire series.
And I think the stats really represent how these teams approach their playstyles. Look at the high jungle proximity that we see towards that bot lane in favor of Upset. The slightly higher CSD. This is a team that likes to try and play through him and get him ahead, whereas for Kalist, it's more about that team fighting. When we also compare the champions that they traditionally play, hyper carries are what they like to funnel Kalist into, because they know that in the late game team fights, he can be that guy, but Upset is a lot more about having agency.
I brought a map, actually.
We brought a map. Twitch,
I have everything. What do we think?
Vayne, he's a playmaking man and he wants to have more agency in the game.
And I think this is what I'm looking forward to in Fearless as well, because it enabled different things, right? On the Kalist side, you're clearly seeing hyper scaling. We can play through him mid to late game, the clear strength that we have already outlined for KC. And this right here is agency for a man that you said Oramna needs to carry.
Yeah, because what I really want to see is this clash of styles, you know, where Kalist goes for the agency in the late game, while Upset goes for the agency in the early game, and I want to see which style will prevail, which is going to manage to break through today.
Okay. Kalist replaced Upset in KC in the end. So for me, there's a lot on the line for both of these players. Kalist, as he said on stage a couple minutes ago, is about proving that he can be the best with the World's qualification at least. And for Upset, finally, giving into whatever work he's been putting on for the past 8 years has to come together now with Fnatic.
I am so torn when I'm looking at these 280 carries, because these are 280 carries that I would love to send to Worlds from Europe. I feel like Upset's performance he had in summer, the way he ramped up with Fnatic, from Kalist to the stellar year he had for a first year to come through. But we can't send both of them. And no matter what today, not a career, but at least a year will end and a story will go on.
The beauty of this matchup is that it'll all come down to jungle diff. And we know it. Every AD carry knows it.
W statement.
It's very much about how they play in the team fights, but getting those leads will be Razork versus Yike. And so we know that there's a lot on the line for both these teams. The pressure is at its maximum. Who can best utilize the atmosphere? It's going to be an intense one. I'm hoping for a 5-game banger.
I want a 5-game banger. And we're going to stay on the jungle topic here, because El Cachorro de la Jungle, Razork, actually is standing by with Shocks in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. So let's check it out.
Welcome everyone to the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in live from Madrid. I've got Razork here, and it is such a big day, a big weekend for you. So first, let me gauge kind of your temperature. How excited are you to be able to play here on the stage in your home country?
Well, I'm really hyped. I really want to win today, want to qualify for Worlds, and have the chance to get the revenge tomorrow against Koi. I think playing in Madrid is going to be extremely exciting for me, and hopefully I can bring the people the win.
Yes, absolutely. Now, when it comes to you guys as a team, you of course had Poby joining not so long ago. So are there a lot of things that you think you're going to have to figure out, or do you have confidence that even in the stress department, in the arena department, things are going to go okay?
Well, I think we did very good work preparing for this weekend, and I think we just need to trust ourselves. I think I never saw Poby playing in a big stage, so this is going to be the first time I play with him. I hope he does okay. I believe in him a lot, and hopefully we can win today. Yeah.
Okay, and you believe in yourself as well, I'm sure. And for this occasion is really big, and when it comes to kind of possibly winning a title, possibly having that weekend here where you can beat all of your foes and do that, kind of tell me about what you're dreaming of when it comes to these finals.
Well, I did visualize this moment in my dreams a lot, for sure. Like lifting the trophy, even entering in the States is something that I visualized for a while. And 2 weeks ago, I really didn't want to lose against Giants because I needed to be here in Madrid playing in front of my people. So, I mean, I really hope this is going to be a weekend that I will remember for the rest of my life.
Oh, I love it. I am so excited to see you play on the stage. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish to the fans at home?
Cachorritas, os amo mucho. A ver si os podemos dar la victoria hoy, clasificarnos al Mundial y mañana calentar a los de COI.
Very nice. A word for Koi tomorrow and that they're going to qualify for Worlds today. Muchas gracias y buena suerte.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Razork playing in his home city today. He's got the crowd behind him, of course. Is that going to be in that video? So you were just saying that it's going to be a jungle diff. What is your expectation on the jungle here for this matchup?
On paper, I think that Yike is an overall better jungler than Razork. I think that when coming into this series, KC play around the neutral objectives better. I think that they team fight better, and overall they are a lot more controlled. But I just believe more in the crowd buff. And I genuinely think that Fnatic will actually get the edge out in this series today, purely because I think that the crowd will make Oscar and Razork, two of the most inconsistent players, lock in today. I genuinely believe that Fnatic is going to win this series today.
I see your allegiance. I want to check the rest of the votes here. We did a mega prediction. We pretty much asked everyone and everybody and their aunt and their dad who they think is going to win.
3-2
3-1 Auto, I'm going to shake my hand, baby.
GB.
He's going to shake our hand afterwards.
Yeah, he will. I mean, Vedi's right here. He's running on Fubes. He's running on vibes. And I get it. There has been times.
He's running on vibes, yeah. But
there's been times, but there has been enough.
This guy was running on vibes.
This guy was running on vibes.
And it was an anomaly. It was not supposed to work. I was not supposed to win because today I do think that KC is going to win simply because Fnatic's playstyle is just so binary. It's either just go bot or go nowhere. That's just how it goes. While KC has proven to us many times that they're just a lot more flexible, a lot more dynamic, and their ways to get leads and close out games is just a lot more consistent. So how about that, Vedi?
Wow, I love your logic. I love to see how your logic will track throughout the rest of the series.
You can't win against him because he's not arguing logic. That's the trap you're falling into.
I even agreed with you at the start. I think that KC are the favorites coming into today, but I'm a believer in vibes, baby. And I think that the vibes of the arena is going to be the difference maker today.
Just wait for the post-match because this guy is a known flip-flopper in between predictions. So as soon as game 1 has happened, we'll see what comes back.
I can take the W or the L. It's not easy. It's easy
going to be an L for sure, but I completely agree with Odo on the playstyle of KC as well. I do think there's obviously still weaknesses. I think when Yike is sometimes sat in a map, I mean, just on bush on top side, because he often has good pathing, where if his full clear ends on top side, he'll just going to sit on top for a long time, see if he can punish an enemy top laner. There's certainly avenues if you kind of miss them or you kind of mismatch the junglers on opposite side where you can play for bot side, but I think like KC, they just will have it.
And it has to come down together, and it has to come down now. No more second chances. No more let's practice again. The preparation that both these teams has been doing has to be the one that is going to send them to Worlds. They're ready, we're ready, the fans are ready as well. So I actually want to check in with Shux, who is also ready with the players in the tunnel. Shux, what do you have?
Oscar, welcome. You are about to head up on the stage. How are you feeling? How is the atmosphere? How is the desire to really tear it up on the Rift today?
Obviously, everyone is really excited to play today. You can feel that it's a really important match for everyone, for every team. So yeah, I think very expectant to play and see how we're going to do, but I'm really confident, honestly.
Super important match, of course, for Worlds, but also to get to the grand final, hopefully on Sunday. How much does it mean to you that you can do it in front of all these Spanish fans that have supported you for so long?
Yeah, it means a lot to play here in Spain in front of my home crowd. It feels amazing, honestly. I feel a lot of proud. And yeah, I hope I can give them a good show and show what we can do today.
Maybe some words in Spanish for them as we go.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todo el mundo que está aquí y espero daros una sorpresa porque va a ser una bomba esto, así que espero que os lo paséis genial.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. We got his promise. Fnatic versus KC right now.
Their event, it's their home turf. Only room for one king in Madrid, and MKOI are that king.
The highlight of my career has been winning previous LEC. It's with the team I consider a family, so the way we won it made it really special for me. It's a privilege to play in front of the Spanish crowd.
Stand for the cause and effect. I came for revenge, then I left.
We're still hungry, we still want to be the best version of ourselves, and we have a really good chance of winning the split. I think it's either us or G2.
You can't speak on my... You can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years. I can tell you right now, outside it's safe.
Every final I've reached so far, I've won. We actually know what it takes to win a split.
Oh my goal! Carter hits them all once more!
I hope we beat Koi. The crowd will probably be against me. I think it will still be a benefit for me. They just beat me in the spring and they took MSI from me. I want to take my revenge.
Upset gonna pull the feathers back. Lot now caught out. Flash back from Upset to get away from the ultimate. Lot's able to backstep with the footwork. Coming in from Noah. Shut down. Tower coming in. Jackie, and it's a backdoor. It's a backdoor. Crossword flying through the air to bring light to the side of Fnatic. How the hell did Fnatic do it?
It's over now. We've hit the ground. We'll never be the same.
If we could win in Madrid, I think it would mean everything for my career in a way. Losing always really sucks, and I can't imagine that on the biggest stage it will suck the most. My first final was actually in 2018 in Madrid against Fnatic, and it was the last time Fnatic won. If I would finish this cycle in a way now, me being in Fnatic, winning it for the organization, that would really mean a lot for me. Winning for me is something that I've been trying to achieve for so many years. And I got very close, but never managed to do. My parents have watched me for a while and they never saw me winning or lifting a trophy. If it happens in Madrid, it's gonna be a really good plot twist and I'm gonna be the happiest man alive if that happens. Both finals, to be honest, they were like pretty sad moments for me in my career. We've already disappointed the fans twice already this year. It's very easy to just feel like pressured, obviously. We've worked really hard this whole year to earn that trophy and that moment, to feel that victory. This time I'll be ready.
Before Jojo gets the ulti in, Alvaro, he's ulted in, his Pantheon ult's there as well. Hansama is just firing though. They say kill Cap, but he's shockwave on his death knell, and he doesn't even ring the damn bell. G2 have been given the Hail Mary, not once, but twice.
I think this summer title is very important, can be a redemption. Of course, there's no taking back the series that we lost and all the trophies we could have had, but we at least end the year on a win, and we proved that we actually learned something from our losses.
Knuckles already fallen. The Magnusor will find a bunch, but the Temper face stops Kazi. Beautiful from Carmine Core.
The feathers are out, the flash is in. Hansama looking for the solo kill, the feathers are... Hansama takes down Super. Femboy again, and way dead to Jojo.
He actually looked for a bit more on the
Once in with the ulti, flashes in, last breath of the ult gets it.
It's just gonna be as hard as it always is. I still want it more than anything this LEC, so we're gonna win it all.
Spanish royalty. Koi stand victorious.
I want fans to remember that we had a great miracle run and that we persevered through very difficult moments. So I can assure you guys that we're gonna win it.
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? Bienvenidos a España. Bienvenidos a Madrid.
It all comes down to this. 10 teams turning into the Final Four. For some, it's about proving people wrong. It's about earning that chance to compete on the international stage. It's about those bets finally paying off. And for some, it's about defending your title on home turf here in Madrid. All eyes look to the mountain they must climb to surmount the gauntlet and claim the crown.
Hoy arrancan las finales de la LEC aquí, en casa, y tenemos que demostrar que somos la mejor afición del mundo. Así que, por favor, os pido que me ayudéis para dar la bienvenida a los protagonistas. Hoy juegan en territorio enemigo. Veremos si aguantan el ruido de Madrid. Ruido para Karma Incor. Es su primer año en Europa y ya ha demostrado que es todo un demonio en la top lane. ¡Gana! Ya sabe lo que es ganar muchas veces aquí. ¡Fuerte aplauso para Yai! Es su mejor versión, es absolutamente imparable en la mid-lane. ¡Blane! En su primera temporada fue campeón para muchos, la joya de Europa como AD Carry. ¡Caliste! Ha sido campeón de Europa con varios equipos distintos, como support Targamas. Viene el equipo que más veces ha participado en el Mundial. Fuerte aplauso para Fnatic. Lo ha tenido muy cerca, pero esta vez viene decidido a ganar. Fuerte aplauso para Oscarine. Viene una cachorrita mala, muy mala. Fuerte aplauso para Ratón. Es su primera temporada en el equipo y quiere devolver la gloria a Fnatic en la mid-lane. Bobby es toda una leyenda. Ya estuvo en Madrid en 2018 como AD Carry. Offset. Lo ha ganado todo, es increíblemente insaciable, es absolutamente legendario. Fuerte aplauso para Mekix. Ya está todo listo, está todo preparado. El que gane hoy va al Mundial y juega mañana. El que pierda, eliminado. ¡Madrid! ¿Estáis preparados?
Well, here we are for the culmination of what has been an incredible year of the LEC. We are here in Madrid, ready to see whether or not these teams can make it to Worlds, can take it to the next round, can take on Nkoi tomorrow. And I have the distinct honor of being joined by Dagda and by Jack Spectra next to me as we get ready for what is sure to be an enthralling best of five.
And I am so honored to be here in Madrid. It's where I have spent the majority of my pro play career. It feels like my second home, and with such an amazing crowd, casting a live final.
But this feels sick. The crowd is full of energy. This should be an absolute banger, and it feels like the stars are aligning for what this weekend should be. It's a repeat of spring, but with everyone trying to upset the apple cart and show that not only they belong in the top 3 of the LEC, that they belong to represent Europe on that world stage.
And for Casey, when you come out into this, into such an openly hostile crowd, what a moment it must be for you. We heard Kalist getting booed as he came out for the Rookie of the Split. We hear him getting booed as he comes out for the taking onto the stage. For Fnatic, they obviously have the home ground advantage today, and that can be something that bolsters you
or that actually upsets you a little bit, that can get in your head a little bit. I love Calist's entry. The fact that he's willing to shut the fans up for some players, at least for me, I played once in a stage where most of the fans were against me, and it was so empowering to be that person, to be like, nah, I'm going to shut the crowd up today. And I think Calist is bringing that energy, and I love it.
It feels like one of these AD carries is going to be either shutting the fans up or enthusing them. But as we get into draft, we're going to have to find out who that is, because we are going to be playing on a new patch. It is 25.18, so we'll have to see exactly what is in store for a lot of our players.
Yeah, importantly, all the teams had a vote and agreed to move the patch with the break week happening last week. So we are moving on to 25.18 or 0.18, it is more commonly known. A few changes happening on this patch. We did see a couple of Aurora nerfs, but she's still pretty strong. The Annie nerfs may be enough to take her out to pick Vampire. I think really the utility mids. I think it's great for both Fnatic and KC, as Vladdy and Poby, when they've been put on these utility, the Annie, the Galio, haven't looked great. So I'd like to see both teams kind of pivot away from that, play more carries in the mid lane. Totally agree with you there. We are rattling through the bans already. KC on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. Sivir, Jarvan and Rumble taken away by Carmine Corp. Fnatic will get rid of the Azir, the Yunara, who even though she was nerfed is still very strong, and the Poppy, and KC will first pick Orianna.
And that's the thing, Orianna was kind of one of those mid laners that wasn't touched on the patch. So already super high priority. Now we get to continue to see that priority run through. And one of the answers was the Galio, slightly nerfed, but looks like we'll still be seeing the same thing going towards that mid lane.
And now Fnatic really have something to prove, as they've again decided to put Poby on this champion that needs to have great synergy with his team, and it's just not something we've been seeing from him. We've seen good laning phases, but he hasn't really been linking up as we want him to. It's one of those interesting ones, because often he is a little bit late to the play, but with Galio you can kind of cheat that a little bit. You know, you just hear his entrance in. They played it once so far this year, and they did win with Poby on that Galio. The Wukong alongside it already giving you a huge AoE team comp.
And the thing that they actually went for on Fnatic with this was the Kai'Sa on that last rotation, and that's where we got to see Mickey bring out that Pyke into the Corki Braum so he could try and take over that lane and buy that space for Upset. I'm curious if we'll try and go for a Kai'Sa here. With that Varus locked in on the opposite side, can be a little bit of a bad time just because of the range discrepancy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though if Upset is still willing to go for it, just because you have that great engage composition already built from Fnatic. But now this is the Varus, it's been nerfed so many times, but it never seems to leave. As great early laning phase, so it's really now up to Calist and Targamas. How hard can they try to punish Upset and Mickey? That bot lane battle is what I am so incredibly excited for. Like, Calist and Targamas versus Upset and Mickey. I think it is one of the closest matchups man-to-man in all the lanes in this game. So super interested to see how it will go, especially with Fnatic putting so much focus on getting early ganks. When they played against MKOI in that 3-2 series, Razork was in the bot lane 4 times before the 14-minute mark. Like, they love to gank bot. Yeah, this series really feels like bot lane versus top lane for me. How hard can Fnatic try to punish and win bot versus how hard can KC set Kana up for success is how I've kind of pictured this series out, and I really want to see what does KC look for here on the blue side for Kana. Can they still set him up with a strong blind pick that can actually make use of his strengths? Oh, there's the Kai'Sa you were talking about, Dacta. Great prediction on that. Fnatic going back to their old draft style, it seems, as we see the Nautilus and the Renata pick band away alongside that Nico.
Yeah, it feels to me that they're looking at something like the Rel or the Alistair here for Mickey on this next rotation. The fact that you are able to get rid of the Renata means that it makes it a little bit easier for a lot of these engages, and then you're also looking towards a counter pick potentially for Oscarinen in that top side of the map. And I think that is kind of what you're alluding to, Jack, is trying to find comfort for Oscarinen, especially as Kana has kind of mixed up his champion pool recently. Hasn't just been going for those carries. We've seen things like the Shogat, we've seen a ton of those tank picks, so that can open up things like that Rex side that Oscarinen has been performing on.
Yeah, and I think Oscar is, to be honest, performed way above my expectation, especially in the last series. I feel like if you're able to get him on one of those stable picks, which ideally they can get on last pick here on red side, then I think it can be a really good draft for Fnatic and a really good time for Oscar.
Yeah, now we'll have to see what they round it out with. Braum going to be taken to try and nullify that Alistair in the bottom side of the map. I still think you do have that Varus with the Chains of Corruption as engaged, but I think I want to see Kana and maybe something like the Scion here to try and round out at least a decent front line, but also providing extra engage tools, because I think you need something to round this out on KC's side.
Yeah, I think another front line works great here. I do have to say though, this Braum pick is incredible. Into so many melee champions all diving in on him. Is a great laning phase into this Kai'Sa Alistar. I'm really liking what we're seeing from KC.
Yeah, I mean, great into all the divers you were alluding to, plus he then got the ability to try and kite back and buy space for this Varus. I saw the Lulu hover. I wasn't sure if we were going to end up seeing something like the on-hit Varus. Looks like it could still be poked with the composition they have, but Ambessa, as you say, for Oscarinin in that top side.
Something I've seen from Oscarinin over the last few weeks, and most of summer actually, is an evolution as a player. It seems like he did talk about it in an interview as well. First couple of splits, Fnatic weren't really playing around him, and he really struggled to have the impact he'd like. Here you can see Fnatic actually putting a little bit more impetus in Oscar's pocket. The question is it going to be 1v1 impetus? Is he going to have to be playing just into the Cassante and trying to win that matchup by himself? Or is Razork actually going to go up towards that top side and we'll see him actually trying to get this Ambessa ahead? Because if the Ambessa's ahead, the ability to get on that backline is so much more superior to if that Ambessa can't dive in by herself.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Razork pivot a bit away from bot lane this game, because it's so difficult to try to gank this Braum Varus, and if Yike ever matches, they're going to get destroyed in the 3v3.
And that's what we got to see in their series against Giant X. Not a huge amount of focus towards the top lane, still a lot of action bot lane, but certainly more towards Oscarinin. And as you say, if this Ambessa can get rolling, it is such a good matchup. And kind of across the board, you're seeing like strength in a lot of those duos, right? When you're looking at how strong that mid jungle can be for both KC and Fnatic, and even looking at the bottom side as well, I think this is where it really is going to come down to kind of getting that first jump, trying to get that first playoff and snowball this game in your favor.
Yeah, I think both teams are really happy with the compositions they ended up with. We'll just see who can execute better.
That we will. The player sitting atop the mountain that has been built here in Madrid for them, with a world's spot on the line. Fnatic attending 11 of the last 13 worlds, have only missed it twice in their history. KC coming off a bad 2024, winning Winter, and since then never reaching to the glory they found at the start of the year. This is their chance to prove they belong amongst the big dogs in Europe, the big dogs in Europe's history, the teams that have got to represent us on that stage at Worlds.
I mean, for Fnatic, this would be their 9th consecutive Worlds appearance in a row if they can take down KC. But for KC, Elaine, they represented us at first stand. They got to the finals of that international tournament.
Yeah.
And they have not yet made it to a world championship. It would be incredible to see KC start to continue what has already been a very strong 2025 for them on the international stage.
I think it would be such a shame for me, to be honest, especially Kalist and Vladdy. They came into the year on such a high level, and just the fact that they haven't really found their footing after Winter. Like in spring, we saw that Vladdy was going for the second type of champion pool. It felt like this team had even more potential than in Winter, and then they just crumbled, and it feels like this is really it. Can they do it?
And Targum has talked about it in an interview with Hotspot. He was like, look, we felt like we needed to change things. We needed to find a new identity because we went to internationals and it turns out what we had don't work at that level. So I think they needed to try and explore their options, see what they could do. And now they've got to a point where it's all or nothing. You have to find and make all those pieces come together on this stage. And you've only got 5 games to try and do so.
Or maybe even 3.
True.
It could just be a quick 3-0. We've seen it before. We've seen KC and Fnatic meet up in this very game. Back in spring, it was KC who took the victory then losing to MKOI in the series on the next day. We have a short delay on the stage. All of this pomp, all of this circumstance, all of this excitement that we've built up has to hold on for just a second. We'll find out exactly what's going on as we get there. But I just want to echo your point, Jack. I think there are a lot of people, a lot of KC fans in particular, who will come into this and say, anything but Worlds is a disappointment. And I echo that. I feel that too, but it is really tough for them when you look at the fact last year they were a 10th place team.
Yeah.
Like, it's such an evolution of expectation for this Carmine Corp roster. For Fnatic, the expectation over the last 7 years, ever since we were here in Madrid, has been that they can take a title, and they have fallen short time after time. Today is the day to prove for them that they are still a Worlds caliber team. The next 2 days are the chance for them to prove they have evolved into the team they want to be.
And it's definitely very interesting, because if you think about it in terms of like Vladdy, nearly a rookie, Kalist, a rookie, if 2 rookies come into a team and they make it to top 4, you would be really happy with that.
Yeah.
But it's just the expectation they set in Winter where they're not going to be top 4. They're going to be the best, and they haven't been meeting that.
On the opposite side, there's a player who's going to be a mixed bag if he ends up sending them home. Upset, talking in an interview saying, look, it hasn't been the... Like, he loves his time on KC. He's friends with so many of the people that are on this team, and he was part of that roster that couldn't find its way to Worlds. Now he's sitting on a stage where he could be the one sending former teammates and friends home and moving himself on. So I think there's a huge amount between both of these teams. And I'm just heartbroken that we got a delay. I want to get into this game so bad.
We wanted to start as much as you guys do. As I said, as soon as we find out exactly what's causing the delay, we will let you know. I did see a lobby perhaps being remade, so there may have been something wrong with runes, may have been something wrong with just how the lobby was set up. We'll get into the action as soon as possible. But what a stage that we have set up here. It's incredible credit to the production crew, to the crew here in Madrid, to the LVP as well, who are supporting us through the entire thing. It is amazing to be back in Spain. We did obviously come for the roadshow, and that was amazing too, but some of us were in the Euphoria set, and some of us were here at the venue. So it's just, there is a certain joy I find when you get to experience the passion you have for a game with 10,000 people in the crowd who are also experiencing every moment, every heartbreak just as much as you are. We're going to have a short break before we get into the action. We're going to hand it back over to the analyst desk, but hopefully this is all resolved rapido.
It's fine. We're here. We have a lot of things to say anyway here. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? You can hear me. That's great.
I don't hear
Can we talk
anything.
about the draft maybe first?
What?
I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything. I don't hear you.
Yeah, I mean...
There. Did you guys hear me?
No.
Now I do. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Sorry. But yeah, the vibes are here. We're vibing. The crowd is vibing as well.
Are the players vibing?
Yeah?
Are the players vibing? Because usually, honestly, if it's game one and a pause starts like that and you're, all the tension from before the game and you sit down on the stage and you're like, okay, boys, let's play some League of Legends, and it's a pause, man, those are the longest minutes of your life.
You have experienced that before?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yeah? What do you feel in these moments
He's been playing for 100 years, of course.
I mean,
at least
maybe he
once or
has.
twice.
Yeah. Everything that's happened in League of Legends or I'm seen it.
I'm just gonna say, my longest pause, it was an IEM, and I was sat on that chair for an hour and a half.
Oh my god.
And I was
the
not
good
allowed to
old
speak.
IEM days,
Yeah. But honestly...
Hey, but look at the crowd. We already have the wave going around the arena. The vibes are electric. The energy's good.
They
We've
need to
got
keep that
cheers.
going.
We've got boos as well.
I love this.
I mean, it definitely feels like that there is some aggression directed towards some of the KC players. But you know what? I think that it's already setting up for a fantastic game one. Hopefully we can get into game very soon, but let's talk a little bit about the draft, because it feels like things are going exactly as we expected, with a very dive bot-centric comp from Fnatic and a lot more controlled team fighting from KC.
And we're on a new patch. So is that the expectations that you had for the new patch we have, GB, and also the teams, the way they've been playing?
I mean, with the champions I'm seeing, yes, there are certain champions I'm expecting to see less of. As you can see here, there's been no Annie ban, and that had just gone through the entire draft. So from that perspective, yes.
Talia
Another
as well.
pick, Talia, exactly. Another pick I'm currently looking at is actually the Varus. Kalist has not played this champion since spring, actually. It's something that they're finally bringing out now, trying to go back to, well, whatever playstyle they might have gone working back then. But on Upset side as well, we go back to the champions we were talking about earlier today. Upset favoring the champions with agency. He's got a draft around him as well that can facilitate said agency. You go in with Wukong, you got Mbessa, you got Alistar. Everything's aligned. It's very clear what Fnatic wants to do.
Exactly, and on the side of KC, even though it's a little bit more passive, it does feel like they got what they want because the lanes are still incredibly strong.
Before we go back into that, I just want to say that the client side issue is that we're remaking Champ Select for now. The picks and ban have been retained. Players were not affected during the Champ Select, and the game hasn't started yet. And therefore, there is no game impact. So we're going to have this draft fresh off the drafting phase, actually, and on the Rift. We're looking at dives here, maybe, on the side of Fnatic.
Ultimately, I think that these drafts fit very much within expectations. So far, I feel like that the patch hasn't really had significant impact. Casey's game plan, especially with the Braum pick, to me suggested they were saying, all right, we're ready for the dive. We need to make sure that both our AD and mid lane are well protected. And as long as they can survive that initial burst, in the extended fight, they should have the advantage. I'm very curious what direction Kalist will go, whether it's on hit or poke. I do feel like on hit may perhaps be the better play, considering how many threats are going to be thrown at him. But I think a lot of eyes need to be on Razork and Oscar in this game because their ability to find flanks is going to be crucial. And we talked about vibes, right? We joked about it, but these are the two players that I often look at as being inconsistent in their performance for Fnatic. And in the environment that they're in, we really need to keep a close eye on them. Will this arena help them or hamper them in their ability to find flanks and put pressure onto Kalist and Vladdy?
And to further double down, I thought, as Vedi said, it's especially important for them to step up because when I'm looking at the rest of the draft from Fnatic, sure, I love it. You know, the identity is there. You want to dive in, you want to find the backline, you want to assassinate it. But how does the laning phase go? Laning phase won't go that great from the side of Fnatic. It really feels like KC has all the answers for them to go up to this mid-game and be even, and that's a lot harder for Fnatic to execute it. That's why it's so much more important for Oscar to step up.
I mean, that's also where I'm looking at Vladdy. You know, we used to say that he was the best at control mages. When he came back in spring, then he was on the Akali, the Silas. We kind of forgot he was this good on control mages. Going up in a matchup where you're so favored by Orianna, you're going to have push. You're going to be able to help skirmish with Sensao. You're going to be the one that can make the map movement first. This is where I'm looking at Vladdy. This is where I want to see this redemption mark. This is where I'm looking at a man who's been doubted, who's got an opportunity to redeem himself and play through Yike, play through the skirmishing and getting the ball ahead early, something that KC historically haven't been too good at doing, but something they have an avenue of doing against Fnatic this game.
And so you're getting the feeling from the arena. We have the shot of the blue wall. The KC faithful have come out strong, but the crowd sentiment is not on their side.
No,
we are definitely in a Fnatic favored audience right now.
Honestly, I love it because shout out to KC. They're getting a taste at their own medicine here because every event in France, KC events, or even when we had the roadshow, GB, you were there.
Yeah, I was going to say two things. One thing, keep pounding the camera back and forth. I want to hear the crowd go wild the entire time. But second off as well, this has been the year where I truly believe in home field advantage in League of Legends. And this is something where before I was like, it wasn't too nationally ingrained. It is now. And I think having been to both France and Spain for the roadshow this year, you can see how it affected the teams. MKOI had a crazy performance, even GX as well, when they had the crowd behind their back in Spain. And the same for KC as well when they were playing in France.
But see, you say that about the home field advantage, but then I look at KC, and I look at Kalist, I look at Targamas, and I look at Vladdy. These guys are one of the most cockiest players that I ever played with, or like I met. So for them, they're so fueled by just making this crowd just shut the hell up because you know how big of a satisfaction as a player you get to be in front of this crowd and then all of a sudden from the beginning to the end of the day they're completely opposite. Man, it's one of the best feelings ever.
You want to shut them down, you want to shut them up. I mean, you would know actually, because I feel like the interview you gave once you won your title, you were not even happy about winning. The first thing you said was shutting up the haters. I think they're looking at this today.
I mean, yeah, it's just so easy if you have the right personality to fuel off of that. You know, maybe some of the teams would crumble, but I look at the mix of KC and I strongly believe that this sort of home field advantage doesn't really do much. But on the side of Fnatic, it boosts them because they have been having, let's say, some sort of confidence issues. I would say, oh my god, the Alistar is back.
Yeah,
I see him every event. I love him. But anyway, back to Fnatic. It's so easy to get stuck in your own head, and that's when the home field advantage helps you because it gives you the oomph, the boost that you need to, you know, get the game and go to the early mid game and clutch it out.
But let's bring it back to the game for a second, because of course these are all variables that are naturally hard to predict.
It was variables you were relying on.
Yeah, I do rely on them. But we have to kind of focus in on what's on paper right now. And something that Odoamne mentioned that I think is very important is this early laning phase. Ideally, if we can, production, bring up some earlier stats that we showed from the year, the traditional playstyles that we saw from KC and Fnatic. Because KC this year is very good at building early leads. Razork is so good at leveraging his strong laners to build early game leads for his team. But they don't have those strong laners like they traditionally do.
Exactly, because now I'm looking at the dynamic between these two team comps, and I'm looking at for whom the burden of execution is higher, and it's definitely on Fnatic's side. And that's why I think it's going to be easier for KC, because you need to create some magic as Fnatic in the early game, because you don't have this traditional, you know, everyone is winning, we're going to rock up to mid game, we have the tools to win. No, we have the tools to win, but early game is going to be rough. So that's why, for example, for KC's playstyle, it makes a lot more sense to go into the mid game even and then just be totally fine.
That's where I'm wondering how it's going to work for Fnatic, because not a lot of agency in the laning phase, but you still have a composition that wants to dive. Are you going to be able to find those dive opportunities if the early game doesn't go that well?
I mean, you're going to have to, and you will. Like, there'll be an objective, there'll be a fight where they will rock up, and yeah, maybe they're too far behind, maybe, but they'll lose. But that's where mechanics will come into play as well, because you have a draft that can facilitate one good pick can turn into a good fight, even at a deficit.
And exactly, and I'm looking at these skirmishes or the way it would happen around the objectives. I'm not looking at traditional laning phase, I'm looking at lane swaps, where Oscar will roam from the top lane, because he will get the prio and look to impact the map from the early stages of the game, because I don't think in traditional laning phase you're going to be able to get a lot of leads as Fnatic.
No, but this is also the sort of draft where I want to see KC have leveled up. Betty, you were talking about the stats, the combined kills we saw earlier as well in our ready check. For KC, it's very low. It's 2 at 14 minutes, right? 2.4, something like that. This is a draft where you would like that to be a bit higher, because you get to dictate it, because you get to push out lanes, you get to push Razork out of his own jungle, something that Fnatic is very reliant on, having Razork as a stable man that can back up the lanes. You swap him out of the puzzle, suddenly that's a lot harder for Fnatic.
This is a draft that gives you a lot of recovery as well for KC. Going into the later stages of the game, you have a lot of tools to make this teamfight work.
Absolutely, and I think that these level 6s are going to be crucial for Fnatic specifically, because when we think about Wukong as a champion, he's not someone that has the best early game setups. He's someone that works well with the tools that he has once he gets those levels. And this is the combo that Fnatic is going to need to find. Whereas KC's whole game plan is very much like, we're going to deny you that combo and we're going to rely on our individual talents. And I only think back to 2 weeks ago when I was on the desk with Odo Omne, and one of the big credits that he gave to KC was their traditionally solid laning phase. While we haven't consistently seen it with a champion like this, I'm expecting them to have it today.
What are we looking for in the early game here? We said that it was all eyes on jungle. Who do we think is going to strike her? Who we think is going to have the most space to get things going in the early game?
I'm not known to back down for predictions, so I'm still going with KC.
Still going with KC. We are going back in game right now. Let's see how the early game goes for Fnatic, and let's see if KC can find those team fights to clutch that game. Casters, over to you finally for game 1.
Thank you so much to the analyst desk. Great breakdown of how these drafts are going to interact with each other as we get onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of this best of 5. Early game prio lanes is what it feels like it's all about here. Yike so good at playing when his lanes get ahead.
Yeah, I think KC here, they have a fantastic draft for the early game. They have a winning mid, winning bot. I think Kana will just be chilling on this Cassante. But the question I ask is really, how can Kalist and Targamas show up against Upset and Mickey in a winning matchup? And how can Yike play around that to either get an individual lead or a lead for his bot lane?
I was seeing Kalist opting in towards the on-hit build, so a lot of focus is going to be on him to be that consistent DPS as this game goes on, and look at that Fnatic side, but here we go.
Oscar in and caught out there, was waiting in a bush. Will it take some damage from Kana and from Yike? It's not going to be too much. Oscar in, if he does level a skill, can just dash away, as used it earlier on. Kana gets him down to about 300 HP. Not going to be the easiest early laning phase here for Oscar, because not only does he have to be worried about Kana with that Q3, there's always the possibility Yike looks for an early gank towards that top lane to burn a flash.
Yeah, and Xin Zhao being so much stronger than the Wukong in this early game just means that all the laners of Fnatic have to play a little bit more reserved, a little bit more scared, as already KC here getting some good trades in the bot side.
You can see both of the AD carries the key focus for these bot lanes. Chip them away, get as much damage down on them as possible. Mickey does have that triumphant roar to heal up a little bit after 7 minions are killed in the lane, but Kalist and Targamas currently have control of the wave state, which means they will hit that level 2 first.
But a relatively decent first level here from Fnatic's bot lane, as they're going to be... Oh, Kana might be in trouble.
That's the Q3, but he might just be dead. He's going to hold the flash. Oscar needs another... Oh! He flashes over it, but Kana can flash away. Oscar on the chase. What cooldowns does he have? Not enough's the answer. Flash for flash in top lane.
Huge trades in the top side. It looks like Oscar Ridden living off the crowd a little bit here. Not quite able to get the kill. but certainly stamping control on this top side.
And during all of that, it's Kana who ends up bleeding a lot of minions, as now Oscar TP's back, and you see it's 7 to 7 minions, but Oscar's gonna catch a huge wave here. And brilliant early game from Oscar.
Also sets up for a perfect freeze. You can see Kana had to go ward because Razor cleared towards this top side, so Kana needs to get this wave shoved in, or else he's in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, with no flash, it's a lot of threat, even with this ward. If Razor just walks up, then Kana has to drop minions.
Razor here on his home stage in Madrid. Oscar, just that little kid from Catalonia, proving that he can punch with the best. One of the best top laners in our league is Kana. Razor's on his way. Kana has no flash, but dashes and gets himself to relative safety.
The thing is though, Oscar still just has so much control of the wave. Just the fact that you get to show your face is all that you really need to do here. So for Fnatic, that's kind of put a little bit of control on that top lane. And now we get to see what Razor has in store, because he now needs to try and keep himself in check with Yike and make sure that Yike isn't actually interrupting the rest of those lanes on the map.
And Oscar in this game really feels so pivotal for Fnatic, as it's the one lane that they really can play through and really pressure KC on. And so far, Oscar is playing fantastically to that win condition.
We talked about his evolution over summer. I think Oscar has always been maligned as a top laner for Fnatic, seen as the weak link of the team. And I don't think he has yet stood out of that shadow, but I think he is taking steps to begin to show just what he can do in top.
Yeah, I mean, if you win against Kana, that's a pretty big step.
We got to see it on his picks like the Aurora, where he had a fantastic game. On the Rex side, he's starting to pick up some wins. So I think it really is starting to see maybe the tides turn in favor of him. Mickey not quite able to land the pulverize. But you can see once more Fnatic getting antsy once their junglers on their side of the map.
Look at the vision coming out from KC though, knowing that Razork was on the top side. If we actually just do a quick mini-map zoom here, you can see a couple of wards near the blue buff, near the wolf camp. Razork is going to be spotted through his entire reclear of his jungle.
Yeah, really good vision setup here from KC's bot lane. Makes it really easy for not just them to play, but the entire map of KC. As you can play so much more aggressive, adds KC here.
Yeah, they're going to pop the heal. They get the Winter Spite onto Upset. Mickey with the headbutt back will use their own heal. Takes a piercing arrow through his back, but he'll be okay. Wave not in a good spot at all for Fnatic.
I'm curious if they're just trying to collapse that our top wave and then be able to reset and move people into the position that they want to. There's the reset from the 80 carries. Do they go for a lane swap here, or what's the plan? Doesn't look like it.
Looks like they just go back to the bot side as the wave is still slightly frozen. Targamas is going to look to stay here and hold it, as Mickey is trying to break the wave no matter what, but he can't quite do it.
He can't stay around any longer as well, because there's the risk that Yike just comes and ganks, right? With concussive blows from the Braum, if you're on vision, it's going to be so tricky for that Alistair to escape the situation. They will go on to Targamas, get the knockup, look for the trample stun here as well. They'll land that.
Yike is here.
From Targamas. He can just back to Yike. Didn't use the stand beside me, jumps back onto Upset, who's just come back into the lane and has already lost half of his HP.
It's a complete disaster for Fnatic. The wave is frozen and they come back to it just to get chunked and recalled again. Now Kalist can start to slow push this wave, and it's already a 9 CS lead at 6 minutes, and that's just going to keep growing as Kalist keeps staying ahead in tempo.
And that's why I was kind of surprised to see Mickey stick around for so long. He's not running the Unsealed Spellbook, so when you look at Targamas, he's able to swap to the TP, he now moves in towards mid lane, and is going to be able to link up with Yike, whereas Mickey, he's got to plot his way along through that mid lane and try and catch up.
Razork does land the smite on the Scuttle Crab there. You could see KC reacting to the fact that they had spent a lot of time around that bot side, realizing where's Razork going to go? Well, he's pathing to top, likely to look for a gank on Kana, who was one level behind the Oscar Rinnin at that point.
I think that's the one nice thing there, that Upset and Mickey bought for Razork was that little bit of time wasted from Yike. So therefore Razork now has a slight lead in the jungle, which is especially nice when you're playing a champion like the Wukong. Really just want to get to that level 6, and he's already nearly there.
Yeah, especially with the Dragon on the bottom side, you got options here for Fnatic. Could end up moving over towards that objective and net themselves that first Dragon of the game, or with a minute until that Rift Herald, maybe with the push on bot, they just want to try and reset and look for the Void Groups.
With the perfect information that we have, Dragon is a great play, because you can already see Kalist is pathing towards top side, so you know you're going to have a man advantage down towards this bottom side if you do go for that Drake. However, Fnatic don't know that until Kalist shows on this wave.
Well, it's also the fact that Upset is essentially a full level behind his counterpart in Kalist. Kalista is going to hit to that level 6, so I think just trying to avoid any sort of matchup against the enemy AD carry at this stage is your best bet. And at least Oscar Rinnan has a little bit of a buffer, as he did win out in the early stages. He's got a nice little CS lead for himself, so he might have to tank some of that in favor of Upset in a little bit.
I think even this game as Fnatic, the awkward thing though is that you really want to do Drake right now as Razork, but you have all your top camp spawning. So if you do decide to go for that Drake, then Yike can just invade your top side with the top prio, and suddenly he falls so far behind. So he's kind of left in this checkmate here where he's forced to clear top side, and now Upset is laning against Kana, but Fnatic are not going to get an advantage on any lane.
Yeah, Kana will be really happy about this as well, was losing that 1v1 in the top lane. Now Oscar Rinnan has to deal not only with the piercing arrows, the long-range damage that comes out from the Varus, but whenever he gets close, you've got concussive blows immediately ready to proc on you. You need to be dashing in and out. We're going to play around the grubs right now. Mickey does have a good flank position. Smite comes out from Yike to secure that first grub. Fnatic backing away from it for now. Oscar Rinnan starting to poke his nose down towards the river. Second grub will go over to KC, who continue to control the river. Fnatic are still looking for this fight, but with the recall coming out from Mickey, they just give up all 3 grubs.
Yeah, you can see the push on bottom lane meant that Kana was able to roam up towards that mid lane.
List headbutted across the wall. Looking for the pulverize here from Mickey. Is Razork going to flash forward? Has the Cyclone. It's a Tempest for Kalist, but the heal comes out and uses the barrier. Piercing arrow through Razork. They dive back in. The heroes enter from Bobby, trying to save the fight, but he's interrupted. Yike goes low. Oscar takes him. Mickey trying to 1v1 the enemy AD carry. Being just under his knees. The public execution is delayed. Oscar Rinnan can't find his mark.
Oscar holds the public execution for too long, and Kalist gets out with 2 kills for KC.
Centimeters, millimeters separated Oscar Rinnan from that play, but KC are able to turn it back. And it starts with a nice play here from Mickey's thinking, hey, we can isolate Kalist. Razork flashing over to guarantee that he can get into range, but with Yike in the area able to come up, and Oscar Rinnan not quite able to get into range fast enough thanks to that knockback from the Zinzao ultimate. It means that then they're able to escape.
But Oscar Rinnan holds his ulti here for so long, he decides to instead kill Yike first, which leads to him being a little bit too late.
Very, very good. Keep it up.
And KC are happy. I think Oscar is not happy, although I couldn't really hear him.
It's a game of inches. It's a game of millimeters in a case like this, and Oscar just short. And if you got that kill, imagine.
I think Mickey would have survived.
Mickey survived.
Really changes the whole outcome.
It really does. You probably get to set up around the Dragon first. You also get about a 700 gold lead on your Ambessa, who is one of your key points for this composition to work.
But it also means that Oscar Rinnan, that level advantage starting to diminish for him. He doesn't really have as much control as he did in that top side. Blade of the Rune King, very close to being completed for Kalist, and he's just getting so much help from KC. Everyone on this bottom side looking for a potential dive.
It's again KC that have way better lane assignments, as Targamas gets pretty chunked, but it's still a huge advantage for KC as they keep racking on these plates, and it's Kana just chilling 1v1 against Upset without Oscar being really able to extend this lead whatsoever.
Okay, let's take a breath, let's take a moment, let's evaluate what's happened so far. We're 11 minutes into the game, and we knew KC had the lanes that on paper should be winning. Have they been? Top lane has gone towards Oscar Rinnan with that great freeze early game. Bot lane has gone very handily towards Kalist and Targamas. Mid and jungle relatively even, 100, 200 gold here or there. This is kind of what we expected when we were in the draft. I think the question is, can Fnatic begin soon to turn the tides in their favor?
I think it was because Fnatic had kept it so much within touching distance and then over-forced plays, which then gave KC those angles to come back into it. Now, you can look at the top of your screen and see, hey, it's only a 600 gold lead. It's not a massive amount. It is not insurmountable for Fnatic. It's just that you're giving a lot of control to KC in these early stages when it comes specifically towards objectives.
Yeah, for me the worry isn't so much about the gold lead. It's about when you're able to get both Dragon and 3 grubs in the early game. It just speaks volumes how much control you have all over the map. And it's really hard for Fnatic to leverage that control back if they don't get back up in tempo and they can actually have the lane assignments that they need, because I'm just seeing Oscar laning 1v2 repeatedly, and maybe now with Kalist being forced to base here, Oscar can push out, Upset can base, they can finally get the lane assignments they want.
Oscar into Kana is what Fnatic want, and not something we really would have expected coming into this series. Kana, the golden boy of KC in many ways. This guy so consistently getting leads in that top lane. Oscar struggling to do the same for his team, partly because the team hasn't played around him too much, but also partly because when it does come down to those minutiae, those tiny things that really affect the game, sometimes he just misses out.
Yeah, I mean, Kana is a monster, but in this game, he's really been punished by Oscar, and I think now with Kalist basing, Oscar got another 2 plates. He finally got that 700 gold lead you were talking about earlier, Medic, and Upset is actually silently kind of coming back into this game. It's only a 6 CS lead. Now Mickey goes in on Targamas.
Targamas does have 6 heroes. Entrance coming down as well. The Glacial Fisher won't do anything. A schism in KC as Targamas is split from the team and Fnatic pounce.
Great pick from Fnatic, and this was something that we saw from KC in their series against Vitality, where Vitality were just finding these moments where Targamas separated himself a little bit too much for the team, and they were able to punish, and now Fnatic with Mickey are able to find that pick once more.
And you can see the power of the Galio. He's always able to move first and support the team, and despite the language barrier, it doesn't matter. He just pressed the ulti and he's there very fast. Muy rápido.
Muy rápido indeed. As we see Yike actually stepping around here, but he doesn't realize he's surrounded! Yike, there were 3 people who are preying on your demise. He survived so long, shielded as well by Kana! KC collapsed perfectly. The TP behind by Cody as he looks for a bit more time. A 3-man corner for diving in, that's 2 down! KC lose 2, Kana trying to escape, goes all out, dives back on the Upset, but he's knocked in the air and taken out! A double for Oscar in Madrid!
And just like that, Fnatic punched back against KC. It looked dire, but Upset comes in, and with the help of his team, turns it back around.
And Fnatic are willing to pull the trigger and then double down on it. Even after Razor dies, Upset says, no, we keep fighting. Poby TP's in, they're able to clean it up, and finally, some life of air for Fnatic here in the series.
And I think you've hit it there, nail on the head, Jack. It's the fact that Fnatic are still willing to go for these plays. The first time around it doesn't work out, but they are constantly fishing for picks, for plays, bringing multiple members to these fights, and just like that, now swinging the gold lead in their favor. Fnatic looking to keep the pressure onto KC.
Yeah, and I feel like you have to give so much credit to Mickey, because he's a player that's just always willing to go in. He doesn't care if he dies. Very like Hylissang-esque, just without so much int, and just the consistency is there, and it's such a pleasure to watch when he's on point.
There have been many times across his career that Mickey has had as much into Hylissang. At the moment, it's not one of those cases. He is a stalwart of European League of Legends, so often seen as the best support in the league. Over 2025, I think he has fallen down from that a smidge, only because of players like Alvaro who have begun to take that spot. Targamas challenging for it at times as well. KC, though, will use this tempo opportunity to take their 3rd objective of the game. Public execution!
Oh my God!
Oscar in! He's taking names!
He said he was going to do a bomba, and that's what he's doing. 4-0 on the M-Pesa. He's taking over.
And now it's Razor who can move down on towards this bottom side of the map as well if he wants to. Kana might be a little overextended. KC, we're setting up for that dive on the top side. Mickey was just looking to cover, and Oscar Rinnan stands up and is going to get so much off the back of this.
Well, the question for KC is a question we asked for Fnatic only 5 minutes ago. It was, can Fnatic begin to rein the game back into their control? Now you look on the other side and it's, can Carmine Corp stop this bleeding? They're 1.3k behind. They've lost their first neutral objective of the game in that dragon that Fnatic just took. And Fnatic have a composition designed to die. If you're KC, you need to survive through that initial punch. You need to survive the first haymaker. The question is, can they do so?
I mean, if Fnatic could pull this off, it instills so much confidence into them, because they're winning with Oscar Rinnan being the main carry. This was a team that felt like if Upset wasn't ahead, if he wasn't the one leading the team, they couldn't do anything. So now with Upset having more of a passive role, just being that follow-up, if they can win like that, suddenly this team has so much more potential.
Yeah, there are still tools for KC to, again, find their way back into this game. Rift Herald in the pocket of Yike. He can try and use that to crack open some towers, get some much needed resources, especially into people like Calist. And while Oscarinen did have that good play against Vladdy, you're still having this Orianna getting into a decent spot, and she's gone for a pretty tanky build. So the ability for Fnatic to kind of go for that one-shot dive potential isn't going to be as easy on towards the Orianna. So I think for KC, moments like this where Vladdy can get some alone time with the tower still, thanks to the control KC have on the top side, will help them get some gold into the carriers.
Yeah, it's important to note that KC's mid and bot lane are still quite far ahead, and that their overall team comp is really, really great at receiving this initial engage from Fnatic. But what we need to see from KC is that they're the ones that are holding the vision first, so that's much easier and they don't get caught off guard, because if one member gets caught out, they're dead just like that.
And I think that member is going to be Calist. I think there is just a bounty on his head every single team fight here. It is flashes from Mickey. It is whatever this monkey can do with that pole to try and get into position of this AD carry. Everything is going to be looking for the Frenchman's head.
And we have seen two iterations of Calist, I feel like. One Calist that is so good at playing on that knife's edge, baiting out all the cooldowns, and just making a composition like Fnatic's so difficult to play. But then we've also seen Calist that's way too cocky, way too overeager, and he's just the first person to die in a team fight. So we really need to see the best version of him today if he's going to be the one to show up and carry this game.
He's where the damage comes from. If Oscar is the protagonist for this crowd here in Madrid, Calist is the villain. He is the guy that they do not want to see surviving for more than a nanosecond in all of these fights. Fnatic getting control of the bot side, they'll take that bot tier 1. They also have Povey pushing in the top side to get more pressure on the map.
And that's the thing, KC look a little scared, if I'm going to be honest, lads. They end up over-indexing onto that bottom side to think, hang on, we need 4 members to defend. There's too many KC members on the bottom side. Povey pushes in top. You get the push in mid from Upset. These free resets with a minute 30 now until that Dragon. I think KC are starting to feel the pressure a little bit from Fnatic themselves.
And are you going to feel pressure when you're playing against Fnatic and you're looking to qualify for Worlds? Because this team doesn't miss. 12 of 14 possible Worlds appearances over the last few years. They missed it in 2013 and in 2016. Those are the 2 times that they haven't managed to make it. The question is, can they do that? Can they continue that streak? Or will KC, claiming their first ever spot at Worlds, be the ones to deny them?
Yeah, Fnatic's just such an incredible historic org. And I think there's really 2 main problems that KC are facing. One is that wherever Oscar goes, it feels like they just need to concede. But the second is that when you're playing this sort of composition that's great at receiving engage, it typically lacks that much hard engage of its own. It's hard for KC now to be the ones to find that pick and find someone off guard because they don't have those tools available.
And I think Fnatic have identified that well, where instead of going for these big all-out engages, they're kind of playing this hit-and-run warfare, trying to get these towers, trying to pick away little bits of damage, seeing what they can do. But now KC, this is what we were talking about, the ability to use this Rift Herald, find their timing window on the map. And with 20 seconds until the Dragon now, Fnatic will have time to rally, but it's KC who can get control over mid and try and get into river first.
We can see how KC feel that they're so forced to group here. Kana even dropping all of this top wave. He's going to be able to catch a little bit of it, but now it's actually Oscarinen going to be able to keep pushing him in, always have moved towards this mid lane, and it's going to be so difficult for KC to ever contest this Dragon.
Yeah, you see how hard it is. They're being gated off ever entering through this bot side river. Just to correct myself, it was 2012, the Worlds that Fnatic missed, not 2013, as they start up the Dragon here. Will only be their second of the game. If you're KC, I think you just accept it.
Yeah.
Who cares? We're still 10 minutes away from a soul. It will be an Ocean Soul for Fnatic, which, when you're playing a one-punch comp like this, doesn't matter as much.
And let's be real, it hasn't been Dragons that have been the kryptonite of Fnatic. It's been the Attica. So there is still where Fnatic have to overcome some hurdles to show that they really have kind of grown up over the course of the last couple of weeks. Because that has been the objective that I am keenly keeping my eyes on coming into this one.
Yeah, and we got a little pause, unfortunately. But it's 2 items across the board for KC's carries here. Definitely a good choice to drop that Dragon, as now they're much, much stronger. Hopefully this pause won't be too long.
I think the important thing when we look at those 2 items is the Orianna has Seraph's Rod of Ages, not high damage. They are survivability and she will survive a long time, but it doesn't give you a huge amount of DPS. And the Varus has Ginsu's Blade of the Ruin King, which is good damage if you can ramp up a little bit.
Yeah.
If you don't have actual time to get those auto attacks down, you just die before you can actually put too much damage down. The piercing arrows will still do work, but it's not going to be as powerful as something like a Spear Eclipse that we see on Oscarinin.
I think it's also just for guys like Kana, trying to protect Kalist in these fights is so difficult. There are so many bloody threats on Fnatic to try and keep off him. Like, Oscarinen's now in a great spot. The Triforce on the Wukong. Upset being able to shotgun himself into the back line. Trying to deal with all of these threats is going to be difficult. And sure, you'll have Targamas to try and help out, but as you say, I think for KC, protecting the President might be a bit difficult.
Yeah, and I think it really depends if Oscar can get this third item. If he can get that Death Stance, I believe he's building into, I mean, it's so difficult to kill him, especially as you pointed out, Medic, with Vladdy going this kind of low damage, magic damage build. It's a lot of physical damage on the side of KC, so once he has that armor completed, it's hard for me to picture a fight that Fnatic lose unless a big misplay happens.
The only thing I'm really looking for Oscar is it more valuable to get your Mercury Treads first and then finish the Death Dance for that little bit more tenacity when you dive in? Because you know you're going to be CC'd, you know the Braum's going to be sitting there. Do you need to get out of that stun a little bit quicker, or is Death Dance just too much of a power spike for what is still a fight that's probably a while away? We don't usually see Atakan started before we have a Drake next to it, so you can do both in one fell swoop.
I think in my mind, the way the fights will end up playing out is that Oscarinin ends up getting stunned as the entirety of KC is running away from Hobie following it up, right? So I think things like the Death Dance, when he's going to be taking a lot of fire over the top of it, is probably going to be more valuable as he's able to just have Hobie to keep him alive as everyone's retreating away in the stun. So maybe that can be enough, but either way, I think Fnatic have been doing a good job of playing out these side lanes. Like, I think this has actually been the most impressive part, is that Fnatic aren't, you know, over-indexing into certain plays. They're letting Oscarinin be strong in the side lane with Hobie, using Mickey as this connector with Razork to just lend them that strength. And KC have been forced to over-index into these side lanes to try and keep them safe, which is opening up Fnatic to get more control of them.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, Rob, that you might see KC constantly grouping and feel like it's a mistake. You see Kana now opening up towards his team, but it's because Fnatic are playing in such a way that they're kind of forced to do this if they want any semblance of control. Because now, when Oscar finally pushes out this top side here, then Kana is going to be forced to catch that, and then Fnatic will get full control. So if KC don't use this opportunity that they have before Oscar is pushed out, they don't get any semblance of control. But they're just full sending it, and they already started out like that.
Wow, they're doing it really quickly as well. Kalist damage absolutely off the charts here on the Atakan. He's currently soloing it. It's a little bit of vision for Fnatic just outside of the pit. Mickey stepping forward, takes a chunk from Vladdy. Oscarinin going back, probably has that Death Dance, going to TP down towards the bottom side. Fnatic are looking for the fight as KC begin to retreat. Kalista half HP, flash away from Vladdy. Mickey's engaged, doesn't quite hit the mark, and now Mickey needs to run. Flashes himself, shockwave down. A huge ultimate be down as Oscarinin has to dash away. The engage from Razor. He finds all of Carmine Corp, and the walls come tumbling down around them. Already they've lost Targamas, they have to retreat. No flash on Kalist, no flash on Vladdy. Yaiku Kana might look for the steal. Oscarinin still trying to keep them at bay. Fnatic will claim the Atakan after an amazing engage from Razor.
And Razork in his home. He finds them all. He secures them, the Atakan. What a brilliant engage. I want to see it again.
Fnatic are coming alive in Madrid. And as you say, it was just perfect. Mickey ends up taking so much focus from Vladdy as the rest of KC trying to move down, but this buys Fnatic the space they need to come through. And Razork immediately, we called it onto Kalist, and that's exactly what Razork does. The follow-up from Hobie. Fnatic are able to hit onto everyone and buy the space they need to secure the Atakan.
And you talked about it, Medic. Kalist needs to ramp up in team fights. I think Kalist did. One auto attack there, maybe two. It's so difficult to play this Varus, and now you have to play the next 5 minutes without flash. It's a tough game for KC.
Both of their carries do not have the luxury of that summoner spell. They cannot just get themselves out of a precarious situation. And you look on the other side, Oscar has flash, Hobie has flash, Upset has flash. The ability to die for Fnatic, because they have so many tools to do it, is still very much there.
And you have a minute until Baron.
Yeah.
So both those flashes going to be down, and if Fnatic want to, they can try and set up for some of these objectives. But again, it's the sideline play, and Kana's overextended.
Yeah, Oscarinin is just going to chunk him out. Razor coming in as well for that extra damage. Pathmaker in from Kana. Does have the flash and will use it to get away. The public institution chases him. Yike is here to try and respond. Redemption out. Kana trading in. The cyclone from Razor with TP coming in, as well as Hobie looks to join the fray. Oscarinin flashing forward onto Yike, but in the end, the fight will dematerialize.
A little bit disjointed there for Fnatic. Felt like Oscar didn't really want to go in at first and ends up using the public execution. They end up TPing Poby in. So a bit of a mistake there. They're going to now be forced to all recall, catch waves, and be a little bit behind in tempo. And crucially, Oscar in not having flash for this next team fight.
We will see if Fnatic do decide that they want to start up that Baron. It is their game. They are controlling it right now. KC still have tools in their toolkit. They have Pick with the Chain of Corruption. They have Yike who can dive in, Crescent Guard, and mitigate a huge amount of damage that comes out from Fnatic. But currently, that one punch, that haymaker we talked about from draft, is landing every single time for Fnatic.
I think starting Nash, though, is very risky for Fnatic. Because if you fail that one turn and KC can kite back, as Kana, I don't think an Alistar Galio can really kill this Cassante, even though he's not the strongest. But they are going to help Poby here push out a little bit, and in return, KC will get some vision up towards that Nash. As Razork helps Upset push in mid, and I really just think KC's are going to be forced to drop this Drake. Going to be hard to contest, still no flashes on Kalista and Vladdy.
Yeah, it feels like KC are basically trying to pull Fnatic into this Baron area and say, hang on, Dragon's in just a couple second time. Fnatic should be in a position for it, but maybe we can try and force them to double check this Dragon before it kicks off, and it's lending Vladdy space in this top half of the map. It looks like Fnatic not going to take the bait. Instead, they're going to make sure they do their due diligence, push out this mid wave, and now move over towards the objective.
And it's interesting because we have talked a lot through a Fnatic lens, because they've been in the lead. They are definitely in the advantage in this game. They control the pace. But if you take Oscar in and out of that, I look down and I see blue, 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 and a little bit of red at the bottom. If it is a 4v4 and Oscar in isn't with Fnatic, KC still have a real shot at winning these fights. They just need to find the moment where Oscar in isn't there.
There's a little blue wall for KC, but that red dot is hard to ignore in the top lane.
I think it's just also the execution for Fnatic is just so much easier, right? Like, we saw it there in the last engagement where Kalist went, I gotta peace out, I can't be a part of this at all. And as long as Fnatic can continue to do that with flashes on Razork, flashes on Mickey, it becomes very difficult for Kalist to play the game. And it's honestly something we saw in game number 1 from Vitality as well, where the Morgana was just putting pools down in front of Kalist with the Rileys and saying, right, try and play the game. You don't have any way of getting around this. And it feels like Fnatic have gone, okay, now we want to try and keep Kalist out of this game once more.
I do agree with you, Rob, but I also want to offer some opposition, because in that Vitality game, it was very easy for them to make Kalist's life miserable. They just kind of had to spam their spells, and he got slowed down and couldn't move. But in this game, if Oscar messes up, misses the ulti, Razork doesn't quite reach, gets ulted, there are things that could easily go wrong, in which case they don't get that follow-up, and they just collapse and fall under the pressure of Braum Sin Sol CCing them all.
That makes a lot of sense. The question is, will they manage to find that sort of fight? Will Carmine Corp actually be able to pull those tools out of Fnatic without getting caught themselves? Because we saw in the last fight, it looked a little bit like Oscar was caught around that other card. He was the one retreating, and then Razork used his tools to get onto that backline and really open up the battle. Feels like it's a game of vision, as it always is when you get to late game team fights in League of Legends. If Mickey can find a flank, if Razork can find a flank, the game gets infinitely harder for Carmine Corp.
And I think for Fnatic, they'd love to be able to try and take down this mid lane turret, but it's really been a thorn in their side. Kalist has been able to sit underneath it, very easily clear out the waves underneath the turret, and KC have done a good job protecting their flanks with the vision as Fnatic try and set it up.
Still no flash here. Kalista's moving, but he might find Razork.
Yeah, Razork's looking to the chase onto Kalist. Oscarvini does have that public execution, won't chase any further, doesn't have a flash of his own. Healing up a little bit as he just clears out the wave there. Kana unable really to bash heads with this Ambessa, who is so accelerated in this game.
And I want to add on to what you said, Rob, because it might feel weird that KC is still able to hold this mid tower, but it speaks to some of the weakness of Fnatic's comp. They have incredible all-in, engage, and follow-up, but they have very limited range. They have very limited siege. So if they're not able to actually find that one person out, it's hard for them to really progress this game other than through dragons.
And we're at that point where the game for Carmine Corp feels like it needs to progress. You have a Drake up in 2 minutes. There's a Baron available for you too. You're at 3 items on your AD carry, 3 items on Vladdy. Building that Lightning Jewel has it on his way to a little bit more penetration. But if you're KC and this is the game state for the next 2 minutes, you're then looking at Soul and Baron, and you don't really want to take that fight. Razork can just dash over the wall with his decoy. just vying over vision. Oscarinin left to his own devices in the bot lane. Kana had a small window there where he could walk up, but no longer can. Has to go and answer that wave that begins to crash on the bot tier 2.
And I'm so happy that we see Upset going for this AP Kai'Sa build. You can see now that it leverages him so much more opportunities with this blue buff. He can actually be the one poking KC out and actually applying so much pressure, and it just makes this champion go from very one-dimensional, only diving in, to actually being able to play from range, play it a little bit slow, and the scaling as well. Once Upset gets this 4th and, or 5th and 6th item, he's going to be completely unleashed.
Just a minute now until that dragon comes up, and it feels like the resets to start as they come through are just going to be tough. I mean, Poby now going to be able to finish off that Zhonya's Hourglass, making him incredibly potent on these dives. Follow up for the likes of Razork. It has to be protect the backline of KC. And with KC at least matching the resets, they should be able to get control over this mid wave, push out through that mid, move in towards this bot side river, and try and push Fnatic back, because the worst possible case for KC here is Fnatic having full control of this river.
Trying to walk into darkness, walk into fog of war when you are the team that needs to be slightly on the back foot when a fight begins is so tricky. Kalist realizing that he is enemy number 1, is building towards the Jack show here on the Varus, has the Terminus, which partners so well with it, that ability to get the extra resistances through stacking up those auto attacks. A Seekers for Upset could be pivotal in the next fight. Kana's the one to step in here. Poby's pushing through top. Someone's going to have to answer that wave. Targa, Vladdy, and Kana all have TPs, but I don't think it will be the Braum on wave clearing duty. It's going to be either Vladdy or Kana. TP coming out from Poby. The Drake has spawned. Fnatic might look to just get the mid lane prio, sacrifice a little bit of pressure around the Dragon to take that tier 1 that still stymies them, stops them from pushing as far as they'd like.
KC are aware that Razork is somewhere on this bottom side of the map because they spot him out with a ward, but they don't know exactly where he is. But
Oscar into Yike, that's a chunk. Oscar, public execution, stops the knockback, but now he's caught out. Targamas looking for the chase. Mickey with the heal to try and heal him up. Oscar still has the flash, but he's stunned. The Glacial Fisher follows him. And Vladdy finds his man, the Ocean Drake, secured by Fnatic. KC, Judas called for the Baron immediately. Target's going to base, but he still has that teleport.
And that's the thing, KC can still move over towards the objective with the ability to come back in towards the play. Fnatic now need to find a way into the pit. Razork has flash in Madrid. Can he be the hero for Fnatic here?
This is where the game will be decided, folks. As KC taking this Nash, let's see if Razork can do it.
Little bit of vision next to where Razork is, but none in that bush. Path maker from Kana finds 2. Poby and Mickey kept at bay. Razork trying to get into the pit, but they do not know how low this Baron currently is. Razork, the auto goes onto him. The knock-up as well, and Kana dives in. The Baron speaks French, it seems. Kana separates Razork from his ability to get into the Baron as KC secure the objective.
And the villain wasn't Kalist, it was Kana who denies Razork from entering the pit. He sacrifices his own life, and KC finally gets so much back in this game, but they're still up against an Ocean Soul.
And after praising Oscarinin so much in this game, it's a mistake from him that ends up costing Fnatic the most. He thought he could find that play onto Vladdy, but KC were in a better position. And now with that Baron, KC can do some serious damage to the standing gold on the map.
And the question is, can they? I think, right? Because you have 4 Baron buffs. You don't really have split push pressure. Your side lane threat isn't there. You are going to need to group up, but we already only have 2 minutes left on that Baron buff. And Fnatic have enough wave play to defend. So is it just a delay, or can we see KC actually using those Baron buffed minions to find some more pressure? There's no tier 1s for them to get. They need to start stepping further into Fnatic's side of the map, which is risky when you have the ability to re-engage from Fnatic.
I think it's difficult. You can see KC, they're trying to push out sides, but wherever they go, Oscar's in the opposite, pushing them in. And now Kana will be forced to catch this top wave, and it kind of just resets this whole tempo as Vladdy is too scared to try to push in bot. And I think this Nash, it buys them time, it buys them opportunity, but it doesn't give them anything more than that.
And now, at least it should be a little bit of time before any of these objectives spawn, but that's the TP behind.
they want to try and go for the play here. Vladdy looking for Oscar Innen.
Oscar Innen caught out a little bit here. Kalist beginning to collapse. Perfect execution on Targamas. Oscar Innen able to dash away, still has his flash. Uses the movement speed from the scuttle crab as well. And extricates himself from what could have been an eviscerating situation.
Still, I love the plays from KC, trying to find these moments where Fnatic are overextended. It was picks in the early game that got Fnatic into this position, and now it's KC who want to try and turn it back. 50 seconds on the Baron, though. It looks like this will be the last little push that KC can do.
I gotta say, Oscar imped a bit on the mid lane, but he redeemed himself with that one, because that was a beautiful escape from him, and I love the confidence he's playing with today. Even after a mistake, he's still willing to go deep, to push out, and to make plays like that. He feels like a different player today.
Take a breath, guys. I have a sneaking suspicion, an inkling of a feeling that we're going to be waiting about 2.5 minutes and we're going to have an Elder fight decide game one of this best of 5 with not only Worlds but Pride on the line. You can feel how much this means not only to the teams but also to the Blue Wall and the Fnatic Dragons sitting in those stands. A game one win when the crowd is such a motivating factor can really skew the way a series goes. It can really affect not only your personal motivation to win the series, but also just how it feels to get a kill, how it feels to win the next game, to take the battle back to your opponents.
And especially when it's such a close game, because you feel in a game like this that the better team will be the one to win. And when you're the one, if you lose this game as Fnatic, you have Soul, you have Oscar winning. There's so many reasons for you to doubt yourself coming into the next game. And the same for KC. They had a great laning phase. Kalist got strong. It's just hard. It's really hard when you lose a game like this to keep being confident. So it's a huge, huge game for whoever can take it.
The items are starting to come in across the board here. Fnatic, 2 Zhonyas on both carries, going to make them very difficult to try and deal with. But honestly, I'm starting to look at guys like Vladdy. If he can finish that Rabadon's death cap, that is going to be such a massive upgrade for his damage in this next team fight, and may be the difference maker as to whether KC can blow up some of the members of Fnatic.
Vladdy is pumping. Like, you look at the enemy team as well, I do not see many true tanks. I see a Galio who is very tanky. I see an Alistair who has a Redemption and a Kindle Gem and a cloth armor. I'm sorry, a little raggedy bit of cloth is not going to protect you when that shockwave comes out. It is going to be really important to watch where that ball goes, where Vladdy is able to find his marks, because so often we have seen games decided by a shockwave. We named them 3,000 elo shockwaves, right? They exist. For Fnatic, if they can find presence around this dragon, which they are doing currently, getting that vision in, that is their key objective. Set up, get towards the Elder, look to pull KC into darkness, into Fog of War.
But that's the problem. Trying to set yourself up as KC in this area of the map is so dangerous. Fnatic can be lurking in any of these bushes, and KC, they poke their noses in, they don't get bitten. They want to try and get a little bit more.
It's so difficult. They have to play this slow. Razork with a fantastic flank.
Poby stepping forward, Razor's coming in as well. Poby goes for the engagement of Vladdy, Killer Instinct in as well. But Fnatic is separated. Vladdy down low, gets the redemption. Perfect execution by the Oriana, and the shockwave does nothing. A hero's entrance from the potent Poby as he dives in towards that backline. Kana forced away past Faker will find him a small degree of safety, but Poby's having none of it. They chase him down. Oscar Innen flashing for it. Yike trying to get the slow onto him. Another taunt onto Targamas down towards the bottom side. Targamas goes down. KC only have 2 left alive.
Fnatic remember spring, and they say that will not happen again as they march towards the Nexus and take game number 1.
Vamos Fnatic! It's Oscar and Razork that keep finding the engages back to back to back that will secure Fnatic game number 1.
A superlative display from the Spanish squadron for Fnatic. Oscar and Razork on their backs. This was built. Fnatic at the top of the mountain. KC beginning to fall down.
What a game.
Incredible stuff from Fnatic. It looked like KC got off to a decent start, but it was Oscar Innen controlling that top side of the map that enabled Fnatic
to take over in game number 1.
What a game 1 we had though, guys. I said it would be decided around the Elder. We didn't get the fight at the Drake, but we got it nearby. The bot lane battles continue as we start to get ourselves ready for game 2. You see the players taking the stairs back down. They need a moment, they need a breath. Yeah, a couple more minutes than usual before we get into that next game, because we do want to give the players that little bit more time. I see Shox standing by. Shox, take it away.
Yes, I've got Mickey here with me. Mickey, I thought you lost it. I really, well, not you personally, but you as a team. Yeah, what happened and how did you pull it back?
I mean, our comp was just a bit more OP than theirs, and I think we played some fights quite well. We got some good flanks. So, yeah, overall, it was just smooth sailing from the draft.
You usually get a lot of attention in that bot lane, right? But now, does it have something to do with the fact that we are in España, that Razork was up in the top lane helping Oscar?
Yeah, I mean, both of them had like a big buff for sure from the Sprout, and let's hope we keep it up for the rest of the series.
Yeah, for sure. Muchas gracias. Go ahead, Mickey, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Shox, and welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy Analyst Desk. Oh my God, it is caliente in Madrid already. Fnatic strike first. And you know what? We were talking about vibes. I absolutely adore the confidence from Mickey in that last interview.
All of them look fantastic here, and honestly, we talk Fnatic. I don't care about that. Let me tell you what I do care about. Oscar, what a performance.
Jesus.
Oscar haters, they're starving. They got nothing to eat right now. This guy has been ramping up in playoffs. We had doubts from the summer regular season, and we had reason to doubt. But what we've seen from playoffs to this game specifically, where against GX, yeah, okay, you're up against Lot, it's doable, but it's still hard. This time around, you're against Kana, and you're coming out ahead like this. Unbelievable performance from Oscar.
And the most impressive point is the fact that we even said it in the pregame, it's going to be all up to him, because it was really not easy for Fnatic to pull ahead. But through individual performance, he finds so many pivotal flanks and so many snap-on engages. Like even this ultimate, he just snaps Orianna in the middle of the animation. He just clutches the whole game over and over and over again. I don't even care that he got caught in the middle of mid lane. He got his team's soul,
and
then after that, one mistake is not gonna just suddenly make everything go down for how good he was this game.
And I think like there's been definitely games from Oscar where in regular season we would say you have the gold lead, but we might not trust you with this gold lead. This time around as well, he was the gold lead for Fnatic. You're seeing it on your screen right now, once again against Kana, best top laner in the league. And he was able to maintain it throughout the entire game and drive his team forward. We were talking earlier about how this composition was tailored towards upset because everyone was going to go in. Little did we know, the first man to go in every time was the most pivotal man on that roster.
And you know what? He prefaced it, he previewed it, and he tweeted it ahead of the game. When Oscar was asked about the matchup against Kana, he said, Kana, be ready. You ain't seen nothing yet.
There
it is a Giga Chad that we have
Graphics,
here.
I love you for getting this one through. This is what no one expected, but this is what you're getting today.
And you know what? You know this is the perfect time for Oscar, because this is one of those things where everyone forgets about top lane. But then you know when everything is rough, everything is hard, you know what happens? Top lane becomes suddenly the most OP role, as always. So Oscar, man.
Of course you would say that. But yeah, he was, honestly.
I'm a lawyer.
Shutting up the haters, one engage at a time. And I feel like it has mostly been about the Spanish players on the side of Fnatic here, because when I look at the Atakan fight a bit later, it was Razork's engage that sealed the fight here.
And it just shows how difficult it is for KC once you fall behind, because we praised the KC team comp all the way from before. We said that they have to be even. But at this point, what they're doing here is great. KC is posturing up for this Atakan. They're doing the right steps. They're playing slowly. They're controlling everything. Now they're looking to push everyone out. But even as they have all of this control, when Fnatic moves forward, you have to keep on running. And look how much pressure they're able to exert through this. And now it lulls them into a false sense of security. KC thinks that they have the upper hand, and now Yike feels the desperation that he needs to go in because it is the best chance. But all of a sudden, Razork and Upset and Oscar, they just all pull the trigger. It just shows how OP this team comp is from Fnatic once they get ahead.
But not only that, I'm seeing discipline from Fnatic. I'm seeing them be willing to take it slow. I'm seeing them be willing to give each other space this time around. Oscar's the one stepping forward. Then it gives Razork the movement to come in with a clone that they're not expecting. And there probably was times here when KC got that Baron, you thought, wait, are they going to let go of this game? But no, they're not. They got soul. They have all the tools in the draft that they need to take it home with the gold lead that they got.
no flippy games, no flipped objectives. What have you done to the Fnatic that I love and cherish?
We're not doing
at least in this first game. Reminds me of when I've talked to Zeph, the coach from MCOI, who was telling me facing off against Fnatic that if they throw this level of aggression, you have to fight back with the same level of aggression. I did not see that from KC. For me, this is the way to go in game 2.
It's hard. It is the way to go in game 2 because we always say that, you know, KC, they get their early games and their mid games are quite slow and then they come back. But at the same time, now they just had no tools. So when you see in game 1, you see that Fnatic is, you know, rocking up to this series, ready to beat the life out of you, you know, pretty much. You have to find more tools to fight back because you have the talent on the roster. It's not just like, you know, a regular Fnatic where they're just going to beat you on the ground. You have to show more.
No, absolutely. But I think from KC's side, there's still, let's talk some positives from that game.
Sure.
Laning phase still, right, we wanted more out of it. But I think the lead that Kalist got against Upset forced him back multiple times. Great freeze down on the bot side. Mid still pushed in. Razork was outmaneuvered in the beginning a little bit, that with a little awkward pathing where he had to drop the first Drake, right? I still think that these are moments where you want KC to do more because it's not just enough to the first fundamentals. You want to see them get more out of it.
I would like to bring back my map, please, because we've talked about bot lane. We've talked about how pivotal it is. What, from those champions, do you want to see Kalist on? What is going to be the moneymaker here?
Ooh. Well, definitely, I think I need to see more on Prior. I still think the Sivir and Jhin, pretty much champions that give you more agency and more scaling because why do you even play this game? Varus with on hit? You can't really hit at all when there's 5 people that can dive you. I still want more laning power, but at the same time from everyone else, I want them to just have more, exert more pressure because when you're in this arena, you need more tools to win. When everything goes bad, you need to default to having as many engage options as possible because when you find yourself under this pressure, that's what's going to give you the safety net in this series.
What are we looking at here, GB? Closing thoughts on KC. More firepower in game 2.
Definitely more firepower, more they can equalize their laning phase as well. I'm also looking at Fnatic for them to have a better early game start because they had to claw the way back from it. And Oscar definitely bailed them out of it a little bit. So I'm looking for more stability, actually, from the bot lane of Fnatic.
Let's see what happens in a couple minutes. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with more action in game 2. Do not go anywhere. Don't miss it. Come back. Come back. Come back. Just I'm serious.
Everyone hates Kalist. They don't like me.
That was a long time. I mean, you're friends, right?
Yike goes low. Oscar takes him. Mickey trying to 1v1 the enemy AD carry. Being just needs the public execution to take their third objective of the game. Public execution. Oh my God! Oscar in. He's taking names.
Oriana 1 HP.
Look at Ori.
Ori is dead. Marius.
He's cooked too.
Nice.
Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Welcome back to the Casa Magica here in Madrid. That's where we are. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Dagda and by Jack Spectre for Game 2 of this series. And it was a House of Magic in Game 1 for Fnatic. Oscar, Rinin and Razork really popping off.
Yeah, they felt the magic for sure. And I'm so excited that this game went the way it went. And already Game 1 full of surprises with Oscar overperforming expectations. What's coming in Game 2? I can't tell you.
I mean, if I'm Kana, I'm like, let me at it. I want to be on something like, especially like with Jace getting buffs and stuff. That's where I thought we'd actually see KC try and lend a little bit more towards. But I just want to see some more action from KC in the early stages. It felt like even though KC got the early lead, it was through Fnatic overextending and KC punishing. I want to see KC being the ones that are active and actually getting the leads for themselves proactively.
I 100% agree with that. They did a little bit in the early game, right? They had that lane priority. They were able to get about a 500, 600 gold lead, a couple of early neutral objectives as well. But after that point, after Fnatic started to find the Ambessa some leads, after they started to find those big team fights with what was essentially a wombo combo, it just began to slip away from KC. They had that small moment where Oscar got caught. They gave up Soul to take the Baron. They were going to lose the Soul anyway, so they got everything they could out of that. But even that delay of the game wasn't enough for them.
And I think for me, the big question mark has been Yike. Because especially in a game like this, you'd think this is his perfect home field. He's playing with winning lanes. Kana is just going to chill. Like, I think Kana played the weak side fine, but he just didn't find a real lead. He didn't have a camp lead over the Wukong. And even later on, I feel like we haven't been seeing the confidence that we're used to seeing from him. He's not proactive. He's never engaging first. It's just passiveness.
And I think that's the thing that we expected to see from Yike was that aggression. Like, as you said, he had the winning lanes. He should have been able to try and play through his mid, try and set up for some of these plays, try and play around this bottom side. But it was Razork who was actually getting the better of him and working better with his team. But this time around, they don't really have the plaster for Fnatic, which was that Galio, right? And I think that's where Fnatic have found a lot of success with this kind of Wukong, Galio, and Kai'Sa combo. Now they have to try and mix it up a little bit, and I'm curious now if that gives KC a little bit more of an avenue to try and find that success in the early stage.
It's a double-edged sword, because Fnatic got exactly what they wanted with the full dive comp, as you say, Rob, but KC also got like Orianna, Varus on Kalist, really good lanes, which is like perfect for Yike. So for me, it doesn't feel like you're coming into this game too with a clear disadvantage or advantage for both teams with the Fearless and the champions that have been taken out. I just want to see how do these teams adapt to this. Is Fnatic still able to build a proactive comp that can keep diving in? Because that kind of feels like their forte. If they have that, they look great. If they're not able to go in at every opportunity, they look disjointed.
Well, we are into draft for Game 2. KC electing to be on the blue side after losing on it in Game 1. Let's see where we sit in terms of bans. Obviously, we have the normal Fearless bans, Cassante, Ambessa, Xin, Wukong, Orianna, Galio, Varus, Kai'Sa, Braum, and Alistair all taken away. And we'll see where we go from here as the teams get ready for these first couple of bans.
Yeah, I think we'll stick to very similar bans in the last one, where you get to see things like the Azir taken off the board, that Yunara that's still been incredibly strong, the Poppy has been that go-to pretty regularly as well. So I think we won't see these for quite a while, if at all, throughout the course of this series.
Yeah, and it's interesting that both Azir and Yunara were banned Game 1. As maybe champs like this.
Yeah, we are aware that some of the bans, there were bans happening and they weren't showing up, so we'll get that sorted obviously for us as soon as possible, and we'll get that fully brought up. There we are, we go old school, back to 2018 here.
And that's when Fnatic was good, so...
Upset hoping he's on the winning side this time around. As it's Azir, Yunara, and Poppy once again banned away by Fnatic. Pantheon, Nautilus early ban here, and the Lucian taken away, and a Rumble first pick for Kana. He is fed up of being on tanks. He wants something he can carry with.
And Rumble certainly can, has insane damage, really great laning. Curious to see if Oscar goes for the Aurora into it, or if he goes for more of a tank and just tries to survive the matchup. As Fnatic look like they're going to get the Talia.
I think strong pick in the mid lane, right? I think it's something that has definitely been sitting on a ban list for quite a while. Didn't really get hit on the patch, so still a strong pick, and something that you compare with some of these strong junglers as well, which I think should set them up nicely. But with Wukong, Pantheon already kind of taken away, Zinzao gone as well. Vi, maybe the other pick that you see coming through to the jungle here for Razork, and that will be the selection.
Really often banned against Fnatic when they're on this red side. The Talia, interesting. Haven't seen Poby actually bring it out so far here in the LEC. It's not too commonly banned against Fnatic either. Yeah, I was surprised by it too. Yeah. But it's not something we've seen him play so far in 2025, at least for Fnatic. As alongside that, the Vi team up. That's such a tried and true combination. Cease and desist, seismic shove, you're deceased. It's kind of how it goes.
And especially when it's paired up with Razork's Vi, which has felt like his signature pick. He's the one that's always been pulling off the Q flashes, getting kind of fancy with it. And it's up against Yike, who's kind of historically struggled on the Vi. Felt like a champion that even when he was on a dominating G2 roster, the Vi pick was something people were a little bit scared of.
And at least he's on something like the Jarvan, which is not notorious for you go in and if it's a bad engage, it doesn't work out very well. But I do think it works very well for what KC have, because the Rumble and the Jarvan, very strong combo. You got good self-peel now with the Ezreal on that backline. I wasn't sure whether they just wanted to immediately go for the Xayah, as that has kind of been the go-to in a lot of instances where we see this Vi. But now, with the Kaisig gone, looks like it's going to be the Zeri, another hyper-mobile AD carry for Upset to work in tandem with this Vi.
Yeah, really nice into the Rumble and into the Jarvan alongside it. The ability just to get away when you have the Equalizer Cataclysm combination coming down. And alongside that, after you've disengaged, then slowly re-engage with that Lightning Crash, with the extra damage, with the extra movement speed you're getting out of it. We'll see how well that works for Fnatic. I did have a quick look. Yike, not so happy on the Vi, has about a 46% win rate, but on the Jarvan has played 3 games and won all 3. So very
And one of them was against Fnatic in the
was.
Game 5 of Winter, where it was quite the horrific draft for Fnatic, to put it like that. But I think this Zeri pick, it's very interesting from Upset here, as it allows him to have a great scaling, great mobility, as you guys said, but it has a really weak laning phase. So now you have presumably a losing top lane matchup into Rumble, which is one of the strongest laners in the game, and you have a losing matchup in that bot side. We can argue kind of the same was the case in Game 1, but I'd say even more so in this game.
Yeah, especially because you imagine it's going to be the Gwen ban next here for KC. They just try and limit again, like that magic damage, which is where those Rumble nerfs like 4 patches ago actually hit them. So it is going to make it difficult for Oscar in on the top side. But also curious to see exactly what the game plan here is for Mickey. Like oftentimes we see the Lulu Zeri as that combo. You already have some engage, so potential to go for that. And when you've already got like the Alistair gone, the Nautilus gone, Rel gone, Nico gone, Lulu's a decent answer into things like the Rakan, which kind of fit into that next wheelhouse.
It makes a lot of sense. That's the Rakan ban. I was wondering about that as well for Mickey, just the ability to follow up on the Vi and the Talia engages. See where Fnatic decide to go. I was wondering about the Zeri as well. Jack, I think you bring up a really good point about it being bad in lane. We have seen some teams swapping their AD carries to top for the early game.
The Viper swap.
The Viper swap.
Yeah, that one is very interesting, and especially with the Sion, you could look to do something like it. And Zeri into Rumble is a fine matchup. Yeah. You can just farm against him from that range. And even Zeri top was viable at a certain point. So
we'll see if that happens. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see it too. I think it's a really niche strategy, although I will say it errs towards lane swaps, and I want to keep us away from lane swaps as much as possible. We'll see if it happens. Yone locked in for Vladdy in that mid lane. He wants that AD jungler to team up, AD mid, sorry, to team up with an AP top, and there's the Leona. We're talking about engaged support. She's kind of really the only one left in that wheelhouse.
Yeah, especially with the Rakan already gone. So now, what do you try and answer into it is the issue. Like, Thresh is something that you used to be able to play into it because you could try and play out from the stun button. But it's not really something you want to try and play with Zeri. Is it the Mickey special, eh?
I think Renata or Lulu. Taric is a little bit crazier because it doesn't have the greatest synergy with Zeri, as you want to play Taric typically more with a lane bully. But Mickey had great success on it with the Kalista, with Upset previously, and it's the sort of champion that if you really know the limits of it, you can do so much in a team fight.
I think it also just speaks volume to Mickey as a player, right? Like, he is in solo queue the guy that is going to bring out every funky pick under the sun. I saw in his match history a Cassante is born in solo queue, so this is definitely a guy who I think this lends to the flexibility of Fnatic, that they can bring out picks like this when they need to, as the pool gets pinched in that support role.
Well, the last time they brought out the Taric this year, they did lose to G2 in the playoffs. So hopefully for Fnatic fans, it's not going to go that way.
But that game they should have 100% won because like Upset and Mickey were so fed, and then Oscar died on the Gwen, and then G2 ended bot. It was a tragic game.
I did actually talk to Mickey afterwards. He was like, we had range, we just had to use range. So it's definitely a lament for Fnatic. So I think it's definitely at this stage where if you can set up this team fight where you've got the ultimates from Mickey on towards Razork when he goes for the engage, and you're able to keep the AD carry safe as well, I think you're going to be in a fantastic spot here for Fnatic.
Let's get ready to rumble for game 2 of this best of 5. A world's spot on the line. No planes to go through, straight through to that Swiss stage, taking on the best teams from all around the globe. We jump onto Summoners with KC fighting back from a 1-game deficit. They've done it many times before. Tons of people predicted a 3-1 to KC. We're not going to be Game 1 Andes. But Fnatic will be incredibly bolstered by how Game 1 ended up happening. There were some stumbles, there were some missteps, but in the end, on the back of Oscar and Razork, they were able to take the win. This game, more dependent, I would say, on Upset and Poby. Obviously, Razork's early game impact on this Vi can do a lot of work, but I don't expect Oscar in on the Sion to be doing 40% of his team's damage.
They're doing the Viper swap. Oscar put the ward in the top lane middle bush. Sion is basing already, and Upset is going top. Medic, you're a genius.
Only if it works.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, I want no part of this. Let's see exactly how it works. So the Viper swap, in case you haven't seen it, is something that HLE are doing quite a lot in the LCK, or at least a few times. You swap your AD carry to the top side, they can solo lane into whatever top laner's up there, and then your support goes down with usually something like a Sion, a Cho'Gath, something that can survive having to go into melee range against a ranged champion. And that's exactly what they're doing. So often Mickey will swap around the 3-minute mark when that protection falls off.
Yeah, the whole reason you want to do this is to circumvent the lane swap mechanic that Riot put in that makes it so that if you go 2-man top, you get instantly one-shot by towers, you don't get any gold from minions, and it's just unplayable pretty much. So now, with Seri just able to farm up the first few levels, Taric will recall as soon as he can, join her up, and then they can start bullying the Rumble, while Sion will just be completely fine laning 1v2 against this Ezreal Leona.
And it was nice while it lasted, lad. We'll always find a way to get some sort of weird shenanigans in when it comes towards lane swaps, but I think either way, and it's a nice job from Fnatic, right? Kind of not going to be able to punish the matchup as much as you'd like to, and Oscar ain't going to be fine.
Yeah, they'll be happy enough with this. Obviously, Oscar in that 1v1 would struggle a little bit. Takana as well in the early game. The damage from the Rumble can be pretty difficult for the Sion to deal with. We see Mickey backing now. He knows it's going to take him about 30 seconds to get towards that top lane. So set your recall, run back towards top, and go for the lane swap. It's Unsealed Spellbook on Mickey and on Targamas this game, so expect to see those supports roaming around the map. Targamas very close to the minions here as they die, but I think he gets out of range in time. Looking for a gank onto Poby, who does have the push in mid. Vladdy going forward, trying to stack up that Q3. Poby hits the threaded volley. Unraveled Earth comes out, and they're not able to find the connection there for KC.
And this is great for Oscar. He's just able now to farm 1v1 as Targamas runs all the way from bot lane here to top lane. Overall, I think you really have to give props to Fnatic for this macro. Like, it's a great idea to have this scaling ADC, this scaling top, get them both out of lane, and it's paying dividends thus far.
Also, the fact that that play in the mid lane didn't end up working out for Vladdy means that he takes a good chunk of damage off of Poby trying to set up that play for Targamas, and now he's actually in a position where he can keep this in a decent spot. But Yike on this bottom side, Oscar in takes a step too far.
Oscar still has flash. He's going to get chunked out though with the flag and dragged down to 200 HP. Kalista looking for the auto attacks. Oscar's flashes at the final moment. Yike almost dies to the tower shot, but Oscar just able to survive. Razork looking towards this top side as Targamas and Kana are about to feel the fists of fury. Razork goes in, Targa pops the heal, Dazzle doesn't connect, but that is the flash out from Targamas.
Flash for flash, Fnatic versus KC here. As you can see, Fnatic having full control of this top side. But I think even still, you're pretty happy as Fnatic. It's Kana that's having to lane against this Seri. Taric here struggling with Targamas trying to give some sort of support, while Oscar can now TP back, push this lane out, and be completely fine.
I think if you're KC, it's not the best start, but you're still pretty happy with how the draft went overall.
Yeah.
Kalist getting this Ezreal, something he is so comfortable on and has had so much impact on this year, is such a good move for them as a team.
It's a great pick for him because it synergizes perfectly with his playstyle. He loves to play cocky, loves to play in your face, so he really excels on an ADC like this that has that safety, that has that range to allow him to do it.
I think also just giving him the control, as you say, in team fights to peel is going to be fantastic, because so much of Fnatic is going to be trying to lock him down, and if he can arcane shift away, it makes it very difficult for Poby to try and follow up with some of the seismic shoves and try and trade in any way effective in these team fights. So I really like the addition from KC, and we're going to have to see if they're able to keep him in a position where he can be that carry that KC need.
The biggest shame, though, is that when you're playing this Ezreal into the Seri, you really want to get a lead, because after Seri gets level 6, it's really easy for her to always just be pressuring you with the all-in, with all the damage she gets from that ultimate. And she has gotten to level 6 with the CS. I mean, she's not quite level 6 yet, but unless I'm really jinxing it here, she's gonna get to level 6 with a CS lead.
Yeah, Upset will be so happy with this early game, with how things have gone. Has that lethal tempo, going to stack it up in the middle of fights. Pretty even, though, for the early portions of this match. You can see the lead from Kano is negated by the lead for Upset, and a small lead, a smidge of a lead there for Poby in the mid lane, who has been able to push Vladdy back. But Vladdy's done a pretty good job after getting chunked out in the early game of actually keeping that CS pretty even. Only 2 CS down right now.
We'll see if you can try and use some of the pressure from the lane swaps for KC to try and set up for some of these objectives. It looks like they're going to go for a swap here with Kalist, try and match him up in towards this top side. As Upset has only just got into that top side, especially with Kana now TPing into the bottom lane. Basically, KC are trying to hard force the even lanes now, as Mickey entering towards mid, but just scare off Vladdy.
I think one of the things that we haven't touched upon, which is also really important, is this Vi pick.
Yeah.
Because when you're playing this Vi, it's really crucial that you're able to get to level 6 before anything really goes wrong. And I think that further hints at how good this lane swap was, that this Vi never had to cover for a dive, never had to worry about an invade. Razork could just play his game completely scot-free and will now be able to get to level 6, and the only thing he had to drop was a dragon.
Yike is going to be able to secure this dragon for KC. They keep their record of taking the first neutral objective in both of the first 2 games of this series. They will lose their blue buff for it. Razork should take over to 6 as well by stealing away this neutral objective. Well, blue side objective, I guess, technically. Take away that buff for himself. Stealing the Grump as well. Targum is still only level 3. Can't really step up here.
And that's the biggest problem. If you're going for this split map situation, it's KC who need to try and get Kalist access to the wave. Oscarinin is fine to try and just farm down on the bottom side, but it's Targos and Kalist who are the ones that are struggling now to actually get into the matchup.
And it feels so bad if you're Kalist in this game, because finally you get this 2v2. Just, oh, my jungler's on the other side of the map, and I can't do anything, I need to farm with Qs.
Yeah. He just has to stand back up, so trying to keep the wave frozen. Grubs up in 30 seconds time. Yike was able to answer the theft of his buffs by taking away the blue and the Grump of Fnatic. Mickey looking for a dazzle here. Kalist obviously has the safety of an Arcane Shift, and Targamas is pretty tanky when it's just this 2v2. Has that Eclipse, and there's the Arcane Shift away from Kalist.
You can see they're just playing with that jungle pressure. KC doesn't know where Razork is, and even though Kalist is playing this very safe Estral, up against that point-and-click Vild, it's tough to get out.
And he has to be extra careful as well, because if he Arcane shifts away from Mickey's stun, suddenly you can have Poby who can come up with the Weaver's Wall, the point and click from Razork as well. So you can see how much respect Kalist has to play with of what could potentially be coming from the darkness of Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic will just try and burn that cooldown as often as they can, because you need to hit the Mystic Shots to get that cooldown back. If you don't have an Arcane Shift when it comes to a fight, as you say, Seismic Shove, Cease and Desist, Unstoppable Onslaught, there's so many follow-up mechanics to it. And alongside that, the person that is charging at you will probably have a Taric Dazzle coming out of them alongside it. So it's so much CC.
It's also just so mana intensive as well. You can see Kalist now is struggling for it. So if you actually tried to take a team fight, I don't think you'd have the mana for a lot of Arcane Shifts or a lot of Mystic Shots.
But crucially here, Kana is the one moving, as now Mickey looks for a stun onto Targamas.
Yeah, we'll get it. Eclipse going down from Targamas as well. The Oddshot Laser doesn't quite clip him. KC getting 2 of these grubs will be huge as they go for the engage onto Yike. Cataclysm downhill, flash the wall, and Unstoppable Onslaught out from Oscarinin. Looks for the decimating smash, but a good dash away with the Fate Sealed will get KC out of that situation. 2 for 1 in terms of grubs, but KC should be happy enough to get out of there with their life.
And this buffer city for KC, what a beautiful display of mechanics there. Yike buffers the cube flash from Razork so he gets out without getting stunned by the Cease and Desist, and Vladdy buffers the ulti from Oscarinin so he's fine as well. And overall, they get 2 flashes from the side of Fnatic while getting 1 grub in return.
I think as well, if you end up having that advantage now for 2 minutes time for the next dragon, I think that's where KC can really try and run away with it. You should have Blade of the Rune King completed on towards Vladdy at that stage. Kalist should be able to hit his first time as well. And I think in that position, KC can then start to pick off some of these members, especially with things like the Cataclysm and that Rumble Ult combo.
Kalist might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's a little bit alone. TP comes in. There's the Dazzle. Lightning Crash coming out. Kalist's going to dash away, but Mickey's tanking the tower and isn't yet level 6. The minions are in the way. The fire. Upset's going to die too. Targamas needs another couple of orders. Can't quite find them. Razzle going in. Doesn't have that Cease and Desist. Kalist
Can you find a way out?
No
And
way.
here, enough, he escapes. A shield getting break, but excessive force out of the buy. Finally finds his man.
That was the exact amount of force needed there, because that went a bit disastrously for Fnatic. Upset missing one of the Q shots means that Kalist is able to survive, and we'll see it here underneath the tower.
Yeah, I mean, this was such a brave dive from Fnatic here as they recognize it's the Leona TPing. They can go for this, but they forgot. It's Seri. Once that E runs out, her autos get blocked. Upset literally can't kill Kalist because his autos are just getting blocked by the minions. And then Razork finally gets here. Kalist does a pretty good juke with the heal, but Targamas ends up giving Razork the E to take him down.
Yeah, so close for Kalist to escape that. Survive the 2v1 dive. Cosmic Radiance wasn't available to the Taric. I think it would have been a very different situation if it was. That ultimate can have such an impact. Kalist, the next target.
It might be this situation because there's multiple members on the way. You can see them on the minimap. Vi and also Poby now starting to play just down towards this bottom side.
KC reacting to it immediately though. Vladdy on his way down. Yike is just around the bend as Fnatic will back away. 20 seconds on the Drake. Those flashes for Oscar and for Razork still yet to come off cooldown. Kalist no longer has his, nor does Targamas. So it's going to be a pretty summonerless fight if we do see a battle over the Drake. Last time we saw KC kind of giving up the second Drake of the game to Fnatic.
Yeah, it feels hard for KC to find an avenue to really get in here. I think trying to look for Poby maybe on mid lane below his flash could definitely be a good opportunity, as it's hard to break them on bot lane.
The good thing for KC is if they do delay, Kana has teleport and Oscar doesn't. You can see Oscar's already walked his way down through the river, and so Kana could teleport down to a fight around the Drake. Fnatic probably realizing that, say, okay, we've got to go for it immediately, make sure that KC don't have the opportunity to push in that top lane tower.
It's also KC are just shy of their first item breakpoints, whereas you're getting them on Fnatic. So Fnatic basically using the fact that they don't have to pop off for or stop off for a tier and the early boots, but maybe they want to stop off for Kalist.
Kalist no flash. This coming out, Kalist no flash, seismic shot back into the dazzle. How do you escape it? It's truly outrageous from Fnatic.
And how have Fnatic just come alive in these early games against KC? This is again, we're seeing Fnatic going for these side lane plays and catching Karmine Core out.
And if you give Fnatic the buttons, they will press them as they're finding Kalist again and again. With Upset now getting so many plates in this bot lane, Vladdy able to return 2 in mid, but as Kalista's game, this feels terrible.
It really doesn't. Fnatic have shown that that is their focus. If they can take out Kalist, they believe the rest of the map will go in their favor. Kana only about 9 gold ahead of this Sion on this Rumble. Hasn't had the opportunity to use the equalizer in a big team fight. Has the Leandries, will absolutely burn as Yike is spotted on this control ward towards the top side. Oscar should just be able to walk his way away. He doesn't have the flash though, and with the Cataclysm coming out, there's no real escape here for the Sion. Decimating Smash lands onto 2. They're going to keep chasing him under the tower. The equalizer down, Flame Spitter. Enough from Yike and from Kana to find the kill. Poby on the chase. Just going to clear out the way.
I think Oscar Renum was trying to bait, keep Yike interested on this top side, but ends up taking that step too far forward and not respecting the engage range from Yike. Ends up falling and giving KC something back on the map.
Oh, good seismic shove. The dazzle Kana has to flash it. It was hidden under the earth there, burrowing its way through towards Kana.
Just like gems.
Oh, just like gems, true. Kana did a good job mining out the data that he needed there to make sure that he wasn't clipped by the dazzle. Rift held up in 50 seconds time. Next Drake still 3 minutes away, but Fnatic with a 2,000 gold lead, predominantly sitting on their bot lane. Upset about a K ahead. Mickey about 500 gold ahead. For KC, once again, you find yourself at the 15-minute mark in a bit of a hole.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, especially as it doesn't feel like this Ezreal poke is really going to come online anytime soon. So you're really relying on Vladdy and Kana and Yike to find this great angle and have the damage in that burst time frame to really win a fight. But Fnatic have such good disengage with this Taric, with this Sion, able to tank as Oscar.
Kana has no flash. If that had hit, I think he charges in with the Unstoppable Force.
Yeah.
Unstoppable Onslaught?
Unstoppable Onslaught,
That's the one, yeah. Unstoppable Force is Malphite ult.
True.
They're basically the same.
Yeah, basically the same thing. You just charge at a thing. You don't knock it up if there's a Shyvana in the game, apparently. That was what's happening yesterday. on the live servers, but Fnatic have set up around this Rift Herald. They have a little bit of vision control, although the Scuttle Crab and that control ward towards the top side for KC is giving them a nice little peek into what is happening around that Herald.
It's always fun to see supports with Spellbook and they just like randomly ghost and go really fast.
Oscar in. Unstoppable Onslaught could play a factor here. Kana has the teleport.
I think it's hard for KC to take a fight like this, though, because as Jack was already saying, you don't have Kana here, and so much of that upfront burst is where you need to win the fight for KC, because after that Tower Gold comes in, just the consistent DPS from Fnatic is so strong.
They're going to dive onto Oscar. Lightning Crash coming out from upset, and Targamas has to flash away. Weaver's wall will split them uprights. Separates Kalist from his team, but he doesn't really mind being on this side. Equalizer down will clip the Rift Herald. Razzle diving in. The smite comes out from Yike, lands it. Cosmic Radiance not going to come down in time to save Razzle. Both the junglers have traded their lives, and now we get to see Kalist really open up. Osquidden has to flash away. Fate Seal from Bloody doesn't find his mark, and the shield from Osquidden is enough for now. The seismic shove. Oscar blows him up with the roar of the Slayer. Trades his own life for it in the end, a 2 for 2.
KC played that so patient. They end up waiting for that ult to come out from Mickey, but
Mickey's
he's gone.
dead. Kalist finds him. Huge. 4-2-0 now on the Ezreal.
And it's Fnatic that are trying to continue taking this Herald, but it's a bit too much as they end up falling. Kalist gets the Herald. He's now back in the game with 4 kills on him. And this is why Kalist on this Ezreal is so respected and does so incredibly well.
And you see as the fight kicks off, it's KC playing it slow. They don't want to overcommit because there is the Tarek Ultimate and the Weaver's Wall to separate them. But you can see as KC come through here, they're just trying to separate the team. Try and finish off Razork. He goes that bit too far before the Ultimate comes in. And at that stage, it's kite back, wait for that Tarek Ultimate to fall, and immediately follow through. And it's Vladdy and Kalist who are just tearing through Fnatic in this fight.
And we just saw in the picture-in-picture there, Yike and Razork fighting again, both using their flashes there. And I think, as you said, Rob, you kind of have to say Mickey made a mistake there. He ults a little bit too late when it's Razork that starts the fight, so he doesn't get that Cosmic Radiance to actually survive. And you have to wonder, if he did survive, that fight would look completely different for them.
It's a 2.5-second cast bar, and we saw Razork diving in, immediately getting stunned, and just probably a quarter of a second away from finding it. KC will get themselves another neutral objective. The Rift Herald, a Grub, a Chem Drake, and now a Mountain Drake is going to be a Mountain Soul for us in this game, and either side will be very happy with it. If I'm looking for Fnatic, I'd say if my Scion has a few Mountain Drakes in his back pocket, I am absolutely loving life. But Kalist, the key problem still for Fnatic, the fact that he has built up this advantage, at least in terms of kill score, if not in terms of gold.
And I'm so glad that we're starting game off. Game 2 off very similar to game 1. This looks like to be a very close game here, and maybe even series, as both teams are battling it out, trading blows here and there. But upset Eo over the wall, but he's going to be fine. And you can see both of these teams are so hungry to try to get something to happen.
I think this is where Fnatic have been kind of finding these small advantages against KC, though, is how well they've been moving from mid into bot to link up with Osquidden and just gate KC from entering into their own jungle. They're just stealing away red buffs, they're getting a couple of camps, but most importantly, they're guaranteeing these wave shoves in. And it's isolating Poby to a certain extent, but on the Taliyah, he's perfectly fine to just continue to shove these waves. And I think it's been doing a lot of work for Fnatic in getting vision and understanding as to what KC are up to.
And I think to add to that, Rob, I really agree, because especially this game, last game Fnatic kind of had the cheat code. When Oscar is 5-0 on this Ambessa, he's so strong he can push out any side. But when you're playing the Scion into the Yone, normally it's the Scion that's going to get pushed in and struggle. But with Fnatic moving so well, constantly able to get this mid pressure, it's still them able to push in sides first, which makes their map so much easier to play.
It really does. As we press towards that 20-minute mark, it's still about 1,500 gold, the advantage for Fnatic. Expect to see another fight in a couple of minutes or so. If someone sees the opportunity to find a pick, they'll go for it, but Artican's up in 40. That will be spawning topside. Next Drake, 3 minutes away. Often when the Artican does spawn up on this top side, we see it fought around a little bit earlier than if it's on the bottom side, because people want to align the Drake and the Artican take whenever you can. Trying to set up vision around it. They'll lose their mid lane tower with the Rift Herald from KC earlier on. It was always going to be pretty easy for them to crack through that. It's the power the Herald gives you. And the reason Fnatic will be pretty dismayed that they didn't manage to win that smite fight.
For sure, especially now with that mid tower gone, it makes it a lot harder for Upset to be the one pushing in these mid waves, and it gives Kalist actually that opportunity to play aggressive on these mid waves, to get control and to be the one to move first to a side, which then has this domino effect of unlocking the Yone, unlocking the Rumble, and just making KC's map play much more succinct.
It does feel like side lanes for KC are a lot easier than they were in game one.
Yeah.
Firstly, there's not a 5-0 Ambassador that you have to deal with, but also you have people that in solo lanes can manage to push their opponents back. The Yone and the Rumble actually do that really well. The Yone's struggling a little bit right now, but if you can get to a position where you're even, you can just get that push out.
But I think the key word in that was solo lanes, and Fnatic are not playing solo. Every time they've just been shifting constantly with 4 members onto these side portions of the map, and it's making sure that then Vladdy can't collect these waves far out, and you can't really, as KC, exploit the fact that this mid lane tower is down, and it's constantly keeping Fnatic within touching distance and keeping them with control over river as well, which is so important.
Yeah, I have to say, like, really give props to Fnatic this game, because even now they're still able to continuously push in every lane pretty much, as now with Upset facing, Kalist is going to be able to push this out and maybe leverage some control up towards this river, but Sion being able to repeatedly push in waves and just kind of relax, I think you're really happy as Fnatic.
Yeah, just scaling up that tank as much as you can. KC looking for a little bit of vision towards the Fnatic side of the map. They only have 1 ward sitting on Targamas on that World Atlas, so they don't really want to use it without going through due process, making sure it's in the right position, but they'll ward up this topside jungle. Fnatic using that as a great opportunity just to step in here and take down the tier 1. KC investing a couple members too many, but it's because they knew Fnatic had been playing as this 4-man unit. You can't just send one person to go and get the vision, because what if they're waiting there?
And that's exactly what Fnatic are playing off, right? It's just this constant push-pull and waiting for KC to make this slight mistake, because again, they have set up so much vision control in river that they're able to spot out when Yike shows in this top side. Like, he popped himself in towards that dry brush, and they're like, great, it's going to take you too long to get back towards mid. Now we can go for the play. And it's just these small timing windows that honestly we haven't seen Fnatic play off of before, but they're playing really well around.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. And even with this play that you guys were talking about, it was Oscar that was able to push in bot first, recall first, and now Kana presumably needs to recall as well to match it. So it feels like Fnatic are constantly ahead of tempo here. And even when KC kind of have the comp that you'd more expect to see in this 1-3-1, able to pressure all 3 sides, it's them who are constantly getting pushed in. But now we got a Drake spawning, so team fights are all that matters.
And it looks like Kana is going to forego that reset and just say, I need to group my team. Positioning on this objective is so much more important. As you said, like, that 2.5-second cast bar for Mickey is the timing window that KC are looking to burst people out, and it's that duo on the top side that are looking for it here.
Kano is absurdly strong right now. Has Bloodletters and Leandri's already complete. He's looking for the damage onto Razork. Weaver's wall coming out. Mickey trying to get in here. Razork diving forward as they jump onto Kana, on towards that backline. Kana gets the equalizer down. Cosmic Radiance coming out as well as Upset's already got the first kill. The second goes out as Fnatic collapse perfectly. Vladdy and Kana eat dirt.
And it's a disaster for KC. They're the ones with control. They're the ones with the position, but they can't hold it. Fnatic keep being the team with the better...
Gone straight away.
Yeah, they're going to get everything. They can pull the trigger, they can go first, and Fnatic are damn good when they can go first.
And Fnatic looks so much more confident in Madrid. This was a team that almost completely throughout summer they are firmly the 4th place team. Every conversation didn't matter, but it's now Fnatic on towards the Atacant. But KC, do they want to contest?
Yike's building ahead already. Can he look for this? Vladdy has the teleport, so does Kana. The Atacant already down to 2,000. Yike trying to get in there, but he can't get close enough. The stun onto Yike, exhausted immediately. He's going to need to get the hell out of dodge. Dives in with the Cataclysm, but dives for it. And now Kana's in the midst of the fray. The dash away from Upset gets him across the wall. Mickey falling low. Oscar in too, but he's going to flash the wall as well. And KC, they're just so close, but they can't get purchase in the fight.
And Fnatic are getting away with murder as they get absolutely everything as we watch this fight back. It's Oscar that finds Kana and sets Kobe up for a great play. Upset with the mobility, Taric with the ulti allows Fnatic to be so tanky that Vladdy and Kana just die with no chance of fighting back. Then they get the Drake, Kobe TP stop, pushes that out, and even with KC having the 2 teleports, they are just too late.
And it's Fnatic using their mobility so incredibly well in fight number 2, and then again in fight this second fight here as well. As KC, they try and go for the engage, but Razork ends up moving forward to then jump back in towards the Anakan. Then as this TP comes through from Vladdy, he immediately gets on towards Upset, but Upset is able to dash away over the wall. Oscarinin buys enough space here and has his flash to make sure he can get away from that Q3 from Vladdy as well. And it's blinking health bars, but it doesn't matter.
Nice. I can't believe Mickey lived there with 100 HP, slowly waddles out. As Fnatic now looking like they might just start Nash.
And there's no TP, and he's on the bottom side. I think he's just shown on a ward.
Yeah, he's going to put a standard in the bush to try and get a little bit of vision. KC realized this might be happening. So Fnatic are baiting a bush. They've done this since the dawn of time. As Mickey, Razzle, and Pobu on one side. Upset's going to catch the mid wave. Oscarinin is standing near that mid lane bush just to try and get a bit of control around here. Casey's still on that back foot. Targamas going back to base, probably run out of wards, needs to refresh. Razzle turns towards the Baron. Casey, you got to step into darkness. You got to go into the unknown to try and find a way back into this game. You are bleeding currently. Can you stop it? Find a tourniquet. Is it Yike who can grab it, who can smite it away from Fnatic? Yike able to get into the middle of the pit, but he's there so early. Cataclysm out, but he's just going to die. The Baron's still incredibly healthy. Fnatic will claim it. Can they take the fight afterwards? Another Dazzle Fate sealed. Lands onto Razzle. Upset falling low. Needs to get out. The Redemption saves him. Upset. The Redemption saves him. Upset back in Madrid. And he's not giving up his hopes and worlds again.
Upset is coming for revenge in Madrid here as he takes them down. Kalist does not have the damage. It's Upset's home field, baby.
It is the redemption in the pit. It is the redemption for Fnatic. It is the Baron for Fnatic. As KC, they attempt to make the play here, but Yike goes in too soon. Mickey immediately pops the ultimate to make sure Fnatic can survive. And KC think just maybe that is our moment. And Vladdy goes in, gets on towards the back line, but the redemption barely keeps Upset alive. He dashes over the wall, finishes off with a triple, and it's these blinking health bars once more that are the bane of KC's existence.
It is so close, but so far for Carmine Corp. And after winning Winter, after accelerating onto the international stage, and then struggling a little bit in spring and summer to refine that form, I think a lot of people looked at them as odds-on favorites to get to Worlds. I know I did. I predicted 3-1 KC. Yeah. But today, Fnatic have been the better team so far. They still need to close it out. We have seen them throw from this sort of position in a game before, but not today.
And it doesn't feel like that Fnatic. They feel like they are together. They feel like they understand exactly how far they can push KC, and they are breaking KC right before our eyes. And it looks like that inhibitor turret is the next thing to fall.
And it feels like the nail in the coffin for KC as they're able to get mid inhib now. They can look to siege up towards top as well. Vladdy able to get some sort of reprisal down in that bot lane, but Upset used his E here.
Kana with a good equalizer, but no real collapse from the rest of KC. Does mean that Fnatic are unlikely to continue on the push.
You can see how timid KC are though. Even when Upset uses his E like that and Kana gets so much damage onto him, Yike is still not willing to pull the trigger. And if that felt like your moment, that was your opportunity to come back in the game. What better chance is KC going to get?
It's definitely not going to be this Mountain Dragon that's now just spawned. You can see everything on KC was pushed through Vladdy on that bottom side just to try and get some access point, but Fnatic reset, back out onto the map, immediately start the objective up, and it's for KC. Feels like their grip on this game is falling away.
Oh, it's slipped. They are currently plummeting down to earth, and the question is, can they find some sort of parachute, some sort of grapple on the wall to retain some control of the game, because they just lose another dragon. Thankfully for KC, it is only Fnatic's third of the game. Razzle can step forward, another tier 2 to the men in orange as they take a 7,500 gold lead. 3 minutes before the next Baron, but with supers pushing through mid for the next 4, it's going to be so difficult for KC to ever leave their base.
Everything around KC is crumbling. And again, you already said it, Medic, like this was the team that everyone, well, almost everyone, had their money on. And I'm just blown away with how well Fnatic have played this series thus far. And the thing is now, if Fnatic can close this game out cleanly, what do you try to change as KC? Because this has been comfort. This has been what you've shown your strengths on throughout the year, and nothing seems to be working.
Yeah, I want to add on to that. I really think, for me, Fnatic, they felt like they were the dumbest top team. All they did was they played around bot, and if Upset got ahead, they could go in and they could fight. But in this series thus far, they've shown a creative lane swap like we talked about. We've shown that they've been way better at playing around the side lanes, both when they had the winning sides and even when they had the losing sides, at gaining pressure and control of the map. And it's just choked KC out and given me so much confidence for this Fnatic lineup.
Seismic shove back onto Yike, he buffed as well. Flag and drag act, but Razork is not going to let him escape without using his ultimate. Flash away from the Jarvan. KC's jungler now without that ultimate, without that summoner. 90 seconds before we see the Baron return to the Rift.
Razork did it to use his ultimate as well, though. So you end up getting that buffer out from Yike. With
Targamas trying to crash, he has to flash. That's the Leona almost just getting taken out, he's dead! Upset dashing in, he's feeling himself, he knows the win is in sight. Game 2 of this best of 5 could be claimed by Fnatic, but they take a step back, they take a breath, they realize perhaps a little bit too high feed there from their AD carry. They want the tier 3 in top as their prize. The wave cleared out well by KC, Upset has to dash away from Vladdy, who looked to be engaged.
This is not a confidence we saw in Upset when he was on Karmine Corp, but Fnatic Upset looking like he wants to end this right here, right now. With Baron just about to spawn, Fnatic will ease up the pressure momentarily and look for this full build Zeri to take over at the potentially game-ending Baron.
And what a great game from Upset. Picking this Zeri in a tough scenario, gets out with the lane swap, and 8-0. Just doing so much in these team fights, both able to play on that limit, baiting people in, while also doing the damage. And it's such a good redemption arc for him. After a tough last year, feeling like he was a KDA player, and just coming back into this with so much confidence. The fact that he's always following Mickey and Razork, even the one being first to go in, has just set up Fnatic for such great success. And I don't see KC contesting this Nash.
I mean, Young's going to try and steal it. Sneak behind them, but he's spotted on that ward. He'll clear it out. The Weaver's wall. Fnatic turn their attention instead to Targa, who immediately is deleted. They don't even need to take the Baron, they'll just take the fight. Kana follows suit as Targa and Kana fall to the dirt. Vladdy having to dash away, but Razor finds him with his fists. A triple for Upset, the base in their eyes.
11-0 for Upset, a 2-0 for Fnatic, and KC look absolutely clueless as to how to stop the rising giants of Fnatic.
And Fnatic have disappointed when we believed, but when we lost hope, that is when they have come back and shined brighter.
The inner-free fall. They're going to be delayed. How long on Vladdy and Kana? 20 seconds. Shouldn't be enough for KC to hold this as Oscarinian is falling low. Upset begins to step forward and forces KC back to their advantage. He is so damn strong right now. Almost full build. The seismic shove on Clist will knock him back. And with a slight hiccup as the inhibitor respawns, Fnatic will close it out and go one game away from Worlds.
And Fnatic, an organization that really doesn't miss Worlds. They've only done it twice. Feels like they're destined to get it again.
And we're going to hand it over to Shox, who's standing by, ready for an interview. Shox, take it away.
Not really an interview, but I am on the top of the mountain. If only Yamato could see me now. I'm right here at the top of the mountain to just see how everybody was, and I gotta say, KC, they are looking dejected. They took a while to get up from their seats. Fnatic immediately up and down those stairs. By the way, did you know there's like 200 stairs that the players need to take every single time when they go up and down? But just this moment for Upset, is this really going to happen, right? Because back in 2018, he had some things he wanted to make up for. What a match between Karmine Corp and Fnatic. Let's see where we go in this next game. Oh, I also came up the stairs.
You're gonna be all right, Chucks. Welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy Analyst Desk. I don't have anything to say besides, what the hell? One game away from making Worlds. This is not the Fnatic that I expected, but they showed up today.
We have to make it super clear that coming into today, KC were on paper the favorites in this matchup. But this version of Fnatic, yes, I was optimistic that the arena would have an impact on them, but to this extent, my goodness, this team looked incredible here in this second game.
It's just so much power, to be honest, because they come into this game and I just really don't expect it, because even before we would say, oh, upset this, upset that, they're going to get their lead through bot lane, but it's just so dominant. It's just incredible.
And I love the fact that at the beginning of the day, Veri, we came and said, Fnatic, the best tactic for them is to gank bot, send Razork bot. They took that to the next level. They're diving them constantly, whenever they can.
Exactly that. A lot of this game was centered around funneling resources into Upset. They did that level 1 swap, putting him into the top lane. They repeatedly ganked towards Kalista. And while this gank wasn't ideal, the follow-up gank that they immediately sent towards the bottom lane was exactly what they needed to make happen. It feels like that Kana, who's this consistent brick wall for the team, he struggles to have impact when Kalista is getting so much thrown at him.
Exactly, because Oscar is neutralizing him so well. I still feel like KC went in the right direction with what they've been drafting, but the Zeri and the Taric and just Razork on his, favorite champion, Poby, finally finding an impact in this series is just compounding so well into this, tried and true Fnatic win condition.
And it has been interesting because we're used to Fnatic having a lot of good moments in game, but you never know when it's gonna turn. You never know if it's gonna be an Arakan fight, a Drake fight. They keep things steady here, and for me, they capitalize as much as they can on KC's mistakes. It's a unit we have right now.
I completely agree. Their execution around these neutral objectives has just been them hard punishing KC. And we had a lot of question marks around KC's positioning in this fight.
Exactly, because it looks like they're just so eager to be in the river, but Oscar finding on flag, and the fact that Talia can just always reposition easily, this plays into Fnatic's win conditions so well with the mobility that they have.
And the coordination from Fnatic. They see Kana out of position. All 5 members collapse in an instant. Kalista's still figuring out where he even positions in the fight. Ione comes in from the side. It feels like that the coordination that we usually expect from this KC roster, the team fighting giants that we've praised all year, are not there. And out of nowhere, Fnatic is showing up and they are hard out team fighting KC.
And although we were talking about Upset in Reddit check, the fact that he's the main character, he was the main character of this game. He learned from 2018. He understood that he's standing with the right jersey this time around in Madrid once again.
Yeah, he is, because his performance has just been wonderful for this whole series, man. Like, if only he played this well when I was with him in the team, I would probably be a lot happier right now. But at the same time, what a glow up. He's just playing so well. I'm so happy, because I know exactly how this man communicates. I know exactly how he sets his team up, because every single time in these games, and you see it, he just drags the game so much to him. Every time he gets pushed, it becomes about him. And even with the swap, he knows ahead of time the situations he's going to get, because this is what he lives for.
It's an absolute pleasure to watch. And when we got to speak to him on Euphoria, he is very down to earth. He really does believe in the potential of Fnatic. And I think that for Fnatic fans, I mean, Jack kind of summarized it nicely. When hope was lost, it is then that they are now showing up. This is an organization that traditionally does not miss the World Championship. And I did not expect them to bring out this level of performance today, but hearing Mickey in the sideline, hearing Shox talk about the atmosphere and the feelings that they had post-game, it feels like Fnatic is just riding the high right now.
One thing that you can expect from Fnatic is that there's going to be drama, it's going to be messy, but they do not miss World. They're one game away now from making it, and on the other side of KC, it has been their dream, it has been their goal, but that last step is far too high for them right now.
Yeah, so you know how we talked about the crowd buff and my famous quote of like, hey, these 3 players have a lot of ego and they want to shut that crowd up? Yeah, that looks kind of rough now. They can still do it, but if they do it, this is exactly what they need, because the reverse sweep in front of this crowd against the hometown favorite, that's going to be sweet, but is it going to happen? After what I see from Fnatic, kind of not.
It is not over until the last Nexus falls, and KC has one last chance to strike back and prove that they deserve this third seat for World. For now, it has been Fnatic's arena game and everything. They're locked in today, and are they going to be able to lock in their spot on Worlds in 3 games? 3 games and continue the run for the finals? We'll find out right after this.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Yeah.
No flash. Done already. You reach for me?
Yeah,
Yep.
he should be
I
good.
can cancel, I think.
He's dead. Give the kill, yeah. Okay, slowly. Can you lumber die? Yeah. I ulti the Yone, guys. Look, Yone. Nice. You can
go forward. Rummel.
Is that?
Nice. Yone. Kill them. I got no flash.
Just for me.
Penta. Nice.
Go in.
Yeah, go ahead.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that. Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Don't we find out be
up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem. Find it around me. Eyes ablaze with laser focus.
I'm here with Oscar In's parents with your song One Way Away for qualifying for Worlds. I'm going to speak in Spanish and then we'll translate. Bienvenidos. ¿Qué tal lo estáis pasando aquí en el evento? Porque está siendo una pasada y vuestro hijo está jugando genial.
La verdad que sí, que estamos muy contentos, pero a la vez súper nerviosos. La verdad que nunca habíamos estado viéndolo, es la primera vez y estamos muy orgullosos de él.
Obviously, super excited to watch their song playing here. It's the first time that they are watching on stage and everything is going well, so perfect. Also, ¿esperáis alguna vez que vuestro hijo acabase jugando en un escenario como este, tan grande?
No, pensábamos que le gustaba el juego y lo hacía por diversión, pero bueno, poco a poco su sueño se ha cumplido.
At first, of course, they never expected to watch their son playing in a venue like this, but little by little his dream is becoming true. La última pregunta ya, está 2-0 Oscar, está a un mapa de ir al Mundial. Si lo tuvieseis delante, ¿qué le diríais para motivarle y que consiga el objetivo?
Nada, que siga el mismo, que sabe que es un gran campeón y que tiene un equipo muy grande detrás y que tiene que ilusionar a todos los fanáticos.
I asked his father what will he tell Oscar if he was in front of him one way away for qualifying for Worlds, and he told him that he's great, that he's a champion, and he has a great team behind him, so he has to do it for the Fnatic fans. So that was all from me. Back to you guys at the desk.
He's got to do it for the Fnaticos. We saw them in loud voice, heard them in loud voice, in fact, around the arena, as Fnatic now 1 game away from that World Championship spot. 1 game away as well from playing MKOI tomorrow. That's going to be a divided crowd if I can ever talk about one, because obviously MKOI have a huge Spanish contingent.
And I want to build on, like, Fnatic making Worlds is something that they've done so much, so it feels like this is expected of them, but this, like them making Worlds this year, feels so much more impactful than last year, because this is the year where we have a clear top 4. We have 4 teams that have been battling it out the whole year, and one of them is not going to make it.
But I think it's also just the manner in which they've done it, right? I think if this was, you know, sloppy gameplay where they just managed to get it over the finish line a couple of times, we'd be like, okay, well, we will wait and see what Fnatic have, right? But this feels like a much stronger version of Fnatic. This feels like they've really leveled up coming into our playoffs, into Madrid. And now we get to see what they're capable of. If they can take 1 more game from KC, they can find themselves at Worlds, and what a moment for this squad.
It's really interesting because the Fnatic of it all hasn't happened.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't seen them take a 3v5 fight because they think they've got someone out of position. We haven't seen them overstep on vision because they think they can follow up on a fight. And alongside that, the KC of it all hasn't happened. We haven't seen Vladdy popping off in fights. We haven't seen Kana dominating top lane and destroying in the game. We haven't seen Yike getting his lanes ahead in the early game. It feels like both these teams have kind of lost a little bit of their identity, but Fnatic have lost the negative part and KC have lost the positive part.
We haven't even seen Kalist getting caught out, yet they're still losing. Like, it feels like KC in general, they're just not able to find that winning recipe, and you can tell that their confidence is hurting. They're never really the ones engaging first. Most of the team fights we're seeing, at first, with game 1, it felt like it was a competitive difference, you know? It's like Fnatic had all the tools, KC didn't have them, but in this game 2, it was still Fnatic that was always pulling that trigger.
And Grabs did post on X earlier today saying, look, I promise there is no way I can end at least 3 drafts today. So he's hoping that coming into this game 3, maybe, just maybe, he will have found that winning formula once more here for Fnatic. And maybe they can push themselves over the edge, or can KC go the distance and find the reverse sweep here in Madrid?
Yeah, they've got to find all 3 games in a row. Once again, they are going to be on the blue side as we jump into draft for what could be the final game of the series and the final game of KC's year. which is not something I was expecting to say. Once again, Pantheon Xayah bans out from KC. Fnatic following their tried and true formula. Azir and Yunara removed alongside this. They've been getting rid of the Poppy so far.
And it feels weird that KC keeps going back to this blue side. I'd really like to see them try to get some sort of counter pick for Kana, because that feels like an avenue that they haven't yet leveraged, trying to shut down Oscarinin. But maybe they just don't think it's possible. They just need to get that OP power pick on the blue side.
It's the Poppy going to be left open for the first time in this draft. I don't think it'll be first pick worthy. Could be something like, I mean, the Jace has been the one that we've been looking at because it has been incredibly strong, but also potential for a mid lane pick here for Vladdy, and it will be the Victor locked in immediately.
First pick Victor for Vladdy. They are putting now the eggs in his basket. Last time it was Kana with the Rumble. Didn't have as much impact as he would have wanted. Where are Fnatic going to look for their answers? They have left that Poppy open if they want to go for it. Don't want to pick it this early in the draft. Obviously, you want to see a few dashes and such to work around early doors, but could just go for something standard. Get your mid laner, go for something that roams around the map, which is what they have been doing so much. Galio, Talia, now Twisted Fate. They are putting a lot more faith in Poby to be in the right position this series than they have been in some of the other series this split.
And Fnatic have been looking more connected with Poby than they really did with Humanoid in a long time. He's been playing really on the same page with them. I was doubtful and skeptical of the Galio, but even then he was always at the right place at the right time. And doing it again with TF, it's a very similar champion.
And now they're also giving control to Upset in this bottom side of the map. He's kind of been on the back foot, and they've gone for swaps. They've been trying to find creative ways to get him out of the matchup. Now they're just saying, right, take the Corki, take this lane bully, try and be dominant, and we can try and find these plays off that Twisted Fate, leveraging strong side lanes to enable them.
I wonder if KC could look to do something that Fnatic did last game with the level 1 swap. If they now try to go for a weaker early game ADC in the Sivir, and then they also have to blind pick top lane, so they presumably get a losing matchup there, maybe they just want to get out of that lane, get Kalist scaling, because now you have this Sivir Victor going to scale incredibly well, much better than this Twisted Fate Corki.
Yeah, if the game goes late, you are very happy to have that Victor and the Sivir on your side. Nautilus locked in as well gives you great CC potential, 4 forms of it in the kit. Rel will be locked in for Fnatic, gives you a great Magnustorm, good AoE in a team fight, good control as well. The Q flash can be pretty devastating in the early lane.
Also a decent matchup into the Nautilus as well. Obviously Nautilus can try and hook you out of the crash down, but you can also get rid of his shield thanks to that Q as well. So I think overall you're going to see Upset and Mickey really looking to leverage the strong bot lane and trying to punish KC if, as Jack was saying, they get given that opportunity.
I think the only bright side for the Sivir into this rel is that it's pretty chill for the Sivir. You can always block either the W or the Q, which leads her to not getting that CC chain and makes it a little bit easier for her. Of course, with the Alistar being taken out, it's not really any support that you can pick into Sivir. That kind of feels like a checkmate. I guess maybe the Bard is great with the passive proccing the spell shield, but I'm pretty happy this game if I'm Kalist looking at the first 3 picks. We'll get to see if they can round out this comp with some... you really need some frontline in this jungle and top, but with Fearless and 2 bans of Fnatic, they can target quite a few champions here.
I think it also just sets up nicely for, like, if you want a front line from Razor, cool, we've got things like the Sejuani that can go in towards the jungle, the Maokai that can go in towards the jungle. If you want to get really spicy, you can even look at things like the Silas that has been picked up over in the LCK and that, but I think just going for a bit more bog standard here for Razor and Oscarinin is kind of just all you need, and just at least having Oscarinin on something that's a bit more of a carry to enable a side lane play with this Twisted Fate will work out, but I think you're fine. You've got options here as Fnatic.
They'll get rid of a couple of those tanks, the Jace, the Skarner and the Poppy banned away. KC removed Nocturne and Jace, something that can also impact side lanes with that Nocturne. The ability to follow up on a Paranoia with the Destiny makes sense to get rid of that. Now looking towards their jungle, I want to save the last pick for Oscarinin, as they did in game 1 with that Ambessa. Is the Nefiri going to get locked in? Here it is. Locked in for Razork. Okay, a lot of pressure on Razork here to carry with this. Gives you a huge amount of damage out of the jungle, though.
Yeah, definitely a huge confidence pick. I remember we saw Elyoya with great success on the Nefiri when it was very broken in jungle. Pairs up very nicely with Twisted Fate, as now you can always run around, get picks that way. And it's just typical that when you have this mid-jungle duo, you really want one of them to be the utility. Most of the time, that is the jungler that provides setup for the mid. But in this case, when you have that TF, you're leveraged to go this carry. But that really puts all the burden on Razork and how he
does. And now with this Jax pick being really good into both the TF and the Neferi, and then the Maokai, I mean, this is a nice draft from K-Corp.
Yeah, I love the way KC have rounded out this draft. Again, strong team fighting, good setup, and again, Kana almost feels like he's kind of checked Fnatic here, saying, I have a very strong top laner. A lot of the answers into the Jax have been removed. So Oscar Ridden going back towards something that has been a bit of a mixed bag from, but comfort for him into these kind of matchups.
And definitely something that can work into the Jax, the ability just to body slam him away when he looks for that counter strike. There's a certain symmetry in these drafts, though. We saw the last time Razork brought out the Neferi was in spring playoffs in Game 3 versus KC when they were about to be 3-0 by KC. So the confidence to bring it out in Game 3 where you are hoping to 3-0 KC in the summer playoffs is a sight to behold, to be sure.
I do have to say, though, I'd be very surprised if Fnatic are able to take this game, because KC's draft, to me, it screams Europe, to be honest. It's great scaling, great frontline, very easy to play, while Fnatic, they need to find creative angles, they need to find picks, they need to play extremely well, and unless KC is mentally crumbled, I don't see them winning.
It's such a snowballing composition from Fnatic. If you can get leads and you constantly play for pick after pick after pick, sure, you can get this game under control and you can snowball it out of control. But for KC, as Jack was saying, it's just so simple. It's so easy to play. It almost plays itself, honestly, around some of these objectives. It's going to be a tough one for Fnatic, but they have looked like the better team today, and they've had control in the early game. So KC going to have to try and find that miracle here.
They are, as we get ready for Game 3 of this best of 5. Atop the mountain sit our two teams. Will KC be toppled off it unceremoniously in 3 games? Will Fnatic continue this fine run of form we've seen from them in these last couple of matches?
Also just a complete potential flip from spring. It was KC in this exact same position, 3-0ing Fnatic, and then moving on to face MKOI. This time around, Fnatic find themselves 2-0 up in the series, with looking at potentially MKOI tomorrow.
And I want to build off a bit, Rob, what you were talking about earlier with the drafts and how Fnatic's been playing. Just giving kind of clear win conditions for both teams here. I think for Fnatic, it's really obvious they need to kind of win this early game. They want Razork ahead, and they want to utilize Poby to move around the map. And then when it comes to the side lanes later on, we've been seeing them maneuver really well around getting push in one side and then transitioning that pressure to the other side. So they need to continue to do that and really utilize this TFL to get picks, because KC's win condition is just relax. Scale until 2 to 3 items, group up as 5, and then losing a 5v5 will be near impossible.
Oscar and Kana will meet up towards the top side. Kana taking the leap strike first here just to follow up onto Oscar. We'll get him chunked down. A little bit reminiscent of Game 1 as KC tried to put their heads in towards the Fnatic jungle. And Fnatic will just have Razork starting on those Razor Beaks.
And this counter pick up in the top lane, it's a nice matchup for the Gragas, but it's not really up until you get that Lost Chapter, you get some cooldown reduction, that you can actually start to poke out this Jax, as he just is an 80 champion. He does more damage to minions and more damage to you in the early levels, so he's going to get that push, but we got some fighting off in the bot side.
Yeah, Mickey and Targamas falling down low. Mickey on the wrong end of that one as he's down to about 300 HP. Already has to pop one of those potions. Targamas will do the same, with the Oracles will sweep out any vision that Fnatic could have had there. And again, Kalista and Targamas getting the early prio in this lane.
Especially with the fact that Mickey had to give up the Butch. There's the level 2, hits on towards him, but Kalista already back in the minion wave, so Targamas just going to take some damage back, because the cowbell, no Alistair in this one, so quite yet. Oh, sorry, was on earlier in the series, but still good to hear it.
Yeah, unfortunately we will not be hearing it in game.
I don't often see supports these days actually doing the cowbell.
I feel like people don't play the skin anymore.
That's true, yeah. I wonder if there's some skin that has slightly better animations or something for you. I often see that happen as Vladdy's getting the push here in mid again on his Victor. Kalista and Targamas able to push Upset and Mickey back, but they should be able to get, I mean, they're going to be about 3 CS down after this wave that finishes under the tower.
And for me, I feel like Vladdy's Victor is iconic with it, really. I remember at first stand, Victor was nearly permabanned throughout the whole tournament against them, and it just felt like the one pick that KC always had that Vladdy could really do magic on. But then when you come into a series like this, he's already lost on the Orianna, very similar champ to the Victor. I'd love to see him perform better in this game, but right now, my hopes are pretty low.
has got about a 71% win rate on it across the course of the year. His most played alongside that Azir, 15 games, so very comfortable on the champ. And if they can scale, which the composition definitely allows them to do, and get a big lead here as Razor's going to go intangible. Targamas are looking for that CC route. Mickey diving in though, when they dive onto Callisto, who has to flash away. The ricochet will start to shred through Fnatic. They back away immediately. Mickey's on the wrong side of this wall and doesn't really have a hope in hell of escaping. KC should claim first blood. Mickey's going to chase up Callisto. Meanwhile, Razor trying to dive in onto Yike. Jumps across into Targamas as well, but he's got no mid laner here. With Vladdy moving across from mid, Razor has to flash the wall.
So Razor ends up moving into position to smite away the Scuttle Crab, so at least gets something as he has to burn his flash. But Mickey walking into the pit ends up giving that kill across, so KC ends up burning a lot of summoner spells, but a kill early for Callisto.
And Fnatic just didn't have the damage. They were the ones who got to pull the trigger onto Callisto, but with him flashing away, with the barrier, with the spell shield, they weren't able to bring him down, and then after that, they pretty much just got ran down. Now, I'm not the jungle main, so I'm not sure if Razor going back in to blow his flash to get Crab was worth, but he got now the top Crab as well. He's coming into the Raptor respawn. I mean, it's not looking too bad for him CS-wise.
I love this for Mickey. We've seen him do it quite a few times. Kana going in there, Counter-Strike out. Does still have the
Oscar
flash.
has no mana.
Oscar has no mana, so yeah, I mean, it's a good gank timing. We'll force Kana back a little bit, and the wave's not in the best of spots for that Jax. So Mickey can just run around here again.
I mean, he has no Counter-Strike on the Jax, but
he can just stand nearby. Ooh, a pause, okay.
Kind of like there's a bug. Why is there support in my lane?
Why is this red here? What's going on? So we'll work out exactly what is happening with that pause.
Even though Mickey doesn't get the kill, I think it's still really nice. So he's given Oscar the opportunity to freeze here, and Kana will probably just reset and TP back in, but buying that reset time across Grinnin, plus you have Razork now on the top half of the map. I still think Razork needs to reset, but it does mean that you can see where Yike is on the map. At least you've still got cover for Oscar Grinnin when he's low on mana, low on HP, and the enemy jungler's in the area.
Very true. They do have Yike on his signature Maokai. He is close by, 30-5 on this pick across the course of his career, which is pretty damn impressive, you've got to be honest, as we'll see how much of an impact he can have on this game. We talked a little bit about, is it worth it to get the Scuttle Crab on the Neferi? If I'm a Neferi, you just want to get as much gold as possible in the early game, right? Get yourself to a position where the Hound's Pursuit is actually a good kill threat, because one of the issues is if you are the first person burning anything out of this Sivir, she's just going to spell shield you as soon as you come in. And then Darking Daggers will get you a little bit of follow-up. Kana trying to get some of this XP as Mickey will continue to force him away. He does have, Kana does, his jungler and his support on their way up here to try and help break this freeze. And I think now Mickey will realize, okay, yeah, we might just have to back off a little bit.
Yeah, and I really want to touch upon what you said about Yike's Maokai. It feels like KC have really brought out their best of their best in every single role. And if they lose this game, they can do so saying that, you know, they gave everything they had and it just wasn't enough.
Yep. Very much agree with that. You got to throw the Hail Mary, right? Yeah. Sometimes, especially when you're losing the way you're losing so far as KC in the series, you just go comfort. It's like, we'll just play the things we know we can play. Composition works. We have scaling. We're okay. Let's just make sure that we go out with as big of a bang as we can have. And if we lose this one, well, we tried. You know, that happens.
But I think they're off to a great start here.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that you got the early skirmish, burnt a bunch of summoner spells, and got an early kill onto Callisto means the early resets are better. He's able to get pushed in his bottom lane better. Like, it kind of just stifles a lot of what Fnatic were hoping to achieve in these early stages. So for KC, I think you're just very chuffed with the fact that you managed to get this early lead.
Razork looking for a little bit of an invade. Totally agree with you there, Dagda. I think KC will be happy with how things have gone, especially getting the kill over onto Callisto on this Sivir. If he can scale up quickly, it is very hard for Fnatic to actually get on top of him that easily. You've got Nature's Grasp, you've got a Counter-Strike, you've got the Spell Shield, you've got a Nautilus. Like, yes, you can dive in, but that's tricky. As Targamas going to get knocked up here. Does have the flash, upset Valkyrie forward. Dredgeline away from Targa. Razork hits the Darking Daggers, but only onto Callisto. Fnatic don't want to go any further. KC hold them off well.
Yeah, and also in that mid lane, you can see Vladdy taking a very good trade against Poby. So I think trying to make sure that this TF couldn't get into the bottom side again. But I think that's where Fnatic are going to try and look for this reset. As Poby going to try and go back to base, and then could potentially ult in towards a dragon or maybe even a pick elsewhere for for Fnatic.
Razork now with that level 6, he has a pretty substantial lead onto Yike. Was kind of the biggest winner for Fnatic out of that bot side skirmish, as he's now looking to go for the top crab as well. And I think, for me, the two good things that are happening in Fnatic's game here is the fact that Poby survived the first few levels of the TF, can be quite a struggle into this Victor, and has now gotten that level 6 so he can start impacting the map, and the fact that this Neferi, which is a real win con, is able to propel herself and actually get that CS lead that she really requires.
Yeah, that's the thing for them. They're putting a lot of weight on Razork's shoulders with this early game, but he has been known to carry it across the years. We'll see it as well. There is a risk that Fnatic fall into their own ways a little bit. There's a lot of dive.
Yeah.
Like the Neferi wants to go ham, wants to dive in towards that backline, and there's always the risk that Razork's the only one going forward. You kind of want to split the fight with an explosive cask and then pick people off one by one rather than having a full 5v5 front to back.
But it's also a very different look from Fnatic. Like a lot of when Razork plays, it's on enablers, right? To set up his lanes, try and get people like Upset ahead. This is very much a Fnatic playing for him, but playing against Kana here.
Strike into the crash down. Kana will pop the Grandmaster's Might and leap strike to a minion. Dodges to the side of the explosive cask with that flash. He'll survive.
And is this not a different Fnatic we're seeing? It's Mickey consistently going top and pressuring Kana. This feels unheard of, the Fnatic that I was watching a few weeks ago. All they knew was bot, but this Fnatic is playing the map and they're playing it comprehensively.
And putting pressure into Oscarina as Razork was able to take two of the Hound's pursuit. He flashes. Oh, the Destiny for the Vision is beautiful! That was team coordination to a T from Fnatic, and now they're looking for Targamas under the turret. Razork will have the Hound's pursuit again, dashes in, can eviscerate to drop away some of the aggro. There's two to the dogs. Who let him out? Fnatic.
Fnatic are looking to take over the early game once more. KC, sure, they'll get the Dragon, but the kills on the top laner and the support are massive for Fnatic Snowball.
And it's Razork that picks up both kills here and the third grub. He's building such a tremendous lead for himself, putting himself in such a fantastic position to carry. And he's shown us throughout this series, he can carry. He hasn't had those random off moments where he goes too deep and just dies. He's locked in.
And Jack, you said at the start of the day, Poby has only really been pressing Or, but that press Or was so clutch for Razork to be able to get that kill. And again, though, it's like Fnatic just moving well around the map. They shift Poby to bot side, they open up Upset on mid, which means that Mickey can roam towards that top side of the map, knowing that they've got the safety everywhere else. And now they're looking to move in again. It is Mickey caught, but he should be able to get out.
He'll be fine. He has the crash down. It was a good dredge line, bending it around that wall, but in the end will amount to not too much there for KC. They did manage to pick up the first Dragon, Mountain Drake over to Carmine Corp. 3 grubs for Fnatic, so we have that exchange of the early neutrals. The question is, will we see a fight around the next? Still 5 minutes away for the Rift Herald and 4 minutes for the Drake, so we have a few moments to relax and wonder if Fnatic are going to make that 30.
Oh, he canceled his Q.
Beautiful!
Oh my god!
Who is this man? You take him to Spain and he's living La Vida Loca, apparently.
He's so damn good. I don't know what he ate today. His confidence is just through the roof. And he's dropping bombas left and right.
I don't know if it's in the tapas or the paella or what it might be, but holy moly, Oscarina, take a bow, sir. Because everyone counted you out in this matchup. Everyone said that Kana was going to take over this series through the top side. And it's Oscarina who's finding the solo kills. It's Oscarina who has been more impactful. And it's Oscarina who is delivering Fnatic everything on a silver platter.
The question I ask myself is, can Oscarina survive?
Yeah.
And he's exceeded all expectations. And him and Razork looks like they're going to carry game 3 to make Fnatic 3-0.
I mean, this man is moisturized and thriving right now. Like 2 of the 3 games we've seen so far, he has been the dominant force in that top lane. It's only 12 minutes in as Targum is caught out a little bit with those darting daggers. You can see the chunk. As soon as you get that Spear of Zojin, becomes so hard to fight against. Dredge line going in onto Mickey. There's the Destiny. Targum is trying to get out because the Hound Pursuit's going to chase him down. Razork goes intangible. They dive back onto Yike. Razork now needs to get out. Doesn't have the flash, and Kalist will put a boomerang into his backside. The dive in! A twisted advance from Yike finds 2!
with a nature's grasp and a bramble smash. He'll find his marks. That's 2 for them. Counter-strike out from Kana. Oscar still needs to be a little bit cautious. Only has that Rod of Ages right now and a tier. Perhaps he'll be the one queuing after this. Kana dives back in. Good knockback from Oscar to survive.
There is life in KC, yes. And what I was going to say was that Fnatic, this is a very different composition again. This is one that, while it looks fantastic, can crumble at a moment's notice. And KC showing that there is still cracks in the Fnatic defense yet.
Oscar looking for another bomber, puts the ward into the bush. Grandmaster's might. There's no mana on Kana, but the TP comes in. KC bail out their top laner in what was a very precarious situation.
But it's Oscar that's able to get all this pressure and able to buy now Poby so much time here to push out top. As we watch this replay, I really want to focus on the upset Kalist 1v1 that I think determined so much of this outcome. As you see here, Upset starts the fight with Kalist, but he loses quite hard. He W's in and he gets really chunked, has to back out, which then means that now Kalist is the one that can run down all of Fnatic as they have to get herded away, and then Yike with a beautiful flash W gets both Upset and Razor.
Great sidesteps on the Rockets from Kalist, making sure that especially that big one didn't land from Upset, because that could have been a very different duel. But it's Fnatic now still back out onto the map. Still a 1.6k gold lead, Dragon in 50 seconds. And if KC can use the fact that they've managed to pick up some of this gold on towards guys like Kalist to try and find these fights, maybe there's still opportunities here.
Yeah, Yike evening out the jungle alongside it. Now has the Leandries complete, only about 250 gold between the tree and the dog. Kana should be able to get the push up here in the top side. Oscar is on his way, no teleport. KC have TP on Kana, but nowhere else. So I wonder if we'll see a fight around this Drake, because KC will have a man advantage if they want it. Kana stepping past the tower here, gets 2 plates for himself with that demolish. It's back within 1,000 gold of Oscar in it.
As the game kind of slows down, it feels like, spawning the Chemtech Dragon. KC have full control of the bot side here, able to push it in, presumably might be able to pick this up for free, unless Razork has other ideas.
Razork's looking, but Targamas and Kalista waiting for him. They saw him walk through mid lane, so they have perfect awareness of where Razork is. Dredge line in from Targamas, call of the pack used by Razork just to jump away from it. Wasn't going to connect anyway. KC still on the Drake, should be able to get this one as Fnatic still eye for a fight. Want a bit of a Barney around here if they can get it. Mickey has that Magnet Storm, will step in. Shadowing Strike, Destiny popped as well. Mickey, the flash engage is there, you can sense it, but not going to be able to find it.
But they're getting what they want on side lanes, right? Like, Poby's just been pushing in this bot lane the entire time, as KC have kind of been struggling to move between Dragon and mid lane. And I can't quite see, but I mean, it should be low. There's no more turret plates on it, so not quite going down, but at least Fnatic are still getting access to the points in the map.
Yeah, I think overall as KC you're very happy with that, but as you say, Rob, I'm very happy seeing Fnatic both be tempered yet also pushing the limits of what every play is possible, as now Kana looks like he's in a lot of trouble here.
He has to run away. Razork cuts the wave really well, jumps over the wall with the Eviscerate, grabs the next wave, and it's like, okay, Kana, you can stay here, but then you're dealing with a 2v1. Targamas was on his way across, but Oscar will just hold this wave, let the cannon die, and then take the tower.
I don't know if Mickey's going to be fast enough to the counterpunch on the bottom side, though. Poby left alone underneath the structure.
Arcane Storm coming out, Yike has
so
that Nature's Grasp. He is incredibly tanky with that Rod of Ages already complete. Vladdy, and Wave still stands for him. Rift Herald secured for Fnatic as Mickey doesn't quite hit the Shadowing Strike.
And I think this sequence really highlights why we've been so happy with Fnatic today. They lose the Drake, but immediately they're with the counterpunch, up in top. Mickey recalls fast to protect the bot play, and they're able to get both a top tower and a Herald after they were the ones who lost out on the Dragon. It just feels like they're always one step ahead of K-Corp.
It really does. There is something just about Fnatic. There's a mojo. I don't often use the word, I'll do it in honor of Munch. There's a mojo about Fnatic when it comes to qualifying for Worlds. 12 of 14. They missed Season 2 and they missed 2016. And since then, they have made Worlds every single time, and even in a year where I think a lot of people kind of counted them out to a degree. A lot of people said, well, they are top 4, but it's KC, G2, MKOI are my favorites to make it. Once again, you get to the series that makes you get there, and Fnatic somehow find a way. KC trying to stymie that, trying to stop it. Dredgeline's going to hit, but Poby's going to walk away. In fact, he's going to walk back forward. TP coming in. Targamas stunned up, tried to flash away. The TP cancelled up towards the top side as Oscarinin was caught out by Yike, Kalist, and Kana. He's going to try and get away, but the Nature Scar's going to follow him. Meanwhile, on the bot side, you can see Razork still chasing onto Vladdy. The Rifteld used to charge down the tower. Vladdy will die. Rifteld, where you're going back towards the tier 2. 1-for-1 exchange, but a tower alongside it for Fnatic.
And it's Fnatic that are winning out in this trade as they get the bot tower and they're going to get the tier 2. And Kana might be able to pick up this top tower, but it's Fnatic that are constantly ahead in tempo. And even when Oscar dies here...
He finds him. Oh, does he? Okay, upset Wars plus target. TP
and
coming
Kana
out
TP'd, so he doesn't get the top tower, but he does have a flank on the bot.
They're looking for the collapse onto Poby here, who has the flash and has the teleport and has the destiny. Locks a gold card in. We'll wait for the counter-strike. Knockup coming out from Targamas. I think they're just giving up Poby.
Another TP behind, though.
Exhaust down onto Kana. Razork needs to run away, but he's got so many tools to do so. Eviscerates across the wall. Vladdy's still on the chase. Mickey dismounted for now, but remounts, finds the horse in time to gallop his way back to the turret.
But KC get 1 kill, but I have to question, was that even worth it? You spend 2 teleports, you don't crash this top wave, and you don't get the top tower now. It feels like KC are the team that the only thing they know how to do is group and kill people, and if they can't do that, they're lost.
It feels like desperation. It feels like KC see the door closing on what is not only just their world's opportunity, but potential to move further towards our finals in the LEC as well. And they're trying everything, they're throwing everything they can, but it's just, there's nothing up even if they get those kills, like any objective anymore. As Razork a little bit up forward here.
It steps a little bit forward, but the Eviscerate out will get him to safety. I think importantly for KC, if they can get the next Drake, if they can somehow put Fnatic on a position where they have to fight every dragon, they can scale. They can also just slow down the game, give up a few Drakes, not give up towers on the side lane, just scale into this game. It's not all doom and gloom for them. They have an AD carry that is 1,500 gold ahead. They're just not finding fights where Kalist can actually have an impact.
Yeah, I think critically, this Sivir with the Infinity Edge, with the Yuntal, so much further ahead than this Corki. It's really hard for Fnatic to actually team fight 5v5. So KC can go back to their tried and true method. Like, you can see Fnatic, they have the TF on bot, they have the Gragas on top. They're going to push out these sides, but I think KC may be grouped here a little bit too early, as now they're going to be forced to send Kana up top. Someone's going to have to catch this bot side, and then Fnatic can just now leverage those numbers advantage to get the maybe Drake.
Well, Poby might be collapsed on Destinies immediately.
But Vladdy has to choose between picking the wave here or not. And it just, you see this constant pressure and tension on Fnatic that's making it so difficult for KC to play.
Fnatic haven't started the Dragon up immediately though. Now the wave's been dealt with by Vladdy. Can KC mount some sort of attack here as Fnatic look to just steal the Dragon run?
Targamas goes in with the Hex Flash. Nature's Guard's coming out. Oscarin's going to be able to dodge that. Meanwhile, Mickey caught out. He'll crash down back into the pit. Oscarinin on the wrong side of this fight, but he's so tanky for now. Kana dives in with a counter-strike, finds Mickey. Oscarinin already dead. A good stun card from Poby. The Death Judge will follow him down. 2 already. For KC, the 5v5 fight is exactly where they tried, but they can't find more out of it. They do get the Drake though. Great from Yike there to land the smite, I think.
And KC have found the comp that they needed, as yes, you're right, Medic. Yike got the dragon. He's quite good at getting those, and they just found what works for them. They have this composition that's so easy to play. You see how hard it is. Oscar tries to find a flank, but once Kalist uses that spell shield nicely, Oscar has no more tools. He's just left for dead, and the rest of Fnatic are sent scrambling.
Fnatic just took a second to see if they could get the pick instead of just picking off the dragon. And you can see that bought enough time for Vladdy to get into position, and it was so incredibly close. You can see they're just doing everything they can. Mickey putting bodies in the way so they can finish this off. But at the end of it, it's actually the Twisted Advance that ends up picking it up, as Kana is in a great position here to keep the members of Fnatic out, and it's focused them off one by one. And as that speed up is coming through, you can see KC thinking maybe they can have it, but those daggers from Razork have them second guessing.
A gold lead shrinks to only 1,000. Oh, Mickey. That's a sneaky play if I've ever seen it. Vladdy trying to answer on this side lane. Mickey just waiting. Vladdy's going to check it, and Mickey realizes, okay, perhaps I can't do too much more. Goes in with a Magnet Storm still. Nature's Scar's going to follow him home, and I think Fnatic are the ones with a little bit of desperation coming out now. Mickey went for the engage. No real follow-up from his team. He'll die to Vladdy.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Calist was chunked out, but he survives. A 1-0 exchange so far. Razzle chasing Yike down, Upset having to Valkyrie forward, but immediately concussive blows coming out from Targus. He'll cleanse, he'll flash away. They dive back in. Razzle finds Carnage.
Calist is in base.
Calist is in base. He had to recall because of the trade in the mid lane. And Yike escapes with his splash. 1-for-1 the exchange in totality.
And this is what Fnatic need. They need chaos. They need fights to be happening all around. That KC can't just group up and make it simple for them. Upset, Valkyries in on mid, Chunks, Calist, Mickey ins, but the fights keep happening, and Fnatic, they want to keep that tempo up as they start this Arakan.
No explosive cast, no Hound's Pursuit, no Destiny, no Magna Storm. Fnatic have one ultimate, and it's a Corki missile. Is it going to be enough into a Death Charge and on the hunt, an Arcane Storm? Yike on his way, doesn't have that Nature's Grasp. A stun card from Poby has to flash the Dredge line. Artakan down to 4,000 HP. TP coming in from Kana as they look for the fight. Razzle stepping forward, but he's already down to half HP. Yike going in as well. Look at that smite. It's Razzle that gets the Artakan, but it's Mickey who's going to pay for it with his life. A twisted advance from Yike will find his mark. Nature's Grasp coming out now. Fnatic scattering, fleeing the scene of the crime. They snuck it away from KC.
I can't believe Fnatic managed to find that window as Kana was dead and couldn't TP into the fight. They even managed to clear out the wave, so KC can't try and get that play on the top side, and it's Mickey who gives his life to make sure Fnatic can get the objective.
And it's the intelligence from Fnatic. They understand that this is what their composition needs. They need this chaos. They need the pace to be incredibly high, because if they lower it, if they let things be slow, then KC can just wait for Drake, 5v5 them, and they will lose the game. You see here that Fnatic, they're not playing for the fight. All they want to do is secure this objective. As soon as they get it, they scramble, they run, they drop Mythics. If they lose him, it's okay. They got what they wanted.
Poby just barely managing to get out of the way of that Maokai ultimate as well, but now a minute and a half until that next Dragon Soul for KC, and that's all KC want. Just an excuse to drag Fnatic into a fist fight, but Mickey again sneaking around.
So sneaky from Mickey, finds the Shadowing Strike into the Crashdown. They just want to chunk out Kana. Explosive cast, but they're not there. There's a Magna Storm, follow-up Hound's Pursuit in from Razzle. Kana is down. Drake up in a minute, it's still a while. Hound's Pursuit in, again by Razzle, immediately jumps up into the corner of the pack to negate the Bramble Smash out from Yike. Eviscerate forward, trying to get that mid lane control once again.
And it felt like Fnatic needed some magic to try to get control of this Drake after we've seen them struggle before. And Mickey keeps finding these creative angles that are doing so much from them. But still, we can't get too ahead of ourselves. It's still 40 seconds. Kana will be back up for it, and they'll need a normal setup. They need one more magic trick if they're going to pull this off.
Oh. Fnatic made the Artakan disappear earlier. They sneak the kill onto Kana. They now have a 35 petal lead, which is about 2.5k in terms of stats.
Oscar Inden is playing around this ward on the bottom side though. There's a ward here and he's managed to sneak over the wall. Now actually just spotted by Yike. A little bit on his lonesome.
I mean, Yike's going to get chunked out. Uses the Nature's Grasp as well, which is huge. That's a big ultimate that won't be available for the Cloud Drake fight. Poby stunned up in the gravity field. Oscar Inden going back in, trying to make the tree go timber. And there's the follow-up. A twisted advance forward. Razzle getting chunked out quite a ton. As the redemption comes out, Kana flashes for it. One down on either side. Oscar Inden on that front line, but Fnatic can't take the fight anymore. They need the picks. They need to find the sneaky routes in. But with both junglers down, KC just going to start up this dragon.
Oscar is looking to base and TP back here with full HP. If he can find the angle.
Stunned. I thought for a second he was just going to dive in immediately with a counter-strike. Oscar in, looking for that flank. Targamas can dive on him immediately, and they have a ton of CC. He's very tanky and has the Seekers just picked up, so can stop time for a second. Magna Storm in by Mickey. The Gatling gun from Upset. Kana counter-strikes the gold card and dives onto Poby. Poby almost dies to the laser, but doesn't quite go down. Upset's going to kill off Kana. Meanwhile, on the top side of the fight, Oscar in getting chunked out, and Calist and Vladdy will secure that kill.
And KC have the better team fighting comp, and they're doing it with Kana going in, able to pick them off, and they're gonna get the Cloud Soul as we watch how it all unfolded here.
It was a great idea from Fnatic. Oscar Inden waiting in that bottom side, trying to find the sneak angle that he needed to, but ends up getting spotted early. They tried to commit on towards Yike, but Kana, in the midst of everyone, is buying so much time, and KC's backline isn't under threat. KC are able to get the damage that they want off. And as they then go to reset here, sure, Oscar Inden is able to come in, but there's just no real angle of attack here for Fnatic. Kana not giving Poby that opportunity to stun him. Resets, KC back away, and they look for the re-engage.
And you can really see the difference in the two carries of the two compositions here. As Sivir and Victor has such an easy time just outputting DPS and making the game so hard for Fnatic, while this TF and Corki are scrambling. They're trying to hit the skill shots, they're trying to get the burst down, but they don't have enough sustained damage.
So much credit to KC with how they have fought this game. They've been behind in gold the entire time, but they found every single avenue they've needed to keep themselves in it. Fnatic now drawing them towards the Baron. Kana has TP, Fnatic will back away.
They were just hoping they could get the TP, but KC, they don't answer the bluff. They instead just keep that pressure on towards the bottom side, and they're going to look to keep this pressure up. Fnatic, they're trying desperately to find something, but now it's KC with Soul, with 3 items on their Sivir. Vladdy nearly getting towards that Sonya's Hourglass as well. KC feel like they've crested the hill, and it's just about smooth sailing to find themselves that teamfight win towards victory.
It's exactly as you say, Rob. And this Cloud Soul is so damn valuable, because what Fnatic needs is a pick. They need to find someone who's caught off guard. But when everybody's suddenly a race car on the side of KC, that becomes so damn difficult. But if there's one man who can find magic, even when I thought there was none available, it would be Mickey. So let's let him cook one last time.
See what he can find. Fnatic trying to get some semblance of control around the Baron right now. Their gold lead shrinking by the second. Yike has done such a good job of making sure he survives, dives forward with a twisted advanced explosive cast. Not quite there. Hound's Pursuit available to Razzle. Can look for the engage. Arcane Storm out from Vladdy just to disengage. Kalist an upset fighting down towards the bottom side of the fight as Kana is yet to TP in.
But that's exactly what Jack was talking about. They're so quick and they can't really find anything. Kana has prevented or stopped his reset on the bottom side. He wants to just keep pushing as KC, they're corralling Fnatic, keeping them busy so then this Jax can do work on the bottom lane.
So hard now for Fnatic to find the engage they really need. Depth charge onto Mickey, goes out of vision, double redemption out, but Mickey will be the first to fall. He goes down. Kana continues to push in bots.
And it feels like the nail in coffin for Fnatic. They weren't able to find it. They might be able to pick off Kana here, but Casey will be able to get this Baron. Nashor, we'll see if they can even pick off Kana with how fast he is with his Cloud Soul.
He doesn't have the flash. Counter-strike out, rapid fire onto him. Will get the gold card connection stun. Kana still trying to chase away, but the exhaust and the flash forward from Poby will get the CC. Oscarin is still looking for that flank position. Can go in. It will be Kana's life for Baron if he even dies. Explosive cast back. Kana will fall. Upset gifted the gold, but the Baron for KC.
I mean, that's so worth this KC. Yeah, you lose Kana, but this Baron should be everything that you need to close out this game. And KC are wasting no time. They immediately move into the top lane.
I think the one thing for KC now is, do you get a bit over-eager here? This is where you could stumble at the finish line, because Kana is still going to be dead for quite a while, and he's going to be delayed in tempo. So now, this would be a prime opportunity for Fnatic to be able to find someone caught off guard with Kalist recalling in a safe spot.
Kalist gets out, that's huge for him. Elder in 2.5 minutes, but the game begins to snowball away from Fnatic. KC unwilling to give up that world spot, to give up a rematch with Nkoi that easily. It would take a reverse sweep to do it, but this would be the first step for them. Fnatic still fishing for something. In fact, it's Targamas who fishes, chucks out the hook, connects onto a wall. TP behind as Poby begins to run. Depth charge coming out as well. The heal, the redemption, everything being used to try and get Poby out of this situation, but there's no escape from the clutches of Kana and Kalist. Mickey and Poby fall, and KC might just look for the win.
They've already got that bot wave prepped and ready as they start their march towards the base. Oscarinin will have to retreat from the top half of the map to try and stop his base from going down.
And KC finally breathing some life back into this series, as it looks like they might just take the game right here.
I mean, they might just be able to close it out. 30 seconds before Poby is back up. 15 on Mickey, does have the Magnet Storm. Razzle coming with the damage onto Vladimir, it's just not enough. The comfort picks for KC seem to have paid off. The Nexus Tower's falling. Oscarin trying to defend. Explosive cast might be used just to clear out that minion wave, but the bound up minions so strong. Kana diving back in, Shadowing Strike crash down, will get the stun onto him. Dredgeline dodged by Mickey, steps down away from it. The Gravity Well finds the stun. Kalist and Yike begin to open up on the mid lane inhibitor tower.
And for the first time, Fnatic look like they're bleeding, but it's Fnatic who are on the chase.
Oscar in and chasing in. He's the only one with TP on this team. Poby goes in with the Destiny. They dive to Bloody Magnus. Storm out. Mickey finds one. They'll look for two. Kana jumps away with the lead strike. Pops the stopwatch. Goes golden. But he is just going to his grave. Fnatic find two more. Dredgeline away from Targamas. They're in.
But it's Elder. It's Elder in 40 seconds.
In 4 seconds, as you say. 40 seconds on Kana and Vladdy. They'll be back up just in time for the Elder spawn.
But that might be too late. If they spawn on the Elder and Fnatic decide to rush it, they're already pressing recall. This might be the magic that Fnatic needed.
KC have this game in their hands, but has it just slipped between their fingers? Fnatic, they're not resetting. They're faking it. They're going to look for the pick. They're hoping that someone on KC will wander through this jungle. You can see that ward in the base is actually giving them the information that Fnatic have not actually reset.
I think KC might have to give it. It looks like they're not deciding to enter, and they're going to give Fnatic the Elder. What is happening?
It wouldn't be an LEC series with Worlds qualification on the line if we didn't get a roller coaster of a gold graph, guys. KC had control of the game. They greeded, they split, they looked for the Nexus Towers, and you talked about it, Jack. You said, when you are in this position in a series, it is so easy to overstep. The Elder will be secured by Fnatic. Razzle waiting on it just a little bit.
They're trying to time it a little bit with the Baron now. Very smart here by Fnatic.
They want to have that buff for the Baron fight. They'll continue to wait. Mickey was looking for Kana, who successfully dodges away from it. They just hold it, and there we are, 2 minutes before the Baron. Fnatic will steal everything they can. The goal is basically irrelevant at this point. Look at the items. Kalist almost at full build. Upset still quite far away. 3 items for him. A massive disparity there.
And these fights have looked impossible for Fnatic to take, but maybe, just maybe, with that Elder Dragon, they'll have enough firepower to make something happen. But that overlap is so minuscule. 20 seconds of that Baron being available and that Elder buff lasting.
And we talked about the burden a team bears after losing a game 1 or game 2 like we saw, and you can see it on KC's shoulders. This is a game that normally for them I think would look easy. They have a comp that's right up their alley. They won the early game, they got all the dragons, but you can see how they're a little bit disjointed, a little bit nervous. Everything feels a bit heavier than normal, and it is costing them dearly.
In terms of carries, they still have a massive advantage. They are so strong. I will say Poby, now with a Rabadon's death cap complete, if he can land a gold card, will absolutely melt through someone.
It's basically your full one-shot build at this stage. He's going to do so much work. Only that control ward preventing him from being full build at this stage. But Fnatic, they're just hoping someone on KC takes that step too far forward. Kalist needs to be careful.
Yeah, might need to back away a little bit here. Fnatic timing this with the minion wave coming in. Hex flash forward by Mickey. Hound's pursuit on Kalist. The spell shield coming out as well. He's going to dash away. Call of the pack for Razzle will get him out of dodge. Oscar in and pops the stopwatch, and Fnatic pop the tower. They'll take another one in this unrelenting push, but with Baron coming up in 20 seconds and the Elder falling off in 45, they want to go back and regain control. Look at the bot wave, though. Super minions pushing in there. At some point, someone's going to have to deal with that. And if Fnatic don't deal with it, double TPs from Kate.
But Poby found the pick.
Poby finds the pick. Onto Yankee, twisted advance forward. Upset flashing. The dragon comes in. Fnatic Dragons find their way to the rift. The Elder laser enough to kill off the enemy jungle.
But KC are pinging enemy Nexus. They're thinking about TPing, but Fnatic want to keep fighting. Oh, this game is on a knife's edge here.
Oscar Ridden needs to reset. You can see him. He's just got that channel off. Vladdy couldn't interrupt him with that ray. And now the minions are on towards the Nexus towers.
Elder down in 6.
That's it. That's the Elder buff gone. KC, they can potentially take the fight when they see Oscar Ridden in the base.
KC have an advantage around the Baron pit right now. They've got an extra man. Poby, no destiny for him. He's going to have to sprint across it. Pops the ghost to do so. Meanwhile, Oscar Ridden TPing behind. KC, the ones now getting caught, perhaps in their own jungle. A hook onto Oscar Ridden. Targamas chunked out. Mickey cleanses away with the unsealed spellbook. He's looking for that Magnus Storm flash. Across the wall, can't find it. Fnatic turn their eyes back towards the Baron. 5 seconds on Yike.
KC are just playing this push and pull. Tried to delay by time for Yike. He's now spawned, but he needs to get to the Baron, and it might just be gone.
It's already down to 6,000. Kana dives in. Razzle dashes away. Mickey gonna get caught out by Kalist. But Kalist on the wrong side of the wall. The Baron goes over, and it's Razzle who gets it. Kalist with a GA. He'll Kana gets
has one, and he's looking for more. Povey has the flash away, but although Fnatic got the Baron, KC clean up the fight.
KC no va a morir ya! They are taking it back. They're not out yet as they bring this series to game 4.
It's Mickey against the world, and KC are happy to put him in his place as they march down the mid lane. And KC with the ace have just done it.
Impatience around the Nexus was almost their downfall. Patience at the Baron is what will keep them in this series. KC are not done yet.
My God, what a series we have here. Such close games, back to back to back. And you can see how both teams are fighting so damn hard.
It's League of Legends. It's what I love. Fnatic versus KC here in the Kaya Magica with everything on the line for both these teams, where a loss in this series would be a disappointing year. Not just a split, not just like a disappointing series, it is the termination of a year of growth for a team, a year of a project for both these teams, and neither team is willing to give it up.
When winter went so well for KC, when first stand, they made it the distance all the way to finals. To be denied that chance at Worlds would be heartbreak for both the fans and the team. But now they've got to keep this up. This is just the first step, and Fnatic have got more in the tank. And you're up against a Fnatic who have not missed 8 straight Worlds.
We're going to hand it over to the AD to break down that series, that game, and
the series
what
too.
Game 4 gives us, because I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, guys. Welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy Analyst Desk. The blue sky finally arrived here for KC. And GB, I love your smile, because that's the smile of someone whose prediction did not die yet.
It's not that. I mean, the moment I saw this draft, I put in the chat, all right, 2-1.
All
2-1.
right.
It's going to be a 2-1, because when I see a draft like this from KC, I don't care how far they fall behind. They need to do one thing and one thing only. They need to stack dragons. They need to have good team fighting, and they just need to chill out. And honestly, that's kind of what they did. We see so many priority takes. I see Kana on his Jax. I see Yike on a Maokai. You know, I see everything I need to see for them to be able to pull off late game team fights.
I mean, this team fight was so stressful to watch because it felt like that KC was on a knife's edge. This flank from Oscar was fantastic, but look at the indecision that you see there from Fnatic. Razork moves towards the Baron while Oscar is setting up for a play. That was a window that I think Fnatic missed. And to be fair, I was watching Kalist exclusively in this fight. Look at his positioning and look at this flash. He flashed for Mickey. I thought that this was a massive mistake, completely isolating himself, but then what does he do? Outplays everyone!
I mean, he puts himself in the position where as Sivir, he can still get so much damage down because the W's over the wall is still giving that AoE that you need. That's a gold graph.
Whoa!
And it's a KC gold graph that I feel like I'm getting used to seeing a little bit, not to this extent, but being behind and still taking games, it's kind of been their philosophy.
I mean, you guys said it, they highly believed in the power of their composition, and even though the early game did not quite go as expected, they were still always in a position to defend those objectives. How did that happen, though?
I mean, it really just came down to the fact that no matter what happened on the map, no matter how bad it looked, we need to be on the Dragons. And I think that became KC's main win condition this game. With the draft that they had, they knew no matter how bad it goes on a side lane, when we group as 5, we have the tools in our draft to be able to pull off the Dragons, and they get it from the first one, the second one, the third one, and it just keeps going to a point where they do lose Elder, but they're still so strong around team fighting.
Hopefully we can look at the draft, because I want to remind people of what exactly it is that Fnatic's composition wants to do, which is that when you've got a Twisted Fate, your goal is to attack the side lanes. You're working with Neferi. Your goal is to make this duo your early game powerhouse snowballing duo. And the fact that Oscar was getting solo kills in the top lane, things were looking promising. But as GB was saying, they kept feeding into what was the KC war machine in this situation, which was, we want to 5v5 you around the objectives. We want to play the front to back. And I think that the Fnatic coordination that we've seen a lot of in this series was starting to fall apart simply because KC's burden of execution was much lower, and they could punish every positioning mistake we saw from Fnatic.
And this is what I want to continue to see. Yike on Maokai.
We forgot Yike on trees, guys.
We forgot Maokai for sure. I mean, Yike, when he plays these kind of, selfless champions where he's willing to be the guy setting up his team, it was the Maokai. I'm hoping I get to see some Sejuani as well, because that right there is not cursed, it's perfection for KC right now. And this is what you want more of. Sadly, this is Fearless, so you're not getting more of it. Instead, you need to rely on the same kind of champions.
Lilia.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I don't need the Lilia. The Friends of the Forest are fine, but I also want to tickle in a bit of Freljord. I want to see Yike on something that allows KC to play around him in team fights, because it's where I think they're the strongest.
The reality of this game is that KC is still feeling the pressure. And that is the scariest thing you need to be aware of as a KC fan, because the early game was not going your way. Kana getting solo killed is super uncharacteristic for him, because we consider him such a staple for this KC squad. The fact that they almost threw at the very end of the game, that gold graph looked good in that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, if we only give it here, but if you're at 35, they're back in minus.
And so you see what I'm saying in that Fnatic have demonstrated this series that they are the better team at building early leads. KC is not being super proactive. And while I do think a lot of Fnatic's mistakes this time around came down to the draft, KC won't get the same draft in the next game.
Yeah.
And so this is where my question marks come for KC, in that how will you create a situation where you can still get the fights that you're looking for?
And Grab said it on Twitter, there's no way he can give them 3 bad drafts in a row. So let's see what KC is going to be able to fight here with. Any specific champions that you want to see, GB, or does it come down to team play, nerves, especially?
I'm still looking at that Sejuani. I'm looking at a Jinx for potentially Kalist. I really love these champions where he's just able to hold mid waves and just be a threat by slowly but surely building himself up to have enough items to be played around in team fights. I think his movement is some of the best movement we get in the entirety of the league. So I do love him on champions where an excitement is going to put you over the edge and really just allow you to play around with that. Sivir was one of them, which is why I love this. But we're asking ourselves, how can we replicate this? And we can't identically do it, but we can try and get something that kind of mimics it.
Here's the thing though, we're on a new patch. We're getting later into the series, and we look at players like Poby and question, what else does he have available to him? Because we know that his champion pool hasn't been the most extensive throughout the summer split. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hui is an immediate champion that I draw to mind when it comes to Vladdy specifically. We see him being very good on the Victor. We know these control mages very much fit into his style. If you're looking at something like a Sejuani alongside the Hui, along with a potential carry once again for Kana in the top side, I can see avenues for KC to get ahead in the draft, but it very much depends on what Fnatic have been cooking up on the new patch.
But you're also just running out on these support picks, right? We've already seen Alistar, we've seen the Rel, we've seen the Leona, right? We've seen the Nautilus, Alistar, like all of these engaged champions that's the premier engaged supports, they're kind of falling out now, which means other parts of the map needs to be able to pick up engaged champions as well, because at some point you're going to run fully out, or you're going to get very creative, like bringing back a Mumu or things like this.
It has been Fnatic's series so far. Do you feel like they're still going to be riding this momentum? They have the crowd behind them. I don't think this single game is what makes everything crumble for Fnatic.
No, quite frankly, given how shaky KC looked in terms of closing that game out, I still feel like, based on what we've been seeing today, Fnatic are the favorites to win this series. But the draft will be a big question mark, because as much as I have confidence in how Fnatic are playing right now, team fights is the name of the game in this series. And so you need to be able to draft something that can give you something to contest these objectives.
And I will agree with Veddy. I think from what we've seen, there's no question about it, Fnatic's just been performing better in these games. Even this game just now, if you're looking at it from a map perspective, I think Fnatic has actually been playing the map really beautifully. Now, part of that comes because we've seen the global champions from the mid lane. But I want to take it elsewhere as well, because sometimes all you need is just figuring out, okay, one thing works for us. As KC right now, everything's been going wrong for you. The first 2 games, nothing works for you. This third game, something finally clicked. And even though it wasn't clean, this might be all you need for a mental reset to say, okay, we can do it this way. Now let's figure out how we do it again.
And the later a series goes, hyper carries naturally rise in value, because the pool is getting thinner and thinner. And this is where we bring up this sheet once more, because things like Goldberg was mentioning earlier, the Jinx, the Aphelios, the Twitch, the Smolder, these late game hyper carries are going to be super important. We haven't actually seen the Lulus, the Karmas come out yet from these support players, but we know that they're poised and ready to go. Who's going to be the top laner to bring out the Ornn? Who's the one that's going to be willing to tank it for the team in order to set up for those team fights? Because that's the direction that we're heading.
That's a lot of questions, and I hope we're going to get the answers soon here in this series. We finally have a series here between KC and Fnatic. Fnatic is still on match point here, but let's see if KC can bring us to Game 5 right after this.
Flashes! Oh, the destiny for the vision is beautiful! That was team coordination to a T. We have a few moments to relax and wonder if Fnatic are going to make their 13th. He cancelled his Q. Beautiful! Oh my god!
Yeah. Look on camera as well. Knocking the flash. Yes, hit front, okay? It's fine to give it. Just play fine. Yeah, play fine, play fine, play fine. Place on, guys. Look at Silver as well.
Gorky stand, still Gorky.
Look at Silver.
Yeah, it's over, it's over.
Midway.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, I'm here, downside at the mountain that the players have to climb every single time. As you see, KC behind me, and I gotta say, it is a stressful environment because we know that the arena, they aren't really for KC. They want to see their Spanish brethren win, but I just wanted to show you all at home how big this mountain really is that they have to climb for the players. And if you're KC, you're staring up at it and you're thinking, okay, I did some of the work, but I need to do it again, and then I need to do it again. There's a reason why reverse sweeps are so incredibly rare in League of Legends, and for them to just say to all of this audience here, we don't care who you support, we're gonna bring it back and maybe bring it to a Game 5 is just cinema. Let's see what happens.
It would be truly special for KC if they're able to get this reverse sweep, especially since the first 2 games were so one-sided. Like, there were moments for KC, but the majority of the game was Fnatic favored. I think the big question for me is, can KC silence the crowd again? Because the crowd was quiet in Game 3. As soon as KC started winning, that's got to drive you. That's got to motivate you when it's been so loud in the first two games, Jack.
For me, I feel like the hard part about being KC right now is just the burden. Like, you could tell it in this game that, yes, they won, but damn if they didn't have to fight for it.
Yeah.
And needing to fight like that every single game makes it so difficult. And I feel like Fnatic, after a loss like that, they can go back to the break room and they say, okay, we had a hard to execute draft, guys. We did some really good stuff, then we did some a little bit more silly stuff, but with a better draft and a better game plan, easily we're going to win this game. So it's so difficult for KC.
Yeah, even with KC taking the win, it still feels like Fnatic is just more locked in on the day. They were able to get some creative plays, even when KC had what felt like an insurmountable moment to win the game, it still looked a little shaky. So I think from KC again, like, I need to see more from them in the early game. I need to see them contesting Fnatic, because even in that first game, it was Razork getting off to a 2-kill lead, them starting to snowball, and us kind of going, hang on a second, as Fnatic found a winning formula again in a very different style, but KC were able to bring it back.
And it just feels like Fnatic and Worlds just go together. They're gonna make it no matter what, no matter the odds. Throughout so many roster iterations, so many teams, so many metas, they always seem to be good enough to make it to Worlds. And right now, they're looking good enough.
That they are. Now they move on to the blue side for this game, electing to go there after losing to KC. Their win rate on blue ever so slightly higher than their win rate on red this year. They've gone 25-12 on blue and 22-15 on the red. KC's win rate does drop quite dramatically on the red side, from 37-18 on blue to almost a 50% win rate on red. 26 games, 26 wins, 23 losses.
I'm curious what the priority is going to be for Fnatic on that blue side, because especially as we start to get into Game 4, that's where things start to get a little bit funky. We're probably going to see things like the Bard support start to rise on priority, not as like a first pick, but definitely something to keep your eyes on, because a lot more of those mobile AD carries have been taken out of the pool, so suddenly you start to look a lot stronger, and just there's less answers for you in that bottom side of the map. Yeah, I think there's a lot of changes that will be coming here.
Yeah, and it's interesting the stats you bring up, Medic, because in my head, at least the theory I had with Fearless was that as you got into game number 4 and game number 5, that red side actually becomes the stronger side because you don't have that many available power picks, and it's just about counter-picking support and top lane, and especially when you then lose those safe blind picks and you have to blind pick something more risky, counter-pick should rise in value. But clearly, so far, the teams don't think the same thing as they're continuing to elect for blue side as Fnatic has chosen at this game.
It'll also be interesting to see for Kana, because this is the first time he'll be able to get counterpick in that top side if they're able to give it to him, and I think that's where he can really open up for some dangerous plays. He's kind of been the shining light, let's say, for a lot of the games today. I think he's had a decent time. I know Oscar was able to get some early leads and in the matchup versus the Cassante, but I still think like the Jack's performance was incredibly strong, and I think he's done his job as best he can in a lot of these situations.
Really? I feel like he's been more questionable today. I feel like in the Cassante game, he struggled. In the Jax game, he got solo killed by Oscar Rinin. And it's like when you come into today, you're thinking like Kana versus Oscar Rinin. It's like, if Oscar goes equal, you'd think Kana would be underperforming. But Oscar's doing a lot more than that. So I've been really surprised by Kana, but I do agree with you on the red side. Like, that's why I'm even a little bit more puzzled that both teams have just been continuously choosing to go for blue side, because we have seen that Oscar with the counter picks, that's I think a big reason why he's been able to find all these leads. So now Kana with this red side, I'd love to see him on something more proactive, but at the same time it's a KC that doesn't feel like they have that confidence to put Kana on carries. For example, in game number 2, I believe, they chose to ban Jace 4-5.
Yeah.
that feels unheard of. They were the team that would first pick Jace if it was open, and now they're not even willing to play it at all. And this is a buffed Jace that just got buffed on this patch that they're playing on now with a little early game buff that should be really good for pro play. So I feel like the confidence, especially from Kana and Yike and Vladdy for me, is the part of KC that I've been missing in the series.
I still think trying to get Vladdy back onto the control mages is your best bet, though.
Yeah, it looked great
game
on the
one
Victor.
didn't look so hot on, but definitely, as you say, from the Victor, he looked great. I think things like the Hui could work out well for him. We've seen it buffed on the patch. I think there's very little that can kind of answer for a lot of the range that it's able to bring to the table here as well. So I want to see these picks that maybe you aren't as practiced on, but still very strong with the current patch. See a little bit more play and a little bit more focus here.
Yeah, we're definitely falling much further down those pools overall. We do have a small delay on stage due to an audio issue, which is getting rectified right now, so we'll get that sorted for you as soon as possible, obviously. But yeah, let's just look at Vladdy, for example, right? Azir is still open, but it's banned in every game. Victor's gone, Talia's gone, Yone's gone, Corki's gone. We still have Ryze and Aurora, if you want to get down to that point, but his Galio's gone. We're not seeing Annie, most likely because of the patch changes. I mean, maybe in Game 4 of Fearless, that's where you start to look towards picks like that. But you're losing out on so much of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
And what we saw from KC in the last game was comfort can win them the game, just because they're so much more experienced on the champions.
For sure, I agree with you. I also really wonder, when it comes to now, Fnatic chose to choose blue side, and you talked about how Azir's been permabanned, but it's been Fnatic that has permabanned this Azir, Yunara every game. So maybe the reason why they want to go for this blue side is they're thinking, oh, if we get one of those picks on this blue side, the game is just over. And I could really see it, as we saw that Fnatic, they struggled with the fact that they had carries that didn't scale. But if you have Yunara Azir, I mean, scaling is no problem.
I just don't feel like you can give Poby Azir.
Yeah.
Like, it is by far and away his best champion. He has performed fantastically for Fnatic, even in their last series against Giant X. He was kind of that big sweep at the end of the game to try and set up for that teleport play. So I think overall it's kind of difficult for KC as to what do you prioritize here? And that's even with things like the Poppy getting dropped, which is a clear Fnatic favorite for both Razork and Mickey.
It's going to be really interesting to see, because you're not going to get Azir and Yunara unless, like,
obviously not.
Yeah, it's just not how it's going to work. But do you prioritize the Azir? Do you give Kalist Yunara something that he can scale and carry on? It's always super. Yeah, it's super interesting if you get further into a draft like this.
Well, I think that's it. It's like, I think Yunara is incredibly strong, but I also think she does have her weaknesses if you can't get a team that's able to set up in front of her so she can actually play out the team fights well. And I think that's what Vitality did very well when Kalist brought out the Yunara was, hey, we're just going to try and play at a range so this Yunara can't really do the things she wants to do and maybe have a chance. Now, that obviously gets significantly more difficult the deeper you get into drafts, because your answers for some of this range and stuff is definitely hindered. But I am curious, like, have Fnatic got some of these pocket picks that they're willing to bring out in this Game 4 and see if it can push them over the edge?
Yeah, and does KC have the same? I feel like Fnatic, for me, feels like the team that have the advantage coming into this, because if the drafts look equal, I just trust them more to execute on their win conditions. So for me, the question I'm asking is, like, what can KC get really on this red side counter pick, and how can they, like, kind of predict the power picks that Fnatic are going to go for, and how can you look to trade them? Because often on red side, you kind of are left with a choice. Either you decide to leave more overpowered picks open and you trade them, or you try to ban everything and no team gets the OP picks. Everybody has their own philosophy with this kind of stuff, but I would presume that when you're going into a Game 4 of Fearless, you need to be more willing and open to leaving these powerful picks up so that you can trade them and get something for yourself.
That makes a lot of sense. We still have things like the Aurora available as well, the Jace that we talked about a little bit. We'll see how things go as we get into draft in hopefully a couple of moments' time. I do want to come back to your point about, like, you trust Fnatic more.
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. Today, I trust Fnatic much more to actually execute on their game plan. But it's such a subversion of expectations from previously. Coming into today, I think 9 out of 10 people who weren't Fnatic fans would say, yeah, I trust KC more. They've shown us much more consistently that they know exactly how their team composition should operate.
I feel like Fnatic have shown consistently that they disappoint. They don't meet expectations. This was a roster that, like, many people thought could win the whole thing. I remember in winter and in spring, it felt like they could maybe be the champions, and then they just don't meet that expectation.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that. Let's jump back to the analyst desk, though, to break things down as we wait for this small audio issue to be resolved.
There's sadly not a lot to break down right now, as we haven't seen the draft yet. But we can talk about...
I don't hear you.
Wait, can you hear me? You can hear me. We're live now. Hi. Okay, Mike, we also had mic issues on our side. We're back here. There's something that I haven't had the opportunity to chat with you, actually, Odo, because you've been in these situations. You've been in these clutch moments. So when you're on the side of KC right now, do you feel like one win with the way they did it is going to be enough to shift the momentum? Is it going to be enough for them to crawl back and maybe lead us to 5 games?
It's going to be a change, definitely, especially with the way they won the last game, because it was quite dramatic, you know, with giving up the soul, or, you know, coming back. I feel like this is the momentum shift they need, because it seems quite rough, especially after the first 2 games, but this might be the real icebreaker that we get in the series.
And it's going to depend on what KC has worked on. What is the next draft plan for this? Because the deeper we go into the series, as Vedi said earlier, the deeper we're going to go into this champion pool. And we established earlier that this is the kind of champion pool, especially thinking about Calist, that can favor them.
And we saw it especially slowly but surely. I felt like they made the right adaptations with the Maokai, having a lot of proactivity in the 3rd game. I feel like this is exactly what they needed, and slowly they're moving towards a more competitive series. But now, when you're going to game 4 fearless, with so many things being out, now it's also you're on the other side of the edge, where you're truly being tested on how deep your champion pool goes, how much can you get out of your pool.
It would be great if production could bring up for us what has been banned so far in this series, just so that we can get a reminder of what champions are and are not available in this series. Because one of the big things, do we know if Fnatic has moved to blue side in this game? Because
I'm not sure.
This will be their first opportunity to actually get onto the blue side, given that KC has taken over that pretty much throughout this series. But moving on to blue gives them a lot of potential advantages, because I'm thinking about some of the mid laners that are available. Azir, Poby's tried and true, has been permabanned by Fnatic themselves. They've been limiting that option, and now it would be much more available to them. They can start putting pressure onto KC and their preferences if they do in fact move over to the blue, just because they do get that priority on junglers as well. Pantheon also still available too.
Yeah, exactly.
It usually comes down to power picks and what you want to prioritize, especially the later we go into the series. As someone who's been drafting quite a lot lately, what would you do right now, being in Fnatic's shoes on blue side?
Well, on blue side, it's a little bit rougher, because if you want to get an advantage on blue side, with the draft, with the series being so late into fearless, you need to kind of leave a lot of picks open so that you use the fact that you get the first pick. Because if you properly figure out the tier list, when all the OPs from different roles are all put together, you need to figure out how they interact with each other and which one is the actual real game-winning pick. So on blue side, you do have to take this gamble where you leave a lot of picks open just so you get your pick of the litter.
And we're going to go back in game shortly, as the blue wall is not done yet. They're going to keep on cheering for the team, as the last game gave them hope. Is this hope going to be enough? Or is Fnatic going to be able to close this one quickly and get their ticket to Worlds? They've been working so hard for this ticket to Worlds, guys. It took one roster swap, one mid lane swap, bringing the Ghost into the lineup for them to become maybe the most stable version we've seen from Fnatic so far. And actually, we're going to toss to Casters. No time to talk with you guys anymore. We'll see you after the game. Casters, take it away.
Well, we are hopefully getting ready to get on into this next game, as the players are on stage and should be getting into the draft lickety-split. We kind of had our discussions around it, and yeah, I just want to see what happens with this blue side for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think they really need to kind of go back to the drawing board after last game, have a more cohesive composition that scales a little bit easier to execute. It's just, we've seen Fnatic, I remember actually now it was Fnatic versus KC game 5, where Fnatic completely crumbled in that last game, ended up with MF, Lulu, Volibear, and just couldn't play the game.
And it, kind of like that series, it kind of felt like a huge amount of this rests on the head of these AD carries. Game 1 and Game 2, we saw Upset have fantastic performances. That Zeri will send nightmares for all fans this entire weekend if Fnatic can make it through this. But on the opposite side, I think Calist has kind of been a silent here. Like his Ezreal,
I mean, he's been playing really well.
His Sivir this last game was great as well. And it really has come down to how much control can you get over this bottom side of the map. And I think for Upset, obviously a win here in Madrid would be huge. Getting back towards Worlds, the opportunity to kind of right some wrongs from the last time that he was here back in 2018. I'm like, this could be an incredible moment, but not only for the Fnatic fans, but for Upset as a person and for his career.
Yeah, and of course, making it to Worlds is the goal of today. However, tomorrow you still have MKOI to play, and then after that you still have G2 to play. And if you can summit that mountain, that Everest that it truly is, then you really get to reach the pinnacle of it all, right? Like, if you're Upset, 2018, you were in the finals against Fnatic, you lost. You then managed to beat KC, you managed to beat MKOI, you managed to beat G2. Obviously, that is kind of a wish and a prayer right now, but we'll see.
And the other finals he was in, lost the Mad Lions. So kind of an opportunity now if he can make it tomorrow to, again, just continue to fight these battles, fight these demons. And he has been battling a lot, but it was Calist who very much has kind of given the runaround when it's come to that Sivir and Corki matchup. And I wonder what Upset wants to bring to the table now to try and fight back.
Yeah, and I think in general, to be honest, I've been hearing kind of this narrative that Calist isn't that good, or like even with the Rookie of the Year award, like many people thought maybe Skubon was better, and I feel like people kind of forgot that Calist is a great player. Like his winter performance was truly stellar, and while some of the criticisms were founded that he got caught out sometimes, in this series he has never been the problem in any single team fight. He is outputting the damage and he is doing the work, and in that Sivir game he played much better than Upset.
Yep, definitely agree with that. I think the thing with people will see the fact that Calist makes obvious mistakes sometimes and say he's not that good a player because it's an obvious mistake, and if it's obvious to me, it should be obvious to you. But the reason those mistakes are made is he's playing so close to that knife's edge. He's playing on the line, which is what the grade 80 carries do. We are into draft for Game 4 of this series as Fnatic take on KC. 2-1 so far to Fnatic. We have a few bans coming out. I'll wait for them to pop up on your screens. There we go. You can see all the fearless bands already out of the pool. Nico and Cassio taken away by Fnatic. Azir and Annie removed by KC.
These are some very peculiar bans here from Fnatic. Looks like maybe they're setting up a Ryze first pick. Would be something I'm thinking about when I see this Cassio ban.
And that would be huge for Poby. 10 games on it, 9-1.
Wow.
He loves this champion. Super confident on it. Cassio was also slightly buffed on this patch.
Ryze or Yunara? What is the ban going to be from KC? Or do you try and say, hey, we're going to let one of these slip through in the hopes that we'll be able to get ourselves? Poppy has been that other kind of go-to ban throughout this series. So do you, as KC, try and net yourself one of these power picks?
Many decisions here that have to be made. That's KC. That's Caitlyn. These are some crazy bans we're seeing here. Yunara first pick instantly comes in for Fnatic. Wow.
Upset on the Yunara, very comfortable on the champ. He's been able to bring it out twice. Has yet to lose, has yet to die on this champ in the 2 games he's played it. KC now need to find a way to upset the upset on the Yunara.
The thing is, though, if you go for the Rakan, I imagine the Xayah is going to be next. But it does open up for Mickey if he wants to go for the Lulu. That has kind of been the traditional answer into the Rakan, because as he goes to the grand entrance, you get the W off. It means that he's just polymorphed in place and can't really do much. But I have to see if that's what Fnatic are thinking, because it is going to be the Ryze that's actually taken away.
And I really love the mind games in this draft. I think the Cassio ban, it's set up for a Ryze first pick for Fnatic. And then KC said, oh, you want to first pick Ryze? Then we ban your Caitlyn, so you don't have that to play into the Yunara. So we force you to first pick Yunara, and we get the Ryze ourselves. I'm not sure if it's going to pay off, because I don't think Ryze is that insanely OP as much as Yunara, and Fnatic now with Poppy Aurora are looking pretty damn strong.
Poppy's so nice into this Rakan. It makes it really hard for him to get on towards that backline. Aurora as well just has so much control in the top lane. If that's where you want to put it, you can still play it in mid. We've seen that a few times, but Oscar in last time we saw this Aurora, or at least a recent time we saw it, 4-0-7 or something on it, absolutely popped off, had a superb performance. We'll see if he can do that again.
And I think with this Poppy, there's a downside and an upside. The upside is that you have a 3-way flex here. You can have Mickey play it, you can have Oscar play it, or you can have Razork play it. And they're all quite good Poppy players. The downside is that you're playing into Xayah, Ryze as the 2 main carries of KC here, who really don't mind playing into this Poppy whatsoever. So that's why, for me, I would prefer to see this Poppy going into the support role, where it's less of an important pick, and then for your jungle and top, you can really have 2 champions that will make this Xayah and Ryze's life miserable.
It's just interesting, like, what's left in towards the jungle, though, unless we're looking at something like maybe Razor goes towards something like the Ivern, which could potentially work here. It's something that I think is worked brilliantly for him in the past, and he's able to set up incredibly well, will enable this Yunara to really pop off too. And you could even then slot the Aurora in towards Poby if you really want to, and just kind of set yourselves up with another potential AD pick in the top lane for Oscarina.
I mean, you're looking utility tank, predominantly, right? I was thinking something like the Xayah, don't want that, right? There's no point going for Zyra. So Skarner, Sejuani, not the best into Xayah because she can just Featherstorm up out of them, but if you have enough CC to layer on her after she's used that Featherstorm, you hold the Impale, perhaps that's enough.
I think you really need to be creative here as the top side of Fnatic, because if you just go the box standard, like Bruiser tanks on 4-5, it's really easy for the Xayah and Ryze to play the game. All the champions will be coming into them, they can just kite back with their high DPS, and it's hard for Fnatic to play, so I'd love to see something like the Ivern, something that's more creative.
I think what you could do is take the Ivern, you send the Aurora top, Tristana mid into the Ryze, and then you've got double AD carries, you've got a decent way to disengage with the Poppy in the bottom side, and a ton of shielding for where KC kind of have to play into a certain extent because they are so low range.
I like that. I also like if you just go something like the Ivern and then the Rek'Sai that Oscar did pretty well, then you have a bit more front line for this Ivern to shield up, and it just makes it a little bit easier to play, as we'll see what... Oh, it's going to be a top lane blind pick here instead of jungle. I don't know what's happened to KC over the break, but they are not giving Connaught counterpick in a single game.
There is an argument that they think the Aurora is 100% locked top. And it's like, okay, we're just going to play Aatrox into the Aurora. We know that Poby doesn't want to play that in the mid lane. We haven't seen it from him this split, so perhaps they are just so sure that Oscarina is going to be the one bringing that out. Renata gives you a little bit of flexibility into the possible engage from KC, but KC will also just be happy to hold it back a little bit. It's not an all-in comp. It works well into the Rakan, because if he jumps forward, you just handshake him out, and you can use that hostile takeover. Will be locked in for Mickey now.
I want to see what we get with this 5th pick here. I mean, wow, it could be the Mel. I mean, it could be so many different things here. There's no way it's the Fiddlesticks. That would be absolutely insane. I think Mickey's just having a bit of fun hovering champs here, but it's going to be the Gwen.
Aurora mid.
It's going to be the Aurora mid, the Gwen top. Gwen is really, really good here into these low-range carries that don't have too much mobility. Gwen can ignore all of their damage with that W, and it's a great matchup into the Aatrox. And it looks like we're going to get the Ivern before the wrong team here, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, it does work with the Aatrox just as well, right? Shields, we can heal underneath it, provide that front line that you really need, and enabling that Xayah as well, so it will still be the tree just on the opposite side of the rift.
And it's huge for Yike. Like, when he was coming up through G2, we talked about his tree friends, right? It was the Lilia, it was the Ivern, and it was the Maokai. This split, he has played 6 games and won 5 of them on this Ivern. The Maokai was similar, 15-3 all time, if I recall correctly, now 16-3. Comfort, comfort, comfort. Put people on things they are aware of exactly how to play it. They can play right on the edge, and it worked for them in that game. His Maokai was a key component as to why they won at Game 3.
You did say, though, they have to play on the edge, and I think that's where Fnatic can try and punish them. That edge is incredibly close to the face of Fnatic, and when you've got things like the hostile takeover, the Poppy ultimates, even the Gwen who can shroud, it makes it very difficult for KC to really play up into Fnatic in a lot of these team fights. They have to be so careful with how they are setting these fights up, and if Fnatic can get off to an early lead, it may just be lights out for Karmine Corp.
And KC drafted so well around this Poppy pick. With the Ivern now locked in, I think it's such a hard Poppy game for Razork. He's one of the best Poppy players in our league, but finding champions in this game and not just getting one shot in a team fight if you go in, it's going to be really, really difficult for him as we head into game number 4.
Has not lost a game on the Poppy this year, has only played 2. 100% win rate there for Razork. Let's jump onto Summoner's Rift. It's game 4. It's do or die for KC. Their world's lives on the line, their spot in the LEC for the rest of this year on the line. For Fnatic, you got 2 games. You are very close. You're very close to losing 2 games in a row.
Don't say it like that.
Down to, hey, like, this is Fnatic we're talking about.
This is Fnatic we're talking about, that's true.
They've been 7 years in the desert. They have been praying for mana from heaven. And yes, they make worlds every time, but the first 2 games of this series were so damn convincing.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of Fnatic faithful out there that are saying, hey, Like,
we can win this
we
thing.
could win. We could beat MKOI with G2 is next up.
Yeah.
If you lose now, it's
suddenly all that enthusiasm. Yeah.
And you remember the years after years after years of being so close, but not quite close enough.
And we're so close to maybe getting Poby versus Faker. And we're so close. One game for the Fnatic folks, but can they do it here? Or can KC continue that march on the reverse sweep?
That's very true, Rob. And I also want to just take stock of the two drafts here, because for me, I really like a lot of what both teams have constructed. I think for the top side, in Oscar, you have this lane matchup that you can look to bully, you can look to dash forward, and Gwen can get a lead. And for the same in the bot side, with this range support into the Rakan, you can look to bully that as well. The only worry I have as the game progresses later and later on, I feel like you get into a similar situation as last game, where if KC just group up as 5, it's so hard for Fnatic to find any angle to actually go onto them, and it's so easy for KC to just run them down and steamroll the game.
Especially in a game where you can go double redemption pretty easily. Like, if you're not killing people quickly in that fight, double redemption at Dawn Core as well for the Ivern eventually is just going to make it so hard to actually kill anyone off. I don't see anyone of Fnatic that has an easy Serpent's Fang route. I don't see anyone that can get that shield cut, and when you have an Ivern there, it's going to be really tricky later on in the game. Heal used by Targamas though. Good handshake out of Mickey to pull him back.
Yeah, great early laning by Fnatic thus far. Already getting a bit of a CS lead and damage lead in the bot lane. Kind of expected for how this matchup should play out. The thing with Ivern is that his first clear is so fast, so even though Razork would love to try to punish enemy jungler with these winning lanes, never really going to be able to do it. As you see, Ivern's already cleared all of his camps at 2:46.
Yeah, that's absurdly fast. Like, Yike already walking in, he has 30 seconds to spare, will be spotted on a ward, can go back, come back out, and still be in time for the Scuttle Crab, which is not something you see from too many junglers. Poby there, using that twofold Hex really effectively onto Vlad. He continues to chip away at him. It's the passive of Aurora that does a huge amount of the damage, and they did nerf the max HP damage out of it, but they gave her some compensation buffs in just the AP scaling.
Yeah, especially when you compare it with the Electrocute, it just makes it so difficult to try and play into her, and you've got that nice little bit of a range advantage over Vladdy too, so with Poby having that control over mid, even forcing the reset from Vladdy, means that Razork should be able to control this Scuttle Crab on the bottom side, with Mickey even coming across to help.
And I want to give some credits to Poby, because for me, the signing of him was a little bit random.
Questionable.
Like, I understood that humanoid, everything, it wasn't really working out, but I didn't think Poby was the answer. But thus far, he's had really good laning phases across the board. He was a little bit disjointed at first, but now Oscar
flashes away from the Infernal Chains. Kana's going to have to flash as well. Oscar looking to the skip and
No way.
Another auto. Kana, though.
Oh my god!
Oscar, what has this man been eating?
Oscar finds the solo kill, is now Upset's in trouble.
She has to cleanse away from it. Root caller from Yike is blocked by Mickey. Upset will expend his cleanse. They use the heal alongside it, but the Fnatic bot lane will survive the fight.
Oscarini, no puedo creer. I don't know what he's doing right now. It's incredible, this glow up he's having in Madrid. It feels like a different player we're watching. He's so aggressive, flashes in so early as Mickey looks for the cancel here.
Beautiful stun for Mickey, but he does need to get out of here, has to flash in the end. Like, you could understand it, doesn't want the enemy bot lane to reset. It was a great handshake, but burning your flash, not the best into a Rakan lane.
Yeah, definitely as you start to move on as well, and Yike can try and move in towards this bottom side. There's so much CC on this bottom half of the map. At least he does have the spell book, so maybe able to swap into something that can help him out, but I think Yike just found a new target on the map.
Yeah, overall the lead in the spot lane kind of disappeared from this gank and from this pressure that the Yike put onto Fnatic, which is a bit of a shame when you're playing this range matchup into the Rakan. You'd really like to bully out in the early game, but overall it's not the end of the world. You're still playing a very high scaling ADC in the form of Yunara, so you're still chilling.
Yeah, you'll be okay with this, as you say, like you do lose a little bit. Oh,
Oscar
here.
6.
Level 6 coming out, but Yike is waiting around the corner to try and help defend. It's not enough! He's just dead already! What is this? What is happening?
I can't believe it!
It's absurd! Like, what has he been eating? How long did he sleep? What anime is he watching? Like, anyone who is coaching Fnatic right now, write everything down you can. Because Oscar is taking this game into his own hands.
But it's against Kana. Kana has been so good for KC this entire year. And And Oscar is just putting him in the dirt over and over. And may just be the focal point now for Fnatic to get that wedge into KC.
And the thing is, it's not just the 2 solo kills. He has a 20 CS lead as well, nearly a 1k gold lead at 6 minutes. This is like unheard of.
The Academy Award for Best Actor in a Leading Role goes to Oscar, it seems, as he continues to dominate the top lane. And those are words that I thought would not be spoken today. For Fnatic, the question is, can you use this domination to continue the wins in this series? Oscar enforcing Kana back. Yike having to spend much more time around the top lane than perhaps he expected. Razork is here. There's no vision for Kana. No flash for him either. The World Enders world is perhaps about to collapse. You die under tower here. It is just doomed. No escape. He brings out the wings, but he needs an angel to save him. Starts to dash away. Razork still looking for the chase. Gets slow with a hammer shock. Keeps on going and snip! Snip! He slices him in half.
The lifeblood of KC has been left all over the top side of the map. Yike will get a dragon as a consolation prize. But this Gwen is about to take over the game.
With that, Fnatic might have just cut KC's chances at Worlds with this astonishing Gwen performance from Oscar, as he's now getting double the CS of Kana. He's gotten 2 plates, and yes, KC get the Drake, but it's not enough to stop the bleeding.
Oh, Kalist flashing forward. You can see KC think they need to do something. Targamas looking for it as well, but now Kalist has no flash, will have the Featherstorm in his back pocket to try and escape the clutches of Fnatic. And I think the question now is, if you're Razork, do you say, okay, Oscar, your lane is won, I can go other places, or do you just keep harassing, getting Kana into such a deep hole that no ladder can bring him out of it?
Well, with Boy Grub's up there, I think your best bet is to stick around for the moment and just try and get all 3. Oscar didn't have to use his ultimate in that last fight, so if you even peek your nose in here as Yike, it's going to get snipped off immediately. And from Fnatic then, as you say, you just start to lean all that pressure elsewhere. Oscar has so much control over this top half. And now, Upset taking the fight against Kalist.
Kalist has to have the heal used there by Targamas. The chase will continue. Good play, caller back. We'll get the route onto Upset. Grub's going over to Fnatic. And you know who's very happy about that? A Gwen in the top lane who has total control over her matchup. Those plates, oh, he's eating them for dinner, I'm going to be honest, and I don't think Ceramic tastes that good, but Oscar will be happy with the gold it gives him.
I mean, this game and this series in general just makes me so excited to see what Fnatic can both do. Like, if they win this and further into Worlds, like, the Fnatic that has players and a game plan where they can play around all 3 players, not just around Upset and Mickey. It's really a roster and a potential that feels like 3-fold what we saw before.
And you can see KC. It's like, what can we do?
Yeah.
Call the fire brigade, call the police, call anyone you can. Realm warp in. Oscar's just going to start to walk away, so has the flash. Will burn it, dodges the root caller with the hallowed mist. And then he emotes on them.
And that was 2 flashes. That was Vladdy and Yike, and they both flashed. And all they see is Gwen dancing on them.
And the loser of this is Kalist. Look at him on that bottom side, running for the tier 2, knowing Fnatic are going to look for the counterpunch. And it's now bleeding over from the top lane towards Upset in that bottom half of the map as his own gold lead starts to spike.
Yeah, for KC, you are finding any port in any storm right now. The CS you get is the prize you can have as they keep reverting. Welcome back. Razork doesn't need to spend time around top, so instead he will make Kalist and Targamas' day a living nightmare. This is the sort of start Fnatic want. This is what they had in Game 2. Game 1 was KC favored until around the 15-minute mark, but when Fnatic have garnered a lead like this in this series, they have not taken their hands off the necks of KC.
I'm astonished. I don't know, like, I'm speechless. I just didn't think that... I didn't think Fnatic was going to win, and even if they did win, I never imagined it like this.
It's not done yet.
It's not done yet.
That's all we can say. It is a massive lead, almost a full level for Oscarinin and 2,000 gold at 10 minutes. This guy has been collecting everything he can find, but There are still avenues back for KC. They do still have good team fighting. It's still hard to get on the rise, to get on the Xayah because of their self-defense tools.
Yeah, I think that's where you kind of have to try and use Vladdy with this ultimate and, again, continue to overforce him aside. But the engage is there.
Charm coming out as well. Hostile takeover only going to hit onto Targamas as they're all able to dodge away. Upset transcending here. Looking for the damage back onto Kalist in the end. It would just be an exchange of ultimates and the cleanse. Razzle going back up towards the top lane. Kana has 3 minions. Yike is here, though. Perhaps the 2v2 might be enough for KC, but Razzle's not going to let Yike have it. Slams him into the wall. Yike should be able to defend Kana here as there's only 2 minions left. And the wave will be pushed back. Razzle just keeping Yike here for now. Vladdy's starting to move from mid, but doesn't have Realm Warp right now.
It's so close to being up, but even just that pressure, I think should be Fnatic needing to get out. Actually, he ends up cancelling it as Bobby goes to follow. But at least KC will keep Kana alive for the moment.
Yeah, I think that mid-prow there from Vladdy was crucial, because if you swap that around, if Poby can move up first, that's an easy dive for Fnatic with how much damage they have on Oscarinin. But with Vladdy being able to play the safeguard a little bit, help his team out there, it at least stops that bleeding.
And that feels like it has to be the story now for KC. It has to be Vladdy getting access to these side lanes, working with people to just try and stem the bleeding, try and keep KC within arm's length. And I don't think it's upside. Honestly, I think if 2 people show up there, maybe Oscarinen's time to shine. So for KC, I think it's putting resources into Kalist in this bottom side, trying to punish Upset while he doesn't have that cleanse available.
Speechless is not a place I find myself often. We are paid to talk, but the power that Oscar's had through this early game as Razor's caught just a little bit. Targamas and Yike looking for this trade. Will be a 3v3 fight. Razor already down to half HP. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Oscarinin continues to wail away on that tower. About a 2k gold lead overall for him. It has slowed down. It is harder for Oscar to take those final couple of plates, but they're about to start to fall off in a minute's time, and then the tower surely will be forfeit for this early game. Kana struggling. Kana with a Hex Drinker first into a Gwen.
And this was... They chose to blind pick him this Aatrox.
Yeah. And Razzle goes in Kalist immediately with the cleanse. Quickness coming out as well from Targamas as he tries to get away. When knocked up with the steadfast presence with redemption enough to heal him up. Targamas able to dance away. Still gets slowed by Upset there, but will be able to escape.
But it's Dragon for Fnatic. They got the control they needed. They can still push in on bot side. And
I mean, Targamas does have TP, so they could look to TP back and contest this.
I mean, this could be good for KC. Kalist still has the Feather Storm. Upset's used that Transcend oneself. His ultimate has been invested.
Upset is stuck
Vladdy
here.
has Realm Warp, as you say. Upset unable to join the fight right now. Vladdy's going to separate Poby from the rest of his team. Keeper's Verdict gets rid of Vladdy. Targamas going back in, but the steadfast presence will stop him from dashing to anyone with a good handshake. Pulls him back. The hostile takeover has to be dodged with the Feather Storm out of Kalist, and Poby's still on the chase. He pulls in the twofold Hex. And it's 5-0 Fnatic.
And Fnatic just keep finding every opportunity as they punish KC, getting 2 free kills. And it just feels so dire for them. It feels so hard, so heavy.
KC just looked lost. And Fnatic are happy to show them the way towards the door.
He's dead, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, you got the
redemption out. He might try and trade back into Oscarinin, who doesn't have mana. Flash forward. Vladdy's coming in. Does have a flash of his own, but they're backing away. They can't do anything to Oscarinin.
But KC are throwing everything in any direction they can and hoping that it sticks. But they're just not getting it. And Fnatic, they get the play on towards the bottom side. They get Oscarinin into a lead. All of the early Void Grubs have gone. That Dragon has gone the way of Fnatic as well. Like, how do you try and fight back as KC?
It's so difficult, and this Herald is going to go the way for Fnatic as well. It really feels like you need to utilize this Rise, get a crazy numbers advantage, get a good engage, something along the lines of that. Otherwise, it's too difficult.
And now, as you say, you get the Rift Tower to try and make plays around mid. Oscarinin gets the reset, and Nerdy has a second item already completed at 15 minutes into the game. And as soon as he plonks himself into a side lane, that is just going to escalate even further. And late game Gwen is just such a menace, even with the nerfs that came through a while ago. She just feels unstoppable.
Yeah, the thing is, normally you'd be like, oh, if enemy top has such a big lead, he
will get outscaled or something, right? He played an early game chat. No, he's playing like probably the best scaling top laner in the game. It's really dire for KC, and they need to be the magicians this game and find some magic. And they haven't shown that capability thus far in this series.
Really haven't. Kana still looking here. TP coming in by Vladdy. They want this bounty. 325 extra gold on Oscar in his head. There's the Rune Prison. Needlework coming out from Oscar in as he tries to survive. Redemption as well. Used by KC. The quickness. He dodges it. He dodges it. Still gets charmed in the end. He will be shut down. Vladdy's rise claims the prize of Oscar's life. But meanwhile, on the bot side, the Rift Herald charges in. It's a tier 2 for Oscar for Fnatic.
And there's pressure in the mid lane as well. They do need to back off, as you can see. They're trying to get the pressure on towards Fnatic themselves. Upset just trying to make sure that he can connect on towards the waves. Will be able to clear it out. But a tier 2 already for Fnatic.
But KC were able to find the magic that they needed. At least they got one side of pressure now. They had to drop the tier 2 for it, but now Mickey looking for Yike.
Lands a handshake, pulls him back, slammed into the wall. Yike, no! Trigger Seed will save you. Upset dashing across the wall as Targamas lands a grand entrance. Good double knockup. Coming out in the end. Targamas will be able to battle dance his way away.
And you can see the confidence on Mickey. He has the spellbook cleanse and he's just walking forward alongside Razork. You can see they're taking every bush. They're taking all the space in K-Corp's jungle, and no place is K-Corp's own.
And we've gone from it being a 2,000 gold lead to Oscar, everywhere else relatively even, to almost 1,000 in every lane apart from support. Fnatic have translated the pressure that Oscar was able to singularly manufacture and now have put it across the entire map.
And it's because KC knew they had to try and shut him down, but by putting so much investment in towards Oscarinin, Razork got to play elsewhere. Now they, with that tier 2 down in the bottom lane, they can continue to push that wave super deep on the bottom side, lean in that pressure into the bottom jungle, and put pressure onto the mid turret, and Fnatic can look to snowball so effectively now. And with 50 seconds until this next dragon, I'm pretty sure Oscarinin has the second item completed and can just take over this fight.
Yeah, it's really hard to imagine KC taking any fight right now and being able to win it. They really need to continue trying to utilize this rise for split push, but you can see as soon as Fnatic start to send out some numbers, Vladdy immediately needs to ulti away. And now without that Realm Warp, it's so difficult to actually try to pressure aside or give Kana any sort of relief. You really need multiple miracles, to be honest, to be able to win a game like this. And maybe they can do it.
Fnatic have already found their miracle.
Yeah.
Their miracle in Madrid, presented to them by the Catalonian Oscarinin. The Drake is up in 10 seconds time. And I think Fnatic should just be able to close this Dragon take out pretty easily. Its Hex Soul for them would be so powerful on a Yunara, on a Gwen. They'll be really happy if they can get that. But KC getting that early Dragon will delay Fnatic's plans at securing the early 4. Meanwhile, you can see Vladdy, Yike, and Targamas all setting up towards that top side, trying to get any vision in they can. We talk about doing something on the opposite side of the map, finding something for yourselves. They are doing that. They got a little bit of vision in. Oscarinin clears it away.
Oh, Oscar no W here, but he's so strong and so high level that even though KC will be able to get this top tower here most likely and get that objective bounty.
And that's good for KC.
Yeah.
They got as much as they could out of that trade in my estimations, at least assuming they take the tower down. They'll get a bounty for it. They don't quite get the tower, but it does fall in the end to the minions. Needlework out from Oscarinin, looking for the slow. And the gold lead shrinks to about 4K. Hobie on the flank, Razork here too, and KC is 3v5, and Fnatic have come alive. 8-1 now. They once again regain that gold lead of 5K.
And KC found the tower, but they lost it all for it, as 2 members end up going down, and Fnatic do not let anyone go unpunished. If you try to take an objective from them, they will catch you.
It's such a good play from Fnatic. The collapse was already there since they pushed in mid, and Upset has started to move across. And Poby getting across thanks to that Hextech gate, gets the perfect cutoff point. And Fnatic just run them down. There is nothing that KC can do. It is into the meat grinder, and Fnatic are making bank off the back.
It's Razork's willingness just to flash in as well. They know that if they're all there, they just win the fight. Arakan begun. We've seen games thrown around this as the TP comes in from Oscarinin, and he will join the fight. 2 items, upgraded boots. KC If you can steal this, perhaps it keeps you in the game as Targamas and Yike will begin to step forward. Oscarinin does the same. Realm Warp coming out just to distract Fnatic. The Alakan down to 1,000. Oscarinin caught out, but the hostile takeover will save his life. Kana now on the wrong side of the wall. Dumped back in with the flash handshake back. He's going to heal up with that Thunder Sky. He's going to have to use the cleanse. Oscarinin able to dash away. Meanwhile, Mickey sacrifices himself for the good of the team.
It looked a little dicey, but Fnatic, they managed to escape. They end up forcing the Otacon, but KC finding these small moments and Poby not already in a position gave KC at least the chance to get a pick, but Fnatic get away with the Otacon.
A root caller out from Yike. He's going to get chased down by Razork here, but the rest of KC are beginning to collapse. The red buff maybe needs to be forfeited here by Razork. Don't need to go for that root caller out from Yike. They'll steal away the red. Oscarinin escapes, has his flash back up. So even if he was caught in a precarious spot, would have been able to extricate himself.
And you really see in this fight the power of KC's comp. Oscar goes a little bit too deep, which ends up costing him dearly. And you see that if KC can kite back, their carries are still very strong with this Ryze and Cyan, with the Ivern healing and shielding the Aatrox, barely not able to get Razork, but still, it's all of Fnatic that have to kite back and run away. And at that point, KC's comp is super good at continuing to push forward.
Yeah, just a little bit greedy all round from Fnatic. I think Oscarinin trying to make space, but you're making space into a very small gap, and hostile takeover only secures that gap for a small amount of time. As soon as that's down and it's dodged by Kalist and Vladdy just walks, like accepts that he's going to auto attack a couple of times, then the re-engage from Fnatic's really hard to, from KC is really hard to get yourself out of.
I agree, but Fnatic got the objective, right? They did get Otacon. There's now Dragon in 2 minutes time. You're starting to see like so many huge items completed for this Fnatic side as well. And even though KC's found their moment, I think it's kind of few and far between as Targamas, or maybe on the bottom side, might be the focus.
I think they're looking for Vladdy instead. Doesn't have the flash and has no tower.
He's dead.
Safety. Realm Warp out. Mickey's going to flash. Misses the handshake. Good Realm Warp out by Vladdy. Gets himself out of a very sticky spot.
And I want to add on to what you said, Rob. It's very nice that Fnatic got the Otacon, but at the same time, the gold lead was all the way up at 6K and has already now halved to 3K. So it's been a great comeback for KC thus far. And if you choose, like if I have to choose, if I'm 6K down to drop an Otacon to get 3K back, I mean, I'll take that every day.
I very much agree with you. I think it's a question that began to ring in my mind a little bit with the Ambessa game, which is how good are Fnatic at playing through a fed Oscarinin? And they were pretty good in that game, like it ended up working for them, but here, like Oscarinin is the key advantage. Poby was a team, Kalist, that's a lot of damage. Weird coming out, between worlds goes Poby, but they just don't quite have it. Trick or Seed as well used on Kalist alongside the Redemption just to top him up. KC collapsing in this board to make sure that their AD carry stays safe.
Still getting a lot of control on this topside jungle, and that's where Oscarinin is going to be putting the pressure with the Aatrox. If they can continue to lend that pressure to the Oscarinin, well, that's your answer, right? They're able to get him access to towers to do what he needs to do. But at the moment, Fnatic are struggling to try and play from Oscarinin to mid and get this mid lane turret down.
I think it's much harder this game because you don't have the same triggers that they had in game 1, where it was really easy for them to start a fight at will. But you see here, even when Poby gets onto Kalist, there's so much healing and shielding that he has to get through, and so little CC on Fnatic's side that it's really hard for them to actually be the ones to start a fight. As they look onto Yike here,
they look at the damage onto Yike. Don't really want to step past Targamas and Kalist with Vladdy collapsing inside against it. Fnatic do have prio on that mid lane wave though, so they can try and take the tower if they want. Second Dragon of the game for KC if they take this, but they are going to get slowed up by that Hex Drake. Be a little bit tricky to work around it. Oscarinin looking for the engage, kind of trying to keep them at bay. Keeper's Verdict coming out, only knocks Dato goes through.
Oh my god.
Gets a triple knockback. They just yeet it away and steal it out of KC's hand. Beautiful by Razork.
It's a home run for Razork as he knocks away so many members of KC. They don't quite get the mid tower. But he'd be happy to get a few of his mates home.
And Razork did that while it was 4v5. Upset was just silently hitting this mid tower, bringing it all the way from nearly full HP to nearly dead now. And they get the third Drake, only one away from Soul.
And the thing about that is, it pulls KC to a dragon fight. And if you say, okay, Oscar, push top, we're going to start to set up around the Drake. KC have to be there, because you cannot give away Hex Soul into Yanara, into Aurora. It's so difficult for you in those fights. And so now Fnatic have a slew of options before them. Do we just want to go for a tier 2? Do we want to go for a tier 3? Can we keep Fnatic around the fight? Will a Keeper's Verdict change how that outlook looks? Still only well, I say only, still a 4,000 gold lead for Fnatic, but it has shrunk from the gargantuan advantage they had earlier on in this game.
Yeah, and it's important to note that as the game gets longer and longer, a gold lead kind of shrinks naturally as everybody gets more gold and the relative difference is smaller. But I want to say that I think I really agree with you. The onus now is on Fnatic. They have the potential to kind of checkmate KC if they play their lane assignments right now, if they play their pressure right. And KC kind of know it. So what they want to do is they want to fight immediately, looking for the Realm Warp.
Obi going away. Vladdy couldn't quite get the Flash Rune Prison. Got the spell flux off, but Aurora enough mobility in her kit to escape.
Yeah, KC needed to try and send something. Mickey might be caught here, though.
He's definitely caught. Puts the exhaust down onto Kana, who pops the world ender. Redemption's going to heal him up a ton. The hostile takeover lands onto 2, including Kalist, and Kana has to back away because of it. All the while, Oscarinin continues to push in bots.
And that's all the Fnatic really want here, is to buy that space. KC either over-index into bot and they get the mid tower, or Oscarinin just takes the inhibitor in their faces.
And that's the checkmate that we're seeing here. KC are left with only bad options as they try to look for plays, but they can't find them. And they just keep getting pushed in on sides and keep being drowned in the pressure of Oscarinin.
And now he's 2,500 gold ahead, taking that tier 3. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that tower likely to fall just to the minion wave. Gold extends for Fnatic above that 5k mark. Drake 2.5 minutes away. Soul point already for Fnatic would be sold for them if they can get it. The Baron, the key target now. You have to feel Mickey trying to set up vision around it. It's a little tricky as Renata. You're nowhere near as tanky as an Alistair. You don't have the mobility of something like a Rakan, so you have to be a bit cautious when you step up on your own.
All the Fnatic want to do, though, is just buy that space for Oscarinin. It's level 16 to just barely hitting level 15 for Kana, and now there is no real safe home, and you can see Kana trying to move away from the bush that Oscarinen's hiding in. Oscarinin knows if he can get that solo kill, that opens up Baron or it opens up a Nexus turret.
You can see Oscarinin continuing to push in bot now. Just Kana has to just watch him push the wave, even with Kalist hovering slightly. It's just so difficult for him.
Oscar would like a little bit more vision around that blue side if he can get it. There's a couple of wards there for him, but it's easy enough for KC to make tracks towards him without being seen. And if you can get vision on the top side, then that also alleviates that problem, because you know that KC are in their topside jungle. But at the moment, Fnatic don't have the deep vision you really need to push an inhibitor solo lane.
Especially when you've got the Realm Warp from Vladdy as well. Like if Vladdy shows up on that bottom side and then can Realm Warp whoever his cohort is up towards the Baron again. Plus, Targamas has TP, Vladdy's TP, Kana has TP, so you have enough members there that can make a play and still control the rest of the map.
Interesting to see Yike going for the Medjais here instead of parts of the Dawn Core.
Wow.
I think he knows the next fight they need to win, and if they do win it, he needs the bonus stats from the Medjais to really help carry them through the rest of the game. We have a minute on the Drake. Baron still available to these two teams.
I mean, buying Medjais when you're behind like this is very smart for the reason that you said, as it just allows you to have that exponential comeback gain if you're able to do so. And if they lose the fight, I mean, Soul, it's very difficult.
For KC, if they lose this next fight, I think it's just done. For Fnatic, if they lose it, they can take a step, regroup, come back in 5 minutes and play around the next Drake. If they lose that fight, then things really begin to sway in KC's favor.
Yeah, I think scaling-wise is still definitely, I favor KC quite a bit as this Rise and Sai are continuing to get stronger. Ivern is continuing to do a lot more. And Gwen, while she is incredibly strong, her teammates, I think Poppy and Aurora will really not have the damage to deal with this shielding and healing that Ivern is providing.
But Fnatic have bought the time they need. Oscarinin continues to push in. Dragon now spawned. It's the Soul, and they're batters up, and they're gone.
Yeah, only onto Targamas though. Poby still backing in the top side. Drake begun by Fnatic. Razork,
they can finish it
with Daisy. Poby has the death cap and he's TPing into the mid lane. As you say, they can try and finish this quickly, and they'll get it. Hexo now, Aurora on the flank. Flash in from Razork. Hostile takeover coming out as well with Vladdy. He's in the midst of the enemy team and he doesn't have a way out at all. Vladdy's gonna fall. Yike follows suit. Kana next up. Stick from Oscarinin. And he's Oscar winning this game.
And Fnatic is better. Fnatic is star and worlds.
Somehow, some way, this Fnatic has shown up today, and KC have been stunned. The LEC have been shocked, and it has been rocked.
No defense left for KC. The Fnatic faithful rewarded. Oscar Munoz Jimenez, remember the name. Fnatic take it. They'll go to Worlds, and tomorrow they'll fight Enkoi.
No puedo creer. It's unbelievable, unbelievable what we've witnessed today. What a series from Oscar Renin. Oh my God.
What a series from Fnatic as a whole.
Yeah.
Patient, aggressive in the early stages. Everything felt calculated. And even when KC were trying to find some crack in the armor, there was just nothing there. This felt like a different Fnatic.
But what a tragic loss for K-Corp. After winning in winter, showing such great promise with Kalista and Vladdy, not even making it to Worlds. It feels tragic for them.
It really does. You can vote for one of the Fnatic players, though, in your Kia Player of the Series vote. No, you can't. You can vote for Oscar Renin in your Kia Player of the Series vote, guys. Like, Razork and Upset played really well, but the evolution of Oscar, the level that he played today compared to what we have seen from him is just...
And he solo carried this last game.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. The guy had an absolute stormer. It is a purple patch that is just incredible from him. And if he continues this, it's amazing. Obviously, it's one series. He did also play really well in the GX series. Yes. I will say, it continues to go step by step, but what a day for him. In front of his home crowd as well, in front of his family. Like, I don't often like to say that I'm proud of a player because it feels like bias, but having watched how much hate he has got over the years and now seeing this, like, I'm proud of Oscar today. That was an incredible performance.
It's an emotional story for sure. And it's just all the pieces aligning so well here in his home, in front of his crowd, in front of his family. It's just beautiful.
And to net his ticket to Worlds as well. Like, to keep the Fnatic legacy alive. 9 straight Worlds appearances now for this organization. At the few organizations in the world can rival. And to have Oscar Renin at that helm, and to now carry that forward over the rest of the weekend. This changes everything. This has so many question marks around Enkoi tomorrow.
I'm so excited for the
final. Even the potential finals. Like, this is incredible for every Fnatic fan.
Yeah, truly an amazing performance by Fnatic on the day. We will leave tomorrow for tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Asleep, who knows? Maybe that's what resets him. Maybe he's like, oh, I really hope not. Because it was such a great performance for Fnatic. For KC, huge commiserations. I think after how well they played in winter, after how well they played at first stand, the expectations were incredibly high on this roster. We know they've had some issues over the last couple of weeks as well, over the last split. But I think a lot of the players on that roster deserved their chance to prove themselves at Worlds. We'll see what they can do when they come back next year. We're going to hand it over to Shox and Noir, who are standing atop the mountain with our 2 Spaniards. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Madrid, can I hear you for Fnatic, for Razork, and for Oscar? Wow. We are here in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game interview, and the first thing I have to ask Razork is about what it means to you. ¿Qué significa para ti clasificarte para el Mundial aquí, en tu España, en tu Madrid? Puedes responder en español o inglés.
A ver, para mí clasificarme al Mundial, siempre que me he metido en Fnatic, no nos hemos perdido el Mundial nunca, entonces yo creo que era una obligación clasificarse al Mundial. Sí que estábamos en una situación un poco complicada después de perder contra Koi, pero confiaba en el equipo, sé que este tío hoy se ha sacado muchísimo. Y bueno, ganar en Madrid para mí es un honor, la verdad, lo he disfrutado muchísimo, espero que mañana también ganemos y podré llegar a la final.
So Shox just asked what it means to Razork to win here in Spain, not only in Spain, in Madrid, his town, and he just said that it's always so important and so emotional. He never missed Worlds since he joined Fnatic. It was mandatory for them to win today, and moreover, he trusted Oscar besides him. He knew that he was going to deliver. And now my question, Oscar, enhorabuena, la verdad. Ha sido un largo camino hasta aquí. ¿Qué significa también para ti, te lo voy a preguntar, ganar hoy aquí, clasificarte a los mundiales aquí, también delante de la grada que te ha visto crecer desde que estabas en Superliga y delante de tu familia? ¿Qué significa para ti?
La verdad es que es una locura jugar aquí delante de la gente española. La verdad es que me siento muy orgulloso del amor que me da la gente y todo, y de jugar aquí, de poder performear bien y jugar como he jugado. Y bueno, también llegar al Mundial es como una obligación para Fnatic. Aunque lo tenemos complicado, lo hacemos y obviamente no podemos perder contra el equipo francés. Así que bueno, lo hemos hecho. Mañana a ver qué tal.
So I just asked Oscar kind of the same question. What does it mean for him to win here today in front of his family? Moreover, he just said that always it's mandatory for Fnatic to qualify for Worlds. It was hard for them after losing versus Go, but he said that it was impossible for them to lose against a French team in front of the Spanish crowd.
Yeah, I see that. But next up, I do want to ask a little bit more about your performance specifically, Oscar, because I think this is one of the best series I have ever seen you play. Estuviste increíble hoy. ¿Por qué estás tan bueno hoy contra Kana?
No sé, o sea, llevo una semana que estoy como que me cuesta dormir por las noches solo de pensar en hoy y me he preparado muchísimo y la verdad es que tenía muy buen feeling, creo que últimamente estoy jugando muy bien y bueno, hoy la verdad es que ha sido muy fácil, no sé, es como que jugaba solo.
Okay, so Shock just asked about what happened today to Oscar. With his performance, he brings a brilliant today compared to other days because she's a non-believer, and I have to say that out loud. Okay, so Oscar just said, you're right. And Oscar just said that he had, bad days, to sleep, thinking of stuff today, but that it felt good today, and he said that it was so easy. Razor, mañana tenéis un partido complicado. Hoy la grada ha estado con vosotros. Mañana puede que no sea así. ¿Qué vibra te da ese partido mañana contra Movistar Koi?
Me da la vibra del road trip, de ser una serie intensa de pelotas y bueno, que a lo mejor en esta vez no perdamos porque se nos quede el nexo a un autoataque. Esta vez es un mejor de 5, así que espero que sean buenas partidas. Yo a los de Koi los respeto un montón y los quiero un montón, aparte de que tengo bastantes amigos allí. Así que les deseo la mejor de las suertes para mañana, pero este tío va a ir directo a por Mirwin.
So my question for Razor was about the series for tomorrow. Today the crowd was with them, but tomorrow it may be not the same for Fnatic. So he said that the vibes for him were like similar as of the road trip, so he expects really intense games, maybe for Fnatic not to leave one Nexus to one hit, it would be good, but he's willing to fight Movistar Koi. He has a lot of respect for them, but that he must be aware of the beast that he's on the top lane from Fnatic.
And of course I have to ask if you have anything to say to Mirwin tomorrow. ¿Tienes algunas palabras para Mirwin para mañana?
Sí, bueno, a ver, la última vez fue un 2-3, fue así bastante close, pero ahora es en persona. Espera que no le puedan los nervios porque papá está aquí, o sea que mucho cuidado.
Okay, so Shai just asked Oscar to send some message for Mirwin. He just said that, okay, the last time was rough, it was close, but that he expects tomorrow to be different, being here in person in the LAN event. And he also said that Daddy is here.
Oh, Padrito, okay. I love it. Oscar, I can also tell you, you are Archaea Player of the Series. Congratulations, you're MVP, Oscar.
Thank you, gracias.
Razor se lleva Oscar el MVP de la serie. Tú claramente confiando mucho en Oscar, ¿cómo ha sido trabajar con él desde que se unió también al equipo de Fnatic? Tú que ya eres todo el veterano del equipo, ¿cómo has visto su evolución y cómo ha sido adaptaros también a él?
Bueno, yo cuando jugué la primera vez con Oscar, la verdad es que pegó un rundown histórico la primera semana de la LEC. O sea, no farmeaba un minion, lo mataban todo el rato. Y ahora mírale, solo cleando a Kana casi todos los games y smurfeando. Creo que la evolución está clara y estoy muy orgulloso de él. Espero que no seas complaciente y sigas trabajando porque esto no es el final.
Nunca, jamás.
So So my question for Razor was about he is a veteran, how he saw the evolution of Oscar since he joined Fnatic, and he kind of ranted him about how the first week of the LEC he ran it down, not farming even a minion. He just said it that literally, I'm not making this up, but that he hopes that Oscar do not go complacent, and he keeps up with the good work. And Oscar just said that, of course.
Of course, wonderful. Thank you so much, Noah, for having me here to co-host. Thank you so much, Oscar and Razor. And Kaya Mágica, una vez más, por Fnatic!
Gracias.
Fnatic will once again go to world. They do not miss out, and especially they did not miss out today against KC. Celebration is not over yet, as we have Upset and Grabs joining us to close out the day here in PGL. Guys, first things first, congratulations. Any first reactions on winning? Upset, maybe if you want to go. Oh, yeah.
Job's not done.
Job's not done,
Job's
he
not
says.
done.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy, obviously, about the win. Qualifying to Worlds means a lot, especially the way we did it. I think our top side stepped up immensely today. I think this whole year we have been kind of struggling, finding our groove, playing around top side, and I gave up a lot of control today, let's say, and just like let myself be carried, and it felt really amazing that my top side stepped up to this degree. I feel really proud of them. Yeah.
I mean, Upset. Okay, my mic is finally down, but Upset, I mean, I played with you, and I know how hard it is for you to give up that control for the top side and put the trust in someone, because I feel like also coming into this year, or just pretty much the last 2 years, I feel like your performance has been through the roof. How does it feel to put that trust in Oscar and for him to reward you that much?
Honestly, it's really touching. Like I honestly felt very moved by it, because I have made the experience so many times that I felt disappointed at the end of one of these important moments, and my teammates being there for me in the game and showing up like that, it was really moving. I feel really happy.
Do you feel like it was an extra fuel that, well, KC 3-0'd you guys in spring, and also that you were part of the team last year?
I mean, yeah, to be honest, that just makes it a little bit sad for me, because I really like the guys, and I know, like, I see them in solo queue till 2 a.m. every day. I know they're working super hard in KC.
Yeah.
And last year I was actually in the same spot, getting 4th place, not qualifying for Worlds. So I know how tough that is. So I just have a lot of empathy for them, and obviously I'm happy we won, but I would have rather beat somebody else.
A lot of respect, and you've earned it, Upset. Come on, throughout all these years, all the work you've been putting in, but we just saw an edit right now, Oscar Giga Chad. I have to ask you, Grabs, what the hell have you been feeding this kid for the past 2 weeks?
I guess Spanish food difference. Also, we had a change in the chef structure before coming to Spain. Maybe that helped out. A little comfort food. Yeah, I mean, on one hand I'm happy, and the other side I'm angry that it can't be that easy every single time. Like, why does he need like 12,000 people behind him to play like this?
Hey, last week he played well as well.
Yeah, okay, true. I would talk to him though, like, no, but for sure, like, he was players serious, deservedly so. And also, like, was very demanding and very clear on comms, which is something that he struggles with. And today he made really clear the team knows what he wants to do. And he also called us off if we want to do something else, so good job.
Great.
Yeah, what do you think of this version of Fnatic, the one we saw today? I love the stability.
Man, I mean, it's spooky. It's the Fnatic we wanted to see all the time, you know, with the stability, people stepping up, having individually powerful lanes everywhere, because, I don't know, the meme always about Fnatic was that, you know, you guys were unstable, topside was lacking a little bit, but man, now I feel like coming into tomorrow, this whole weekend we had 4 teams, and one of them was the passive one in KC. But now I'm super excited, because I feel like going for the rest of the weekend is just bloodbath, because tomorrow is going to be exciting. Both of you really want to play super aggressive. So how do you feel about that? Taking this learnings from today, will this ramp up and this warm up going into tomorrow?
And especially against Supa.
I mean, I feel really confident, honestly. Like, seeing how my top set performed today, I always feel like me and Mickey are like very, very good at playing, I guess. Yeah. So I feel really confident. I'm really excited to play against Koi, because last time they beat us in the game 5. But I think we are a much better version of ourselves now, and playing on stage today I think was also very helpful. So I just can't wait, honestly.
He was locked in today. We're seeing some highlights here. For me, like the statement game was the Zeri game. I absolutely love everything you did here on set. What was your opinion on this, Grabs, watching all this, the madness unfold from backstage?
I just loved, like, in the end, we finished the base, like, I'm not done, I'm not done, I'm not done, dashing it alone, grabbing the T by yourself now. I think everybody played pretty well overall. I think we weren't as stable as I'd like to be, but as a coach, obviously, I always say this. Obviously, tomorrow, a new best of 5. We can't take anything for granted. It is very exhausting up here. It's very warm. So my players have to go to sleep, and then coaching staff has to get together and hopefully have some good plans. I think Game 3 draft was the grabs draft. I ran Canada down, so that's on me. So hopefully tomorrow we have 3 good plans, and then we can look towards Sunday.
Yeah, super excited. It's gonna be a different story, I feel like, tomorrow, because you guys were the crowd's favorite, obviously, today. Is the expectation that it's going to be MKOI's favorite tomorrow? Do you feel like it's going to be different for you?
It's a Spanish arc, right?
Yeah.
It should be. I don't think it matters to us, honestly. I think as soon as the game starts, we're locking in. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I also like to be the people that the player or the coach that the people wrote against. I enjoy it more, actually. Personally.
I mean, you've been there a lot.
Yeah, pretty much. All my life,
in the past, and also Fnatic at times as well.
Yeah,
it just fuels you.
Bro, look at my DMs. Like
your drafts are doing yourself no favor as well, honestly.
Today was fine, though.
Today, yeah, I mean, one game.
Hey,
like
3 out of 4 was great,
yeah,
you know?
A lot of dives.
I can't blame him today. I guess Staffman was smurfing or something.
Yeah. What is your prediction actually for tomorrow?
For tomorrow?
Yeah, or how do you think this?
I mean, what was it? I saw what was today.
Bro, I voted against you today.
Yeah,
Don't look at me like that.
We don't talk about this. I had to. We take my passport otherwise.
Sure, fair enough, fair enough.
I mean, I'm gonna keep voting against Fnatic because I finally want Upset to pop off because all the way even before I played with him, or like when I played with him before, I felt like he deserved a lot of praise and stuff. And it's now I feel like it's finally time with Fnatic to get it. So I guess MKOI is gonna 3-1 tomorrow again.
Oh my God.
It would be pulling an Orwamna, no? Like the miracle run, you did it in Rogue.
Ouch.
All this time ago.
Yeah.
2022, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it was it Excel.
Excel?
It was the
no, I mean, you won the split with Rogue, right? After all these years,
yeah. I mean, in that regard,
in that sense, yeah.
I mean, how much did it take me? 8 years. You're in your 8th year as well.
I think so, yeah.
Hey, it's coming, it's coming. This is the one, this is the one.
And it started the same way. It started with a 3rd place match, I think it was back then, against Fnatic as well, that you won.
You're welcome.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm paying you back.
But you know more than anyone that you benefit so much from this stage experience.
It's just the arena buff. I know how it was for you guys, but I feel like there's been many times maybe in your career as well, Offset, where you rock up to an event and the mood of the team just changes 180 from before. For example, in Malmo, we were all depressed before we got there, and then we just popped off,
Yeah.
Maybe it's a different story with you guys now, but I feel like you can't really expect anything that comes. It's just the personality of the players and how the team finally clicks and how you guys show up on the day. And for now, Fnatic is great.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah. I mean, it's also just the truth that like every split, every team mental booms towards the split.
Exactly.
It happens.
Especially towards World.
The important part is what happens afterwards. We had our mental boom kind of after Koi, but we had like good learnings afterwards. And now we feel like we have the best mental of the teams remaining, from what we see in scrims at least. But again, especially Koi, in scrims, I think we have like 80% win rate over the year against them. But on stage, for some reason, they play much better.
A bit less, I think. But
a bit less, yeah.
I mean, I think all the teams are very strong, honestly, that are left. I mean, KC also today was strong. I think they didn't play their best, obviously. Like, if you look at their whole year, I think they had a really, really strong performance overall.
Yeah. I think also they as a team had the hardest road, because with rookies, you win early in the split, suddenly everybody thinks they're great and they know everything better. So I think this is a really hard team dynamic. So obviously they're going to be a bit disappointed, but they should be really proud of this year, especially this young roster. So they're going to come stronger next year for sure.
If the journey continues with KC, this iteration changes. It's off-season for them now, so anything can happen and anything can be expected. Now we are going to continue in the lower bracket round 3 tomorrow, if I can read correctly. It's going to be MKOI versus Fnatic. Okay, I'm excited about Good League of Legends. I'm so excited about the vibes.
I'm excited for a bloodbath, It's like...
It will be. It has to be.
It will be.
That's what it was last time, actually,
The vibes, because even today, with one home favorite, and one, villain, I guess, it was ecstatic. But even tomorrow, I feel like more people are going to show up, especially because MKOI is, the big hometown favorite.
Yeah.
But already with Fnatic getting a taste of it today, I feel like you guys converted a lot of the fans today as well, because the gameplay was just great.
That's nice.
Yeah,
that's good to hear.
The fans are waiting for a long time. It's about time they get rewarded in Fnatic, so that's what they're trying to do.
Please don't curse yourself again.
No.
You just had to do it.
Yeah, he just did it.
He knows better than this. Grabs, do you have any closing thoughts, actually, on insights you can give me on what is the meeting at the end of a day like this? How do you make sure that your players don't get ahead of themselves, especially the 2 Spaniards we have, because they're riding that high. But
I mean, we made plenty of mistakes.
Them.
We made plenty of mistakes this year, so I think we can be honest and say it wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
So we're just going to review quickly, but also then send them to sleep. Today is going to be a long day again. So just make sure that we don't actually think too much about today. Just think about tomorrow, prepare, and then hopefully rest really well.
All right. Fnatic fans, for now, you can rejoice. It has been an amazing day. Hopefully it continues tomorrow. I love this new stable version of Fnatic. Hopefully it can show up tomorrow as well. Guys, thank you so much. Job's not done, though. Upset, GG. Grabs, GG as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tomorrow. And that's all from us here today. We'll be back tomorrow, as we said, for Fnatic versus MKOI, fighting for the last spot in finals. Tune in at 5 p.m. for more action. Take care. See you soon.
Careful.
Okay.
They don't like me.
That was a long time. I mean, you're a friend, right?
Yike goes low, Oscar takes him. Mickey trying to 1v1 the enemy AD carry. The public execution to take their third objective of the game. Public execution. Rallies oh my God! Oscar in! He's taking names!
Oriana 1 HP.
Look at Ori.
Ori is dead, Ori is dead.
Varius. He's cooked too.
Nice!
Okay, slowly. Can you lumber die? Yeah. I will do the Yone, guys. Look, Yone. Nice. You can go forward. Look. Is that?
Nice, Yone. Kill them. I got him. No flash.
Just for me.
Penta. Nice.
Just go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Grasshound's pursuit. He flashes. Oh, the destiny for the vision is beautiful. That was team coordination to a T. Relax and wonder if Fnatic are going to make that 13.
He cancelled his Q.
Beautiful.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's fine to give it. Just play fine. Yeah, play fine. Play solo, guys. Look at Silver as well.
Gorky start. Kill Gorky.
Look at Silver.
Yeah, it's good. It's over.
Oscar looking to the skip and
no way.
Another Rado, Kana. But Yike is waiting around the corner to try and help defend it. Keeps on going and snip.
Get him out.
First target. I'm on rise. Cyan or Glens. Look at
Right. In bot. Look at the dragon. He's strong.
Kill him. Dragon is dead. Holy we are so banger. What is it?
I'm suicide.
We are so back.
We're at work, baby.
Nice, guys. Well played.
G2, the perfect